Okay, just give me 1 second, okay? Okay,
Okay, we're set. We are live.
thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call the City of Santa Clara City Council and Authorities concurrent meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Watanabe.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I realized before I started the meeting, oh wait, go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. And if you just bear with me for 1 minute, I have some information to read for the public about how you participate in today's meeting. I just don't have it in front of me at the moment. So if we could just hold tight for a minute. Unless City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, you have that information handy out in your offices.
We are looking for that as you mentioned that, just a moment.
Okay. And I apologize to the public. With all our new protocols, I have to make sure we're able to follow them. And I hear they may be coming now. Is that it? Okay. Don't read the last part. Okay. Thank you so much. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. We are practicing social distancing during this public health emergency. Right now, I'm in my City Council mayor's office, but by myself, and there's no public allowed in the council chambers. My colleagues are all in their places of residence. You will also note that for today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public that are requesting to speak that they speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Registrar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So thank you very much for allowing me to do that. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Does anyone have a continuance, exception, or a reconsideration? Or staff, public, council? Okay, I don't see any. So we're going to move on to our first.
Mayor,
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
there is an item that is being continued. It was a closed session item. It's right underneath the
Oh,
continuances.
so sorry. Okay, do we need action on that we continue that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're asking that it be continued to January 19th, 2021. That's a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Navarez versus City of Santa Clara et al., United States Court, Northern District of California. So is there a motion to continue that to the 19th?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Jane. Any discussion from anyone? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, our first item of special order of business is the introduction of the new Chief Executive Officer of Silicon Valley Santa Clara DMO. And that was an item that was deferred from December 16th. So City Manager?
Good afternoon. I believe we have Aaron Hodges. I see him on the line. He was going to introduce our new CEO. Aaron, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Can you hear me okay, Council?
Yes, welcome. Welcome,
We
Aaron.
can.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Gilmore and City Council. As Chair of the Board of Directors for the newly formed Silicon Valley Santa Clara Destination Marketing Organization, and in coordination with the City of Santa Clara, I wanted to officially announce to you today the appointment of Mr. Matt Stewart as its President and CEO. After an extensive national search facilitated by JLL's tourism team, who's played a major role in our support, and the executive search firm Searchwide Global, Matt was identified as a successful hospitality sales and marketing executive who will lead a new collaborative effort to bring conventions, meetings, and events back to Santa Clara on the heels of the pandemic. Before I turn it over to Matt to address the council, I wanted to share a brief overview of his background, which includes over 3 decades with Marriott International, where he served as a sales leader in various capacities throughout the country. Most recently, Matt served as area director of Western Mountain Pacific Area Sales and was responsible for citywide, group, catering, and business transient sales for 23 hotels here in Northern California, with special attention leading a San Francisco team, which generated annual revenues over $80 million. Matt has a degree in business administration from the University of Texas with a minor in marketing. Among his many accolades as a leader in our industry, Matt was awarded Marriott's Distinguished Global Sales Leader of the Year in 2008. He's also a 5-time recipient of Sales Team of the Year Award, reflecting his ability to lead others to achieving superior results. Matt is an avid outdoor enthusiast, and he embraces a mindset of work hard, play hard in everything that he does. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Stewart, but also wanted to express a sincere thank you to the City Council for the introduction opportunity and for all of your support of the tourism and hospitality community that, as we all know, has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Thank you. And Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Again, thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. I'm certainly thrilled to have been selected for this position. And I've been in the market now for 6 weeks, working with the hotel leaders, convention center, multiple vendors, the 49ers, and various partners to understand the competitive landscape and really lay the foundation of the new DMO. Over those past 6 weeks, I've been in contact with about 58 customers in our market, talking about what's new in Santa Clara, our destination, with the center, some of the refurbishments that are in line, and just thrilled with their intent to get back to business, to book our center, to be a part of something great. And again, in speaking with some of the City Council members over the past week, again, I can't stop but share my excitement with how thrilled I am with the opportunity. Again, there is no destination like Santa Clara. The footprint that we sit on with a professional football stadium, Great America, the new related Santa Clara project, which will just be huge in attracting new customers to the market. My primary focus will be bringing citywides to Santa Clara that we have not had in the past, to revitalize the center with new business, promote economic growth for our partners and the community. And I'm excited to do so with some clearly established KPIs that are community focused, that are focused on economic growth and generation for the city, and bringing exposure to our wonderful city. So I'm thrilled to be a part of this. Again, more to come, 6 weeks in the role currently, and I'm excited to get started. So thank you for the opportunity to say hello.
Thank you and welcome to Santa Clara. Certainly you made a wise decision to come here. We believe we have a lot of assets that really can be, we can capitalize on in a very positive way for a real positive outcome for our community. So I know I'm very excited to work with you and the new DMO to get things rolling as soon as we can. And unfortunately, it's been the industry, as you said, that has been hit so hard by the pandemic. But I know that it's a resilient industry. And when you have the product that we have here in the city of Santa Clara and the amenities that we have here, and the future amenities with the related California project, the Santa Clara project, and the stadium and all the connection with everything in our convention center, I think it's going to be, a wonderful, wonderful success for all of us. So welcome aboard. And thank you, Aaron, for bringing Matt forward and introducing him. And is there anyone else on the council that has anything to say at this point? But otherwise, thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, thanks. Oh, Councilmember Becker, you have something to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I met with Matt a few days ago. It was a pleasure to meet with him, and I'm very proud to have him working with our city. So welcome to Santa Clara.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands or any members of the public. Assistant City Clerk, I don't see any at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Matt. Get to work now. Okay. All right. We have our next very special order of business is we're going to recognize resident Evelyn Buffo on her 100th birthday. So I'm hoping that we have Evelyn on the line today with her caregiver. Hopefully she'll be on soon. So let's talk about Evelyn for a little bit. So the city council and I would like to wish Evelyn, a longtime Santa Clara resident, a very happy 100th birthday by presenting her with this proclamation.
Way too early, lady.
And we'll get this to you, Evelyn. Evelyn Dorothy Light Selly Buffo was born on January 5th, 1921 in Hollis, California.
How do you get on?
There you are.
Yeah.
Oh.
Come on, Evelyn. Say hi. This is our Evelyn. This is the birthday girl.
Okay, great. We're going to give her a chance to say something. I want to tell the community about her. So just bear with me just for a minute, Evelyn.
Sure.
Evelyn was born on January 5th, 1921 in Hollister, California. She grew up on a ranch and attended Hollister High School. Evelyn married her first husband, Guido Selly, in the early 1950s, and they bought their first and only home at 92 Fairfield Avenue in Santa Clara, where she lived until the age of 99. After the passing of her first husband, Evelyn found love again and married Elmo Buffo, a rancher from Hollister. Their wedding reception was hosted by their loving neighbors, Lorraine and Jean Pasquinelli. Famous names here in Santa Clara, the Pasquinellis. They were part of a close and supportive neighborhood network that shared many Halloween, summer, and holiday get-togethers. In fact, the Pasquinelli family daughter, Gina, contacted our office directly.
What'd she do?
Is that you, Gina?
Oh no. Oh no, what did you do?
Your volume.
What did she do?
Hello. We
Yeah,
got-
sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So Evelyn, on behalf of the entire city council, it's my great pleasure to wish you happy 100th birthday. You continue to bring joy and love to those who know and love you. We have a few pictures we'd like to show of your special outdoor drive-through event organized by your family and friends. And I understand, I need to say this, that the household members, they were in their separate cars and conforming to public health guidelines, which is important. So if we could take a look at some of these pictures. Wow. Oh, and a fire truck too. Amazing. Oh, beautiful picture, Evelyn. So now I'd like to invite Evelyn and her caregiver or anyone else, family members, to accept the proclamation and say, which we'll get to you, here it is again, but we'd like you to say a few words. If you'd like to say a few words. Evelyn, you have the whole city watching you now, wishing you a happy, happy, happy birthday.
She's muted, Mayor.
Okay,
Evelyn.
unmute, need to unmute. This
Okay.
technology, here we go.
Here we go. Okay.
Hi, Evelyn, we can hear you now. Any of you?
Mama. Say hello, everyone. Say hi. Hello. Everyone. Say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. She said thank you for being here. Okay.
Happy birthday, Evelyn. You look great in your pink outfit and your jewelry. You dressed up for us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause, everybody out there in Zoom land. Yay! Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, she said.
Is that, Gina, do you want to say something?
Well, I wrote the biography, so I think you explained her life all after Hollister, she just was a Santa Clara resident. I think she moved in to Fairfield in 1953 is what was on the back cement wall that we saw. Their
Wow.
names were in there with their initials and the date. And that's where she lived, huh? Did you live in Santa Clara your whole life?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She loves Santa Clara. I mean, it's an important place for her throughout her life. She was an avid supporter of the Carmelite Monastery, which she still is now, all through the years, which was a block, probably 2 blocks away from her house.
Right, right.
Not many of us get to live into 100 and be in this kind of shape. So we're very thankful that we were able to celebrate her.
She looks phenomenal. She looks healthy. We wish you well, Evelyn. You are a true Santa Claran, a true part of the history here, and we so appreciate that you're here. And we all want to honor you again and wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next year. You come back and visit us at the city council next year.
Okay, let's
All
do
right.
it. We can have another party.
Yeah, next year we'll have cake. Okay, well that's what we're missing right now. Okay.
Yep, she loves cake.
All right.
Okay.
Bye, Evelyn. Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Adorable. Okay. Next, our next special order of business is recognition of Santa Clara students for their participation in the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association's Synopsis Science and Technology Championship. So the council is excited to recognize the students for their participation in the SCVSEFA Fair. During the annual fair, hundreds of Santa Clara County students are challenged to go beyond their classroom studies to do independent project-based research in the fields of computer science, environmental science, medicine, health, chemistry, and biology. We are proud to recognize our Santa Clara students for their science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, their STEM achievements, especially in light of the current challenges they fought to overcome during the COVID-19 pandemic. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Sandra Medich, the president of the board of directors, who will give us a brief verbal presentation of the organization and then read the names of these very special 2020 student winners. Sandra, I see you are on there. Welcome, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, council members, students, and parents. Thank you for this opportunity for recognizing science in Silicon Valley and the importance of it in our world. These students have been extraordinary. They managed quite well at the last minute when our event went from being a physical fair to a virtual fair in a matter of less than 2 weeks. And these kids, being as savvy as they were able to jump right in and do the virtual judging. I don't know if some of you are aware, but we've been celebrating science in Silicon Valley for well over 50 years. The Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association manages the county science fair. We've grown from a rather small organization to well over having 1,000 students, 400 judges, 100 volunteers. The Synopsis Championship has been held at the the San Jose Convention Center for the last several years. These students compete in grades 6 through 12. They're there for over 4 hours, talking to several judges, also meeting other students, learning new things. And we'd like to recognize the students from Santa Clara. There's quite a long list here. And so it's quite exciting. Santa Clara always represents itself very well at the championship. So on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association and the Synopsis Championship, thank you very much and congratulations. I will now, Madam Mayor, read the names. I will apologize to everyone. This is quite a list.
No, we remember last year, so go ahead. I'm excited. They deserve the recognition and they deserve to have their names read. So go ahead. We're happy to hear them.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to apologize right now if I mispronounce any names. I was Sandra Medich for a number of years growing up. So all of these students have won either first, second, or honorable mentions in their grade level and in their category. Liam Elderberry, Amish Gupta, Usam Khan, Arif Gari, Clarissa Ko, Miriam Ishmael, Zina Sadevi, Samia Yadiv, Rebecca Rundarta, Anna Bathmata, Jessica Kendrick, Uman Klonari, Arvana Nagabrifani, Sadika Sandhu, Lucy Johnson, Mitty Sue, Agatha Vu, Samuel Giravarshi, Sarika Gunpapu, Akash Vetcha, Soham Kulnari, Dylan Nin, Aaron Honura, Martina Sumchek, Ashka Sugarli, Rico Koshimira, Gabrielle Fusam, Marissa Malto, Caitlin Nguyen, Grace Kalfi, Ruhi Achu, Annika Duntu, Udita Mahajan, Javiera Ahmed, Salma Farhat, Ella Lan Dia Desai, Sarah Hunter, Stephanie Vu, Taylor Wong, Ashuka Rala, Bernathi Ravipati, Sanjana Yaluri, Yuna Burrell, Alex Gu, Kaylee Johnson, Rana Lem, Amishna Hedges, Alex Tan, Ama Ishmael, Jason Ko, Rena Jan, Vivek Achmiri, Jacinta Danjetti, James Fan, Empata Chimalgali, Anna Reju, Garji Deshpande, and Saki Kumar. Again, my apologies for my mispronunciation, ladies and gentlemen.
You did a phenomenal job, I have to say. Much better than I would have done. So thank you very much. We're so really disappointed that we're not able to celebrate all of the students' achievements in person, but we've prepared certificates of recognition, which we will arrange to have delivered to you, Sandra. And our congratulations go out to all the students for their exceptional work. And I'm glad that they're receiving such great recognition. So thank you so much for, Sandra, your involvement in this and in helping mentoring these wonderful students. So congratulations. Councilmember Watanabe, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to extend my congratulations as well to Sandra and all of the students. One of the things I enjoy every year is attending the Synopsis Championship and talking to the students and learning about all these phenomenal projects that they put together. I mean, they are, they just give you such encouragement in terms of, the future and ideas and how the world around us could potentially change through their great innovations and ideas. So thank you for coming forward. I hope next year we'll be able to visit the students again in San Jose and have some chats and see what they're up to. So while they've been sheltered during COVID. So thank you again and congratulations.
Thank you. I think inspiring is the word, very inspiring, that our future is bright with these young people. So congratulations again. And thank you for joining us, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks. Okay, next item, special order business. We have our verbal report from the city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year, City Council. This COVID report complies with Government Code 8630. But before we get into our COVID update, I just want to provide and publicly acknowledge and thank our Santa Clara Police Department staff for their dedication and hard work for the safety of our community. On January 9th, that was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, when the nation recognizes how law enforcement officers of every rank and file have chosen a profession that puts their life on the line for our community. And so I just want to shout out for our police department and acknowledge that we did not forget them on January 9th. And also in that same line, I want to just acknowledge a very sad reminder of how this hits home for us. Yesterday, January 11th, was the 54th anniversary of when Santa Clara police officer William Rickabaugh was killed in the line of duty after observing two boys trespassing and riding his motorcycle into a construction zone. He rode his motorcycle up a dirt ramp and collided with a metal cable that had been stretched between two posts. The cable impacted his chest, and Officer Rickabaugh was a veteran of the United States Navy as well and was only 28 years old. He left behind a wife and two children, and we never forget the commitment and the sacrifices that public service workers provide. I just want to move on now to the stay-at-home order. A lot has happened since we had an opportunity to share with the council that our county continues to be under the Bay Area Regional Stay-at-Home Order, originally scheduled to end on January 8th. The order has been extended indefinitely due to diminishing intensive care or hospital ICU capacity in the region and in the country. It is well below the required 15% for the order to be lifted. And with the extension, it was also announced this past Saturday that the Bay Area's region for available ICU capacity is at 30%, and Santa Clara County's was at 6%. The order continues to require all individuals to stay at home or at their place of residence except as necessary to conduct activities associated with the operations, maintenance, or usage of critical infrastructure. The 7-day average for our COVID cases right now is 1,259 new cases each day and over 100 new hospitalizations each day. Later, I'll have Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal provide more specifics on the data, as well as a very current information shared this afternoon during the Board of Supervisors meeting. I want to talk a little bit about the county vaccine update and share some slides that were shared with me during the Santa Clara County Saturday call. The Santa Clara County testing officer, Dr. Marty Fenstershai, provided slides, and we'll pull some slides up here. Okay. And I'm about to show and explain where we are in terms of the state and county's vaccination program. The county must comply with the state's directives for vaccination prioritization. And there were some revisions to the state's directives last week. You'll see here that we are currently in phase 1A on the slide. The state did away with the tiers in phase 1A last week, and this means that all healthcare workers, not just hospital staff and long-term care residents, may be vaccinated now. Healthcare workers include our firefighter, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, as well as dentists and primary care physicians. At this time, 95% of our firefighters have received their first dose of the vaccine, and by the end of this month, all personnel who want the vaccine should receive their second dose. Our fire department has also assisted with administering vaccines at the county's public safety vaccination clinic. Dr. Fenstershai said we won't necessarily need to finish all of phase 1A before moving on to phase 1B, but the county is waiting for clarification from the state on how to do this. We have approximately 140,000 healthcare workers in the county, and as of this past Saturday, January 9th, the county had received a total of 110,280 doses of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Let's go on to the second slide now. The vaccine is free to everyone. Healthcare systems are responsible for vaccinating their patients. The next slide shows how vaccine is distributed. Here we go. Health systems that are in multiple counties, such as Kaiser and Palo Alto Medical Foundation, receive their allotment directly from the state, and half of our county population of 2 million people are insured by either Kaiser and Palo Alto Medical Foundation. So they will be hearing from Kaiser or Palo Alto Medical Foundation on how to proceed with the vaccination. What the county can see is shown in the middle of the slide, which is the vaccine allotted to the county public health department, which it receives directly from the state. The county distributes vaccine to the county health system and other providers such as Stanford, and provides a small allotment of Pfizer vaccine to San Benito County, who does not have the ability to store it due to the required below freezing temperatures. The federal government distributes vaccines directly to pharmacies such as CVS and Walgreens, who they have contracted with directly to administer vaccines to long-term care residents and Veteran Administration hospitals, as shown on the right side of the slide. Let's go to the third slide. The county has also established a website the public can visit for more information, including links to health systems within the county. And you can see it's www.sccfreevax.org. Want to shift gears here because as we continue to provide our support for COVID in the region, we were acknowledged, our library department, and our Parks and Rec department were acknowledged on December 14th we received the District 4 by Supervisor Susan Allenberg Medal of Exemplary Service for making library facilities available for COVID-19 testing sites. And since becoming a testing site, we have provided support for over 6,000 individuals who have been tested at Central Park and Northside Branch libraries. And so this was part of being recognized for, we've also been recognized for Help Your Neighbor program for our fundraising efforts to support families struggling with paying utility bills. And also want to acknowledge our IT digital first responders who recently received the Information Technology Department award from the Municipal Information Systems Association of California. And we were one of 300. The state, well, actually, let me back up. The statewide organization is made up of 340 cities, and we were recognized for our excellent service in various municipal services such as strategic planning, purchasing, staffing, operations. And this is the 14th time that we received this award. So a lot of kudos go out to our IT department. And before I pass this over to Lisa to provide current information, I also want to acknowledge Simrat Dodley, who has earned the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk. Many of you know Simrat, and we depend on her for our daily needs for clerk support. We congratulate her today because she has earned the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk, which is awarded by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And IIMC grants the CMC designation only to those municipal clerks who complete very demanding educational requirements, as well as have a record of significant contributions to their local government, their community, and state. I think we've already seen her significant contributions to local government. So thank you, Simrat. And we're very proud of you for receiving this educational accomplishment and achieving this important milestone. So I'm going to hand it over to Lisa, and then we can take questions. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. The data I have to report is actually from last evening. Today, the county's numbers have not yet been updated, but the total number of cases of COVID in the county is at, or as of last night, was at 84,726. That reflected an additional 1,092 new cases yesterday. Our hospitalizations were at 693 COVID patients, which was an additional 90 patients yesterday. That's actually a little lower than the number had been. We had 158 intensive care patients yesterday. That was actually 14 less than the previous day. Sadly, though, that lower number typically attributes to the deaths that were recorded, 25 additional deaths yesterday, which is a total of 944 deaths in the county so far. An additional 44 cases in the city of Santa Clara yesterday for a total of 3,646 cases. The COVID test positivity rate was reported to be 9.7%, and the available ICU capacity in the county was reported to be 7%. The regional ICU capacity available in the Bay Area region was 0.7%. So it went from 3% on Saturday, 0.7% as of last night. Today, the state reports that statewide hospital admissions have declined over the past 2 days from 3,500 per day to 2,500 per day, which is considered a good sign by Dr. Mark Galley, California Health and Human Services Agency Secretary. County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody, during the Board of Supervisors meeting today, stated that the COVID case rate is almost 5 times higher right now than at any previous time in the county since the pandemic began. The highest case rates continue to be in Gilroy and East San Jose. The highest rate is still among the Latinx community. Case rates are highest among those 18 to 34 years old. Highest of all are ages 25 to 29 years old. And deaths by week increased dramatically in December, with a good proportion among people in long-term care facilities. The number of COVID patients hospitalized now, as of today, is also considered to be 3.5 times higher than any previous week. The county's COVID-19 healthcare preparedness director, Dr. Ahmad Kamal, stated all hospitals now have deferred non-emergent issues. And I gave some examples of surgeries at our last council meeting of the year that were being canceled, such as cancer surgeries, heart valve replacements. I shared that information last time. Dr. Kamal, the language he used, in quotes, is that COVID patients have squeezed out other conditions. So care for other conditions is being deferred, or care is less than what is ideal. We are incurring a debt with deferring medical care. We will be paying off this debt for months and years to come because these patients whose care is deferred will get sicker, end quote. Most recent data today, Dr. Kamal just offered that we had 20 ICU beds available across our county's hospitals. The personal protective equipment for our county medical personnel is good. We do have a sufficient supply right now. Personnel continues to be a challenge, but the state has provided California medical assistance team members that are staffing 4 of the skilled nursing facilities in the state, in the county. 4 of our skilled nursing facilities in the county are being staffed by state personnel. For morgue capacity, Dr. Kamal stated 3 of our hospitals are at capacity in the county, 4 are near capacity for morgue, and there are 3 65-foot refrigerated trailers that are being used as portable morgues currently. Dr. Marty Fensterscheib, our county public health testing officer, gave a report on vaccinations to share a little bit more than what City Manager Santana shared. The county's goal is to vaccinate 85% of our population with the 2 doses of vaccine by August 1st, 2021. So this will require 13,000 doses every day, 7 days a week, including our health systems. So both the county clinics and the health systems need to provide that many doses 7 days a week. James Williams, our county counsel, states that each vaccine provider now, this is a very a challenge right now, and City Manager Santana shared that the county is waiting, for clarity from the state on the fluctuating guidance. There is still more clarity that the county is waiting for from the state, but they did share that the state has said each vaccine provider may determine when to move to the next phase or tier in the vaccination prioritization plan when demand subsides within the current group that's being vaccinated. So they are waiting for more clarity on that, but generally speaking, the state is trying to be more flexible with the directives they have provided so that more people can be vaccinated more quickly. And then Dr. Jeff Smith stated, county executive stated the county expects to double their vaccinations by Monday of next week, and that the rate of vaccination will continue to grow from there. The county also shared today that there has been misinformation about vaccines being texted to individuals. So if people receive texts right now about an available vaccine that is available, those are not coming from official sources. So that sccfreevax.org website that was on the screen earlier, that really is where people need to go for more information about when they might be able to be vaccinated, either through their health system or for people who are uninsured through the county. And again, that's sccfreevax.org. And this concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Manager and Ms. Schoenthal. I think we have a council question, and that's from Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy New Year to everyone who's listening. And thank you, City Manager Deanna and Emergency Officer Lisa. I know you may not have answer you said in your reports too, but I'll still ask because I have been asked by several persons and residents of one of the senior center facility. So I know we are almost at the phase 1A final, like we almost finished as per the report. Do we have any idea like when the phase 1B would be starting for individuals with 75 and older? And my next question is, how will they be intimated? Do they have to go to the website you mentioned, or these people will get some notification, all the senior centers will get some notification?
So this is Lisa. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Chahal. When we'll be moving to phase 1B is an excellent question. I can comfortably say I do not believe it will be this week, simply because I know I know that phase 1A was the tiers within phase 1A were just expanded at the end of last week, and I know healthcare workers and long-term care staff and residents continue to be continue to receive vaccinations this week. But I really do encourage everyone to to visit that sccfreevax.org. And as far as when will people know, it's possible they will know after visiting that particular website. I happened to receive an email from my health provider simply saying, that we're doing vaccines and check to see when you come up. So they, my health provider happened to reach out to me. But right now, the best, the best information I can offer really is that website. I think each of us is going to have to just be vigilant with checking that, because it is possible. I mean, this was discussed today too at the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is possible with two different health systems that one 64-year-old could be vaccinated before their neighbor who might be 67 years old, but have different health insurance. So it's all unfolding, but I suppose the good news is there are attempts to get this to be done in a more quick, more efficient manner.
Okay, that helps, and appreciate that follow-up with the SCC website as well as your own primary care physician would help probably. And I do appreciate your constant reporting on this thing and updating each and every council member as well as the resident. And the numbers for the county are very grim, and I can't tell anything that more than that we have to pay a lot of attention and maintain the shelter in place for all of the residents, whosoever can do that, and stay safe and stay protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report and update, Lisa Schoenthal. I have a question. The city manager mentioned, or it was on the slide that she showed regarding CVS, Walgreens having vaccines and offering to long-term care. Would that be, maybe you can explain it to me or just share, would that be a facility where, say, seniors could go and get the vaccination, if they are, 65 or older, 70, 75 or older?
Well, thank you for the question, Councilmember Watanabe. The answer to your question is no. CVS and Walgreens, the federal government has contracted directly with CVS and Walgreens, who are going out with mobile teams to the skilled nursing facilities to vaccinate those skilled nursing facility residents only. They're also vaccinating some skilled nursing facility staff who are also being vaccinated by the county at county clinics because of the 24-hour staffing. But no, it is really only for those long-term care facilities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it. And just thank you again for all of the updates. You mentioned statewide, the numbers statewide, how they've actually decreased, like, I guess about 1,000. Is it 1,000 new cases per day?
Yes, for the past 2 days, there is 1,000 fewer cases per day hospitalized statewide. So, I mean, I want to report all of the information, that, I mean, I could talk about all of this a long time, but I want to give you all of the information, the big picture as well as the details. So Dr. Mark Galley, the California Health and Human Services Secretary, considers this to be a good sign. I mean, but then there are other, health officials who think that it's too soon to say that's a good sign. So, but that was the state's opinion. And as I said, 90 new hospitalizations for us today, which is the lowest number of new hospitalizations we have had in quite a while. So, let's hope it's a positive trend that continues.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you again, and continue to stay safe.
Thank you, Lisa, for that report. It's always very helpful for our community to hear these numbers and to hear, how careful we all still must be and keeping everyone safe and healthy. So, City Manager, do you have anything else to add to these reports?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the report, City Manager. All right, next we have the consent calendar, and all items are approved with one motion. Unless items are pulled for discussion. I want to say for the record that I'll be abstaining on item 3S as in Sam. It's a universal service sweeping contract for the Franklin Mall, and my office is in the Franklin Mall. So I want to put that up for the record. And then before we hear from council members and others, well, let's get the items pulled, and then we have some comments that need to be read into the record from the assistant city clerk. So Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, I'd like to pull 3V as in Victor.
Okay. So, okay, let me find out what that is so I can tell the public which item is being held for discussion. So that's action on the task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion's recommended appointments to the task force vacancies. All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I'd like to pull 3I, the Magic Bridge, and 3S like Sam, the Franklin Mall.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Hardy will have to run that when that item comes up, if you don't mind, Vice Mayor Hardy.
That is just fine.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Mayor, let's see, let me pull this up right in front of me. I'd like to pull item 3P, 3R, 3S, and 3U. And I think, oh, sorry, no 3U. My apologies.
So we have 3P, which is action on an agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Americas for consulting services for the development, implementation, and operation of comprehensive tourism strategy. 3R, which is action on the schematic design of the new public neighborhood park located at Coleman, 1205 Coleman Avenue, Gateway Crossings. And 3S, which is action on the award of, same, for sweeping.
Mhm.
Karen, Vice Mayor already pulled that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now we have some members of the public. We have, trying to see here, hold on. Let me move up to the top here. Mr. Ken Kratz. Is there an item you'd like to pull, Mr. Kratz?
Yes, I request discussion of agenda item 3F 21-897. That's about the BPAC election.
BPAC election. Okay, we got that. Thank you. Okay, Assistant City Clerk, if you'd like to read the e-comments that have come in on 2 items on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a e-comment on item 3I, and this is from Susan Hinton, and it reads as follows. Slide number 5 in the schematic design for play zones adds usage of synthetic turf for existing terrace seating. Synthetic turf adds to plastic pollution in our bay and ocean. There are natural turf alternatives developed for the West and for California. Plants breathe in carbon dioxide and oxygen out. Also, synthetic turf does require maintenance. Dirt accumulates and weeds grow in synthetics. Microplastic bits flow to the bay. Bird poop lingers. Turf heats the air more than grass. End of comment. The next e-comment is for item 3R. From Susan Hinton, and the comment says the following. All lawn areas should use planted grass rather than synthetic turf. Synthetics pollute our bay and ocean with microplastics. There are natural turf alternatives developed for the West and for California. Plants breathe in carbon dioxide and oxygen out. Also, synthetic turf requires maintenance. Dirt accumulates and weeds grow in synthetics. Divots form, microplastics bits flow to the bay. Bird poop and bacteria linger. Turf heats the air more than grass and is hotter. Our city should be green. End of comment. And
Okay.
those are the only e-comments received.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar, noting my abstention and the items that were pulled?
Yeah,
So
this
moved.
one
To
moved.
approve.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Jane and a second by Councilmember Watanabe. Any discussion? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, vote, roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay, we have next public presentations, and those are items that are not on the agenda. Assistant City Clerk, let's start with you. Do we have any public presentations that have come in? Requests?
I do not see any.
Okay, so let me go to the public then. Is there anybody that has a public presentation from the public? Okay,
Nope.
seeing none. Councilmember Chahal, your hand is raised.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Well, okay, so go ahead and give your comments. I see now I have somebody from the public.
Oh, okay. He or she can go for first if they want to. That's okay.
Okay, now I have 2 people, Wesley Mukiyama, followed by Diane Harrison. Wesley, go ahead.
I don't know if this is on the agenda because I just got on, but I would like to make a public statement about the appellate court ruling. My name is Wesley Mukuyama, and I'm a 46-year and was one of the main plaintiffs for the district voting. I would like to say that all of the city council members, excluding the mayor, have benefited from the district council elections. And I would like to humbly appeal that further action to repeal the 6 districts would be a disaster, I think, and cost the taxpayers more money. I beg of you not to pursue it any further. And even because all of you, even Kathy Watanabe, was a benefit of the district elections. So I would appeal that you do not pursue it any further and this become a permanent uh, um, voting mechanism for the city of Santa Clara. And I would hope that the city attorney understands this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukiyama. Diane, go ahead.
Oh, here we go. Hi. Yeah, I submitted an e-comment on 3F, but I wasn't sure, and it wasn't read just now. So I'm wondering, should I submit it when 3F comes in or later? And my husband also, I think, had some comments on 3F as well. So should I read what I had or should I wait till 3F gets considered?
So Diane, your husband did pull 3F, so we'll be discussing that after these public presentations. So you're welcome to, if you'd like the assistant city clerk to read the comments, she can read them, or you can come back on and talk yourself, whatever your choice is, just let us know. So we'll be talking about the consent calendar items that were pulled for discussion are happening right after this public presentation.
Well, I could read it now. It's real short.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Or she can read it. Okay. Basically, it just says that I recommend that new members not be seated until major election irregularities brought up by Ken Kratz and myself are resolved. Issues with relationships of all sorts between members of boards, commissions, and committees also need to be determined and codified before they can be used to alter election procedure. For timing reasons, Ken Kratz could be reseated along with Lloyd and Atisha until these issues are resolved, or we could rerun the election under the old rules, including a secret ballot at our January meeting. I myself would recommend the first option as the easiest at this point. That's my whole comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you for reading that out. So I don't see any other public members. Councilmember Chahal, you have some comments on public presentations?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do. So I just want to comment on what happened in Washington, D.C. last Wednesday was really pathetic, undemocratic, and against the ethics and values on which this country has been founded, basically. And the violence and insurrection was beyond imagination and caused so much damage to our democratic values. What happened on that day was shameful. Worldwide, global leaders and citizens were ashamed of what happened in the strongest and oldest democracy of the world. Everyone responsible for those acts should be held responsible, including the current president. We Santa Clarans want to convey to our community that we strongly condemn this such anti-national, anti-democracy acts. These have no place in the country or in our community. And I hope you all received some emails. I received some emails and I spoke to several residents. They were very upset what happened at the national level, and they are upset about some incident which happened over here. So I just want to bring forward this notion that we as a community are against all these undemocratic ways. The elections have happened and there was no room for such acts in the DC or anywhere in the United States, or for that matter, anywhere in the world. These should not such acts should not take place. So I just want to assure as a resident and as a council member, I assure my residents, we will do everything we can to make sure our community stands good and we are all united and we follow the democratic principles, not only today, but for hundreds of years to come. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I agree with you, but this is for public presentations, and I know many of us have are holding our comments till the council committee. So if others have comments, I would ask that you follow our agenda and do them when we have the reports of members, because this is the time for the public. So if you would just bear with me so we can stay on our agenda. But I think, many of us agree with your comments, Councilmember Chahal. So I think others will save it for the appropriate time. So I don't see any more public presentations. So now we're going to go back to consent items that were pulled for discussion. And the first item that we're going to discuss, I'm going to try to go in order here, but take the public member after the council members. Item 3I, and that was pulled by Council Member Jane. And that item involves action on the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation that the City Council approve the Magical Bridge all-inclusive playground in Central Park. The schematic design scopes A, B, C, and D, and introduction of an ordinance approving the Central Park all-inclusive playground schematic design in accordance with City Charter Section 714.1. Councilmember Jane, you have a question about this?
Yeah, as I read the ordinance, I'm concerned about compliance with Measure R. Let me just read what the ordinance says. Whereas the voters of the City of Santa Clara passed Measure R in 2016, which added sections 714.1 to the city charter, which prohibits substantial building, construction, reconstruction, or development of parks and recreation facilities except pursuant to ordinance subject to referendum. And then, whereas the park project improvements constitutes a substantial building construction / reconstruction and or development and is subject to Measure R. So my confusion is that can we actually start construction on or move forward on this playground unless we bring it to a referendum of the voters? So I'd like an answer to that.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, can you answer that? I know you were very helpful in crafting Measure R.
Yes, no, it's the ordinance does not trigger a referendum. The ordinance is just simply a way for anyone who wants to try to challenge a determination to build something in a park can run around and referend that. In other words, gather signatures and try to prevent that from happening. But if that doesn't happen within the requisite time period, which I'm not really sure as I sit here right now what that time period is, but it's a relatively short time period. It's I believe either 30 or 60 days. If the signatures are not gathered within that period of time, then the ordinance becomes effective and the project can go forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to go.
Were the city to try to sell a piece of the park, that would trigger a ballot initiative. Is that correct?
They could only sell via a vote of the people.
But you're saying that to do a major construction on that would not require that. Is that correct?
Yeah, a substantial construction, yeah. In other words, it could trigger a vote if signatures were gathered to referend the ordinance approving the construction, but to actually sell any part of a park, you would have to, in other words, you'd be changing ownership from the public ownership to private ownership at that point. That could only be accomplished after a vote of the people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to say I am so excited about the Magical Bridge all-inclusive playground for Central Park. It's going to be fabulous. And I know there's so many people here in our city that are excited about this. I can't wait for the constructions to start on this project. So is there any other council members? If not, could I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, move.
Second.
Is your motion to approve the action of the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation. I assume that, Councilmember Becker.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any member of the public? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much on that. All right, the next item we have was pulled by Councilmember Becker, and it's P, 3P, action on an agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Americas Inc., JLL, for consulting services for the development, implementation, and operation of comprehensive tourism. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I asked some questions to the city staff, and I feel that they did their diligence and they did their research to provide me the answers. Upon getting my research from the city and also my own private research with from just doing some internet search databasing, I've come up with some information about some of the people who are also on the JLL. Which is Dan Fenton. In 2007, the city of San Jose conducted an audit on Team San Jose that determined Fenton's lack of experience in convention center management that played a role in Team San Jose's failure to meet the financial targets since it took over the city's convention center and downtown theaters. That's a little concerning, as well as some other information that I've dug up, which was, again, the civil grand jury report, which the city fails to hold Team San Jose accountable. That's one concerning issue. Looking further, I read other articles from the San Jose Mercury News that included quotes from then council member Sam Liccardo, who is now the mayor of San Jose, that considered it to be a rolling train wreck. These words, I think, are a little concerning. I think it's beginning to look a little more like wasteful spending. That's why I kind of question the city's need to continue to oversee and micromanage the hospitality community. I mean, we're in a really struggling time right now, and I think for over the 30 years, the city has established a convention center and the Convention Visitors Bureau that up until this recently decisions, we did not need to hire an expensive tourism consultant. I'm looking at no more governance. I'm also looking at the as consulting is needed. We've had 2.5 to 3 years of it and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'd rather see available funds spent on some marketing and some promotion. Reviewing Matt, Stewart's job as the DMO, the CEO. I think managing the organization and creating a structure and tourism strategy with him would be great, because I think Matt deserves to take the lead on this. I'd rather see the city take a step back, let Matt Stewart be responsible for this. Finally, I question the consultant's track record. That's basically what I'm concerned about, is the operating the convention center and other facilities. Mr. Fenton's past record operating a convention center and those other facilities is highly questionable. As I said, I specifically noted the Mercury News articles, and this goes back to all the way to 2007. I mean, we even got one right here that's called "Internal Affairs: More Trouble for Genghis Dan." That concerns me too. Seeing that this was just constantly money being thrown into something and nothing was delivered. I've heard really good things about Mr. Fenton, nothing on his character, just looking at the business perspectives, looking at how we're really in some tough times, and we're trying to basically stop the wasteful spending, tighten the belt a little bit, and help our community a little bit more. And I think, we need to get back where we were in 2015, and when we had the Super Bowl, we had things going for us. I know Mayor Gilmore and many others, you were part of that era where we had some really good years of marketing and Santa Clara was on the map. And I think we need to get back to where we were. And I think seeing what Matt is going to do, I think this is a great option for him. But then again, repeating that those articles on the San Jose Mercury News from 2007, and again, I'm 35 years old, so but that was over 10 years ago, when I was a youngster, that this stuff was coming out, and seeing that, and also seeing the quotes from then Council Member Sam Liccardo, it does cause me to pause for a moment, and it does cause me to think, what can we do better? And I think we need more of a strategic planning, because Santa Clara deserves a lot better. We are the center of what's possible. So that's why I will not be supporting this. And I like to hear what the rest of my colleagues would have to say, because I think we're about transparency, and seeing this record, that concerns me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, I have a question for you. Do you have any issues with JLL's performance for Santa Clara? I know you quoted all these San Jose issues, but they have been working for Santa Clara for a while. Do you have any issues with their performance working for Santa Clara?
I just haven't seen anything really done in the last 3 years. To be honest, I see that right now Santa Clara is kind of in a hole. I mean, yes, we're considering what's happening with COVID and everything, but this has been a problem that's been going on before COVID. And I think seeing that we've been spending this money and consistently spending the money, it just says that I don't think it's something that's working. And I think we're kind of going down the same path that San Jose did. I want to learn from the mistakes of other cities, and I want to prevent the wasteful spending for our residents for the future. That's why reviewing the evidence, reading what staff's responses were, which again, I thank staff for answering those questions. That's why I was really concerned about it. Looking at some of the answers here, I just said, you know what, this is just wasteful, and I can't move forward with spending that kind of money.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Park.
Thank you, Mayor. To answer your question, Madam Mayor, do we see it? I know it was directed to Mr. Becker, but I can answer that from on my own behalf. Like, we have been availing services from JLL since 2017, I think. And I was the one who did not vote for their last amendment. And there was a clear defined contract which were time bound, which were supposed to be finished as per the timeline we gave them, and they did not finish it. And despite not finishing that, instead of punishing the contractor, for that matter JLL, we rewarded him. Hey, okay, you didn't do it, you can finish it, we'll renew your contract. And we renewed that contract. Rather, 2 times we renewed that contract, and those were basically the same clauses. I have the previous contracts with me, and clause by clause, 80% of the same thing what we wanted in the first contract were repeated in second, and basically in the third one. So I don't think JLL performed as per the contract we signed with them, and I didn't vote for that in the past. And keeping in view the current scenario, I think we should give some time to Matt and his team to synergize with convention center and our hotel industry, so that they can find out what the synergy, and they can lay out their plan going forward. And then we should think of how should city be availing services from some expert, and that would be my goal. And on that, like, I see there are in their last contract, there were certain clauses, rather, we were to get some monthly and year end and 6 monthly reports. I want to ask like staff, I'm sorry, I should have sent this question earlier, but if they know about it, as per their last amendment we approved, that under clauses 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, they were supposed to give us a monthly summary of convention center issues. I'm not sure, did they ever comply with those? Are we getting monthly reports from them? Did we get monthly reports from them as per their last contract? That's my first question to them.
Thank you. I think we'll have Deanna, our city manager, jump in before there's a lot of misunderstanding about this contract. So, city manager.
Sure.
Yes, we have reports, and we can certainly get those if the council wants to defer action, take the time to review the reports that we've received as we manage forward. I want to back up a little bit in terms of acknowledging that this award to JLL was done under a competitive RFP procurement process where four consultant services submitted proposals, and JLL, with its broad depth of reach within this industry, was selected. I also want to share that, and I've been very public coming forward on this item, is that the scope and the project has evolved, and largely because when we hired JLL, the council was seeking to boost and support the industry and determine ways of and studies of governance and issues of that. No one could have ever imagined at the time what we were going to find. And I think that what we found, and I have said we had not resourced internally the issues of supporting the convention center and having oversight and making sure that management and policies were in place. And part of that is we don't have the expertise in-house. Most cities do not. And we did not have a contract staff person with respect to providing the connectivity between the convention center, the marketing bureau, the convention tourism bureau, as well as the TID. So in terms of what has JLL delivered, we are all now working together. We staff meets frequently. There's a lot of check-in. This recommendation comes at the support from TID and as well as the DMO. So when we talk about letting Matt have this, a chance at this comes with that support of supporting Matt at the DMO, the TID, and the DMO board in developing a comprehensive tourism strategy. And we wouldn't have gotten to the point of introducing Matt and where we're at with all the cleanup of audit recommendations had we not had the expertise of JLL to provide that support to us, where we're developing policies, our governance structures in place, as well as things that needed to be cleaned up with our financial oversight are cleaned up. I also want to acknowledge that this is paid for as a cost sharing with TID funds. And has been recommended with that structure involved. So in terms of looking forward, I caution that we are in a tough industry. Our hotels and our DMO board members have expressed their concern with seizing the moment and using this time strategically to develop a comprehensive tourism strategy. And it's going to be challenging with COVID, and Matt has no staff. And that's part of what will be before the council going forward. And it's important that we have consultant resources in place to support the DMO, the TID, and Matt and our city staff as we try to develop a comprehensive tourism strategy in the middle of COVID. And so I recognize that this has been multi-years, but each year we've corrected incremental issues that we found. And we're at a point now where we're celebrating our new CEO, and we're all so eager to move forward on how to seize the moment so that when we recover, we are able to grab back all of the financial losses that have already taken place. So I just want to acknowledge that this is not just a city staff recommendation. This comes at the recommendation of the TID advisory board, the DMO board, as well as staff from Spectra and the DMO, our new CEO. Thank you. I don't know if Ruth wants to add anything more. But we can certainly, if you want, we can defer the item and get you the report so that you understand the incremental deliverables.
I think Deanna summed it all up. This is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager, and we do have, I just want to reemphasize, we do have the reports and we can provide those to the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal, anything else?
Yes, I do want to make some comments, Madam Mayor. So I do understand, City Manager Deanna, your perspective that there was a lot of stuff, a lot of scope changed, but I'm going through the contracts, like what is the scope, and I did not see any amendments in the contracts that, okay, we paid this much for this thing and this much. So as a council member who has a fiduciary duty to approve the financial contracts, which are as should be as per the contract, I was not satisfied that, okay, how come we are paying for the same things when these things should have been completed? If the contract was revised and new scope of work was added, I would have said, okay, that's fine. Like, this is a brand new, but if a layman reviews all those amendments, original contract, amendment 1, amendment 2, amendment 3, there was so much overlap on that. And so I'm not sure what was done, because we already paid more than 500K to JLL for their services in the past. And to me, those contracts does not justify paying 500K. And I can go back and look at what you want to present to us. But as of today, looking at what was the performance as per the contract, why the things were delayed, where we should have got the first contract fulfilled, then moved on to second contract with a newer scope of work. So I can't make it out like what we did or what we did not do. So I don't feel comfortable at all with this thing as of today. And I, with all due respect, who have vetted the RFQ for on this thing, I have no bad words for them, because they might have looked at from a different perspective. I am purely looking at it from a perspective of what was in front of me as a contract. Where were those 3 contracts were? And this information which Mr. Councilmember Becker has brought forward, that's again a little bit disturbing to me. And I know I read the report, we did ask for some reference checks from other cities, East Coast cities probably. I don't have the name in front of. I would also like to check with the city of San Jose, what Mr. Becker pointed out, like we should be doing that due diligence also. I want our contractors to be clean, and our contracts to be clean too. Our vendors as well, contractors to be clean, as well as our contracts to be clean. So as of today, I don't feel comfortable supporting this one. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, I also want to talk about this a little bit. So full disclosure, I was a resident back in 2017-18 when I looked into the Santa Clara Convention and Visitors Bureau. I did also talk to Annette Manhart, who was managing the SCCVB at the time, and several other people, members of our organization. When City Manager Santana characterizes Santa Clara as not having people who understand marketing or understand the city assets, I don't quite agree with that. I mean, the Santa Clara Convention and Visitors Bureau was founded almost 50 years ago. I did a lot of research on this, and it was with help from former council members Mann and Gilmore, who were both fathers of little girls at the time. It is a nonprofit organization. I think that that's what people did not seem to understand, which is it was one of the only groups in the city focused on bringing business into Santa Clara as a nonprofit. It was not there to make money. It generates money indirectly through opportunities, economic, bringing people in for overnight stays and income to local businesses. Right. At the same time, we used to have a page dedicated to TOT, the transient occupancy tax, and the tourism improvement districts, and as well as the CFD. At the time, it was very disconcerting to me that the SCCVB, the Convention Bureau, was under attack by City Council to the point that they basically dissolved it before even the audit was complete. As a resident, I was very unhappy about this, but as a resident, I was powerless to do anything about this except speak up in City Council meetings, which I did. It was also very concerning to me that we were doing this during a time that it looked like our TOT, our TID, our CFD were increasing. We had a very sharp decline from fiscal year 2014-15 to fiscal year 2015-16, but it was increasing. And in fiscal year 2017 and 18, we decided to basically kill the Convention Visitors and Visitors Bureau, which left us without a marketing arm that could even maintain the business that we were trying to pursue. That was very unfortunate. That was also largely at the direction of Dan Fenton. Dan Fenton's plan at the time, if I recall correctly, was very similar to the plan that he had brought up with San Jose. And to make a comparison, San Jose had almost 50% more square feet space to use for venues such as Montgomery Theater and Civic Auditorium. It had room night target much higher than ours. And with sales salaries, almost $20,000 higher than our own sales. And in fact, we had reduced our salespeople inside the convention center and visitors bureau from 7 to 2. We had slowly been defunding this, not allowing them to grow and to show you what they could do, because there seemed to be some attack on the Chamber of Commerce, which, to be honest, should have been looked at independently from the Convention and Visitors Bureau. So with the San Jose having so many more benefits, the fact that basically the same plan was put in place for Santa Clara, San Jose, that plan failed miserably. And for Santa Clara to try to attain the same type of success, I don't think it was even possible that people would consider that Santa Clara could do something with half the resources that San Jose had. It does not make sense that we go forward with this until we can see how, with Dan Fenton basically, telling us what to do and managing our taxes generated through bookings, our hotel room nights, from 2018 on, without seeing how those numbers go forward. And if Matt needs staff, I think that there are several people who were put out of work when we basically dissolved the Convention and Visitors Bureau that could possibly help, that have lots of experience in marketing the city, marketing the venues, and have a very deep and very good understanding of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to City Manager and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the intention of the words that I spoke with respect to I was very clear that we did not have the in-house expertise, meaning the city staff. We don't represent, nor can we speak for the nonprofit organization. And in fact, they had a different interest than the city, and that was acknowledged. And I was very clear publicly that the city had fault in this too, and that we did not assign the resources needed to make sure that we were managing, which we are doing now. And so I want to acknowledge that. I also want to just say we're fortunate here in that we do have some staff in-house who were involved in the San Jose request for proposals process that resulted in Team San Jose being selected. And so we certainly can provide foundational information if it's important to the council. I don't want the issues to just fall all on Dan in terms of what went right, what went wrong in Team San Jose. In fact, Nadine Nader was the person who administered the RFP for which Team San Jose was selected. And I know that there was others involved in the city. So we have that foundational expertise in-house, but this is in terms of deliverables, and we can pull up reports. The scope of contract is to provide guidance for the DMO, the TID, and the city staff, obviously. And Mr. Fenton does not have the authority to impose or direct as part of the contract, and that's not been his role. He does bring best practices for what the DMO should consider, as well as what the city staff should consider. And he's even presented us different governance structures when the DMO and the city were putting together governance structures to evaluate and what in terms of what would be the strongest structure going forward based on the goals of the city council. So I know that there's different perspectives. There's obviously the San Jose experience, for which we do have city staff here in-house that were involved that can speak to it. But I was not incorporating the nonprofit organization in my comments, where the city as a whole did have some responsibility with not providing city staff the support, the resources, or even having the in-house expertise. And I didn't want that to be confused with the nonprofit organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will. One of the things I will never forget was in 2017 when I was in the council meeting, and Dan Fenton made his presentation, and it was actually the Honorable Debbie Davis that, as she looked at his presentation, noticed that there was an increase in monies being appropriated to the Chamber of Commerce, which was overseeing the convention center, and said, "Wait a second, why did the number increase?" And it was as a result of that the city then took action and looked into what was happening further, that then caused the contract for the chamber to oversee the convention center, as well as the CVB doing the marketing, to change hands because through an audit that was done, it was uncovered that there was misappropriation of funds. The fiduciary duty of the Chamber of Commerce was not being handled properly, and which caused the change that happened to happen. And I see Mr. Fenton is on the line. I don't know if he would have an opportunity to talk about this, but if not, I would rather move a motion to defer this action to another council meeting so that it can be discussed further, and the contracts as well, because through Mr. Fenton's work, there has been an overhaul, a positive overhaul of the use of the convention center. Spectra has been doing a fantastic job, and it's unfortunate that COVID has interfered with all the good work that's been done, and their collaboration with the hotels, the DMO, and the TID. It's been a phenomenal change over the last couple of years since this misappropriation was discovered and things were able to change. So I would make that motion to defer this action so that it can be discussed further. Thank you.
I would like to second that motion to defer.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to defer. I want to say that JLL has done some really good work for the city, and I know that there's been a difficult transition over the past couple of years, a very difficult transition, and it wasn't, it wasn't Dan Fenton who uncovered the issues with the chamber. It was council members that did, which led to the fact that, as Councilmember Watanabe said, and I know that everybody has their own history of what happened there, but we were actually here, and there was a lot of unorthodox financial or lack of any financial controls between the chamber, and the city, where there was open checkbooks to the general fund and all kinds of things that were discovered. City manager is correct that there were problems on both sides, the lack of oversight on the city side and the just complete lack of record keeping on the chamber side. And the Convention Visitors Bureau is an arm of the chamber. They're not two separate organizations. So just for clarification there. But JLL won the RFP process. I know there was a lot of, I think 84 people companies had inquired, and 4 firms applied. But I think the point of the matter is the transient occupancy tax. For those of you who have mentioned that you're concerned about the fiscal management of the city, which we all are, but when you have to look at this, the transient occupancy taxes is one of our most valuable revenue sources in the city. And if you heard from Mr. Stewart earlier and Mr. Hodges, there's a lot of excitement coming up as in the future with the convention center, the related Santa Clara project, the stadium, all the synergy of everything out there and everything that's happening with the theme park, Great America. There's a lot going on out there. And we do not have, as the city manager said, the in-house staff that has the expertise to deal with this, nor would we. There's no, of course, there's a reason we don't have it because most cities don't have that. But if we're going to manage these assets properly, we have to get professional help. And JLL has given us that professional help. We have currently a very good relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, with the DMO that we helped create, that Fenton helped create, the TID and everything else. We're all now working together with the same goals in mind. So the JLL contracts changed. We went over this a few months ago, but they changed because the scope changed when we discovered the things that we discovered were happening in the mismanagement of money. So of course, everything had to change. You evolve when things change, and that's what our responsibility is as a city council. But I think if we're deferring this information, what we need to do is, if the council in its wisdom decides that JLL is not necessary, that level of expertise is not necessary, then I would like the city staff to bring back what would it cost us for the DMO to provide these services, these same services, themselves. Are they going to hire staff, or how are they going to provide the services? Because it's been clear that we don't have the in-house services with our city staff. So somebody has to provide these services, and to not provide these services is a dereliction of duties. It's extremely irresponsible, because that is a future revenue source for us that we rely on in our general fund, which funds everything from police, fire, roads, libraries, parks. That is a necessary source of funds. So why would we cut off those funds because you're quote unquote trying to save money when we need the expertise to help us? I know, Councilmember Becker, you read all those articles from, that was in the local paper-ish, I don't know, a year ago or 2 years ago. That's not new information. That was already circulated already. But JLL has done, a wonderful job for us. And so we need to know, is it not spending the money now and hiring them? Or is it spending the money with the DMO and let the DMO hire, their own in-house experts? I'm going to just venture a guess. It is probably a pretty good guess that it's going to be a lot more money if the DMO has to hire some expertise, because we don't have it. And we need the expertise. We are sitting on the potential of a tremendous amount of revenue for Santa Clara, especially with the development of Related Santa Clara. That is going to be, something that, and especially the addition of more hotels and other things, we need professionals, and the professionals will pay off. So I'm hoping that city staff, with the motion, that you can let us know, if not JLL, what's the alternate, and what will the alternate cost us? I think that's important. So now I'm going to go back to Councilmember Becker and Park. You still have your hands up. Is that old hands, or are those new hands?
I like to speak.
It's a new hand.
And then we're going to go to the public.
So, okay. So starting off to clear some air here. First, I'm going to say that yes, there was misappropriation of funds. I agree. It should never happen. Glad we did our due diligence of finding that out. It was a fiduciary duty, and just like I have a fiduciary duty with this. At the same time, no offense to former council member Debbie Davis, but she had the quote unquote burn it down to the ground and rebuild it. That was her logic. And I think that was a logic coming from revenge politically, because she was not endorsed by the Chamber of Commerce political PAC in 2012 when she ran for city council, because she felt that this was an owed endorsement. Since then, I think she was on a tirade to take down the chamber and the CVB.
I would ask that you please keep it civil if you won't.
I know.
Not here to-
Okay. So here's the thing. We gave out a bid. You know, we asked for bids, but these were East Coast bids. They were not local bids. They were not people that know the city, that the Bay Area. But seeing this, I keep wondering if we could even get a discount, because thinking about it, currently with bids, I mean, if we put this out for bid again, wouldn't it be a lot lower because of COVID? That is just one thought, and we'll get to that later on after I'm finished here. But looking back at one of these other, and you know, we said, oh, just because it was a couple years stories, we talk about expertise, and this has been 10 years of stories that I have in front of me right now. I mean, I ran out of printer paper just to print all these stories. And that's 10 years of a record. When I see 10 years of a record, I look at quotes like this. And from November 10th, 2007, which quotes, the audit said Dan Fenton, the Team San Jose's CEO, does not have previous experience in the management and operations in similar convention and cultural facilities. The audit further questioned conflicts posed by Fenton's multiple roles. City administrators agreed Team San Jose needed a new CEO. At the same time, Sam Liccardo, who was city council member at the time, said his sources have been telling him that Team San Jose did not meet contractual targets for per person food and beverage sales at the concerts. In the business, this is known as per cap, an important source of revenue. This is reminding me a little bit what Councilmember Chahal just said, which was he didn't meet those contractual targets. I feel they aren't meeting their contractual targets right now. Also, look, same thing from what Sam Liccardo said. He also agreed in that same news article from 2010. He said his sources have been telling him that Team San Jose did not meet the contractual targets for per person food and beverage sales at the concerts. It's a repeated quote from another news story. This is 3 times I've seen the same quote. So seeing this record and seeing, you know, I understand what we're trying to do here, but I'm also trying to have my fiduciary duty of trying to provide a better service for the city of Santa Clara. And I'm just finding better ways to spend our money. And I think this way would be a lot easier and a lot, I think, more transparent. But the thing I'm trying to think of is, are we able to get a discount from Mr. Fenton's, from JLL, mainly because they have not met those contractual agreements? I really think that this is something that, you know, seeing these 10 years of records is just, it makes me really, really concerned. I mean, stacks of paper, it concerns me. And it doesn't make me want to, I mean, this is just my own opinion as a council member, and, you know, I'm voting in a certain way I will vote. And this is what I feel that my residents have voted me for, is tightening the belt, finding the wasteful spending. And that's what I'm doing here. But, you know, hearing my other council members, let's just go to the vote and let's find out what's going to happen. But I think Councilmember Park wants to speak first.
Okay, Councilmember Park, and then I'm going to go to the public, and I'm hoping there's people from the DMO still here. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, and I agree with your concern, with the mayor's concerns about not spending money now to secure future revenue, which, funnily enough, was exactly my concern in 2018 when Council Majority Bloc chose not to renew the CVB contract. You were indeed there in the room, because I remember you being there, because I was there too. I also agree with the mayor's comment that the city needs professional help, but I'm not sure that JLL is in the right business to help in that area, to be honest. Right, the Chamber of Commerce and the Santa Clara Convention and Visitors Bureau were in fact different organizations, but the City Council moving forward in 2018 did not seem to understand what CVB was, which led to a number of, in my opinion, bad decisions. The admission that city staff lacked experience was very clear in those discussions. And those discussions are all on public record, so hopefully people can see them. I do think that if we have people on staff that approved the people that actually were behind the failures in San Jose, that doesn't speak well of those people either. And I'm very concerned about that. I understand that we are not here to talk about Dan Fenton, that there are problems all around. I will also say that it was clear that city staff, lots of people, lots of misunderstandings, city council, which led to that. But unfortunately, the only thing that we're reviewing right now, the only contract under review right now is the JLL contract. So that's the one that I'm going to speak on, right? Otherwise, we can go into a whole bunch of people that maybe we should consider as well. But when we try to characterize everything as we found a lot of misappropriation of money, I want to make very clear that the Chamber of Commerce and it seemed, and I think Councilmember Becker brought it up as well, what seemed to be don't want to say witch hunt, but it was certainly a biased view against the Chamber of Commerce should not have been applied. The same lens should not have been applied to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, yet it was. And I feel that that was an unnecessary victim of the actions that the then council was trying to take against the Chamber of Commerce. And I feel that if we had actually looked at longer term, how do we manage the current business for continuity, not just future business, then maybe we would have had a better outcome. And I am willing to defer this action to see how Dan Fenton and JLL manage the continuity between the fiscal year 2017, 2018, and the following years as a show of their ability to manage our marketing organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Manager, you have some comments?
I do, and I want to clarify again my earlier comments, because I did hear staff being disparaged that were involved in the RFP process in San Jose. My point was only that the media covers one story, as you all have learned, particularly Councilmember Becker and I have had conversations like this. But what was happening behind the scenes and the staff that was supporting the professional process of selecting, there's a set of foundational information that provides perspective, provides the ins and outs. It is not reflective in any way of staff's skills and responsibilities. In fact, you may not know this, and it may not have been shared, but it was Brian who issued the default letter. And so there's information and base setting information that can advise or add to the media articles that you have read, the process for going through the RFP in San Jose, and what were the discussions that help add perspective to the media articles are all available to you to the extent that staff can remember. But it is not a reflection on staff's poor performance or any concerns that you should have now. I just have to say that because I frankly find it unfair to the staff that have to hear that. And it's much better a conversation and express concerns behind the scenes if that's your concerns.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, I just want to clarify that I did have a lot of involvement in the RFP process and the management of Team San Jose in San Jose when I was working there as a deputy city attorney, or as a senior deputy city attorney, excuse me. But I was not involved whatsoever in Santa Clara's process in selecting JLL. And in fact, when I saw Mr. Fenton for the first time here in Santa Clara, I was surprised. I didn't even know that he was working here. So I just want to make it very clear that I was not involved in the selection process here in Santa Clara. I think in terms of this discussion, I think it's really important that we not turn this into an evaluation of Mr. Fenton or JLL in terms of what happened in San Jose. It's really getting way off the topic in terms of whether or not we approve this extension from a Brown Act standpoint, and I'm sure Mr. Fenton was not prepared to speak to this tonight. So, I think it is a wise thing to do to defer this and collect any questions that the council members have, and then give staff an opportunity to fully explain to the rest of the council, anything that they'd like to know about.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. I'd also like to get, when the report is brought back, information and opinions from the Chamber of Commerce, the DMO, the TID, and anybody else that's going to be involved in this, what their opinions are as to you know, the approval of this and the importance of having a professional infrastructure in place. I think that that's what's missing from this conversation right now, because everybody's talking about all kinds of things, but I think we need to hear from our organizations as to, you know, not only what it would cost if they have to do it themselves, but how they envision us moving forward. And as I say that, I see our new DMO Executive Director, Matt Stewart. So I'm going to go to Mr. Stewart right now. Maybe you can weigh in on this. Mr. Stewart, welcome back.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to voice my support for JLL and Dan Fenton as an integral part of the onboarding that I've had over the past 6 weeks. Invaluable experience that JLL adds to this particular initiative. And to be honest, there is so much work to do when setting up a new organization, in essence, a startup. With Dan's background, JLL's expertise in the industry, and certainly well known in our industry with Destinations International, who is a DMO focused entity, with the experience of past issues that have occurred at other areas. Dan's actually been an integral part of me accepting this job, not only from an innovative standpoint in what he sees that's happened in other entities across the country, and what stakeholders, what the community as a whole needs from a DMO in particular, in my case, and what they can provide as a resource. To be honest, it would put an enormous workload on me, having come from the hotel side, in creating what I'm trying to create with Dan's vision, with JLL's vision, which will only benefit the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for weighing in on that. There may be some more questions for you for the future and when we defer this. So
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for weighing in. Appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer this item for more information. Assistant City Clerk. Oh, Councilmember Park, you have something else to say?
Yeah, I had my hand raised, but I think staff lowered it thinking that I had left my hand up. So the first thing is to City Manager Santana's comments. I apologize for any remarks that may have disparaged city staff. It is more to acknowledge that there were lots of mistakes, and the blame is not single-sided. And I do appreciate City Manager's acknowledgement that there is blame in multiple areas. It was not just on one side. That said, I also understand that there are lots of different views on this, and I'm willing to go through this vote and see how the numbers and how the reports and how our understandings of the reports vie out the numbers so that we can make a good decision on this, but it does not seem like we will vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. All right, Chahal, your hand's going up and down, so it's up. Do you want to make some final comments?
Just a final comment, Madam Mayor. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm for deferral on this one. And one thing I would say to my council member, everyone, please go through the contract which I'm referring to, which we signed, which JLL has done the work for us in the past, for which we paid more than $500,000. Please review those contracts in detail before, and whatever information we get from the staff, and then we can make a judicious decision coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's also, yeah, that's great to put the contracts in. And I think it's also important to, so that there's full understanding, because this was something that was vetted. I guess it's been a couple of years already. We should put the executive summary or findings, or even the full audit of the the Chamber of Commerce and the Convention Visitors Bureau so that the council has a full set of information as to why the city council changed course during the middle of what we were trying to do. Because I think that's very important in the context, to take everything in context when you're looking at contract amendments. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, everyone, for our staff. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move now to the next consent calendar item, and that is item 3R. And that was pulled by Councilmember Becker, and that's action on the schematic design of the new public neighborhood park located at 1205 Coleman Avenue with Gateway Crossing. Councilmember Becker, you had a question about this item?
Yes, Mayor, hold on really quick. I'm trying to get my paperwork situated here. All right. So yeah, my question was on that one was about the bathrooms, and staff answered it pretty well in the concern of the bathrooms. On top of that, is this going to be an accessible bathroom for, because I know we're going to have the BART whole thing going on there. We got public transit going on there. I've noticed a lot of people have issues when they go to the Santa Clara train station. There's nowhere to really go to the bathroom. So this is pre-COVID too, you know, and during COVID, a lot of bathrooms are actually being closed. But I'm curious, is there something that they can do? Are any transit riders able to use these bathrooms? Or that's what I was trying to get a little clarification on was, is it only for residents only, or is it able for the public or transit people that are using the train to use the bathroom too?
Okay, city manager or whoever takes this.
So I'll take a stab and then Jim can. This is a public park, and so just following the logic here, as a public park, the public should have access to the public restrooms. But Jim, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But that's just based on the public park nature of it. I'm making that assumption.
Director.
Yes, Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, public restrooms and public parks are available and accessible to all members of the public, regardless of where they're from. That said, oftentimes public parks can get oversubscribed for different uses. So similar to one of the parks out on the north side, where we added a restroom after 20 years of not having a restroom, was just deemed that it was needed in that park. In this particular case at Coleman, yes, it is a public restroom. It'll be access, and it's mainly to provide park patrons, use. There will be some commercial use in the area, and again, private businesses can, limit it to their patrons only. So, for instance, the Tavern on the Green is also expected to have a restroom facility attached to it, and that would probably be for the Tavern on the Green persons and then our users. As far as the BART station, I'm not familiar with it going, what they are or are not going to provide at the transit center.
Thanks, Jim. I mainly it was the and I know probably in the future they're going to put a bathroom in the BART station, but until then, I mean, when I was taking the train for a while, I know a lot of other people taking the train. You get to Santa Clara, or you're trying to get on the train in the morning, and you got to use the bathroom. And you're going, oh no, the only nearest place is either the Starbucks over there on the corner, or is there another option on the other side for people that are going to be coming on the San Jose side to our train station? So I just wanted to know if they had some options because I feel people need a place to go to the bathroom, especially riding transit. Thank you, though. Thank you, City Manager, too.
Agreed. Councilmember Chahal, you have a question? Is your hands up, Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I know one of our residents raised the issue of natural grass versus turf on two of the parks we have on the agenda today. I would like to have a staff response to that so that the resident get a clarification on this one.
Thank you. Director Teixeira?
Sure. We've analyzed and definitely studied the issue of natural grass versus artificial turf, whether it's for ball fields or for resilient surface underneath playground structures. In this particular park, there are two different areas. One of those is a natural grass field, meadow, which is adjacent again to the Tavern on the Green, hence the green. And then there are some other areas like under the playground equipment that does require a resilient surface, impact attenuating surface. So when persons are playing on the playground apparatus, that they don't injure themselves. So one of the ways of making sure that it is fully accessible to all members of the public, whether they have a mobility device or a special need that they are able to transit onto and under and through and access all of the apparatus that are there. And in those situations, yes, we do use artificial turf, and so that is one of the primary reasons. It's to provide universal access. Yes, and to the point that was made in terms of natural turf versus synthetic turf, and whether or not one requires more or less maintenance and or water or cleaning. We have a good extensive experience in Santa Clara, both on sports fields as well as in our parks. And synthetic turf does require maintenance, and natural turf on a very frequent basis, weekly basis, does require water and mowing and maintenance, and cleaning as well if there's too much waste product from geese and other things. So we do have familiarity with that, and I definitely the Parks and Recreation Department understands sustainability as a goal. And so from a life cycle maintenance cost perspective, we want to install the things that, from a life cycle basis aren't going to be costing, residents or, increase our maintenance costs on our facilities. So we do try to take a balanced approach to this. And as better products come online, I'm sure we will be using those as well.
So follow-up question on that. I know you touched the sustainability part of it. From the sustainability point of it, or adding pollutants to the park area or the land. So are we trying to take into every factor so that we minimize the artificial turf? We are only using where we have to, basically, versus not putting it, let's go for artificial turf because it has a low maintenance. That's not the only factor, right?
Correct. That is not the only factor. And where you have intense uses, that's where you may want to consider having something that can stand the abuse, of a lot of people in a small area over a sustained period. So we have previous councils have given us direction. Let's say at Raymond G. Gamma Dog Park, we definitely tried for almost a decade to do natural turf, and that was found to be not sustainable, and caused the park to go down, and for maintenance purposes, and take it out of service. So the synthetic turf is there. We have 2 out of 3 fields, and or 1 out of 3 fields at Youth Soccer Park, and 4 out of 5 fields at the Reed and Grant Street Sports Park, which are synthetic, again, because of the extended use and use in the winter season as well. So that's where we would prioritize that use. And then pretty much in all other park facility areas, we would try to go with turf and with natural habitat. So, whether it's bushes and trees and things like that, where we put mulch, we also look at that. So it's not just turf, not turf, or synthetic versus turf. There's also other areas of parks that we put neither of those for that very reason. And then there's other times when it's just natural, bare earth.
Thank you, Director Jim. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Teixeira, for that description and of what the park is going to look like, and the different surfaces. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be a really lovely park, and I know that Pal is really excited about it as well. I just basically wanted to go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff recommendation on this particular consent item.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Park.
So, and I do hear what they're saying. I'm not going to stop the motion, but is it possible for us to get a list, a comparison of different ways to manage, you know, flooring basically, and comparisons taking into account long-term and short-term management and other effects, meaning this would be for future items. I don't know that I'm going to put it on this, but it's a question I'd like to ask for future.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, did you say flooring? I wanted to make sure. What?
Well, but ground turf, I guess.
Ground turf. Okay. Director of Parks and Recreation, is that something we can get in the future? Because there's a lot of interest in that. So it'd be good to have at least an educational session on the different types of turf.
Yeah.
Certainly.
And
Certainly,
I do,
we can provide that.
yeah, and I do believe that the public, the person in public comment did mention long-term effects such as degradability and the effects on ocean and plastic particles and things like that. So, I would like more than just it lasts this long, but this is what happens when it goes away, or this is what happens when it breaks down.
Right. I assumed you wanted that. That's the kind of detail that we'd like to see. Yeah. I agree. Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Park?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane?
I think before we go to a vote, we need to hear from the public. And
I always do that. So
I just know that there's a motion already. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I see we always go to the public. So Councilmember Jane, is there anything else you'd have to say?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so I no more council questions, comments. Let's see what we have here. First, we have Adam Thompson, followed by Rob Meyer. Adam? Hello?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year. I am a little concerned that this park schematic was put forth to you guys early and on a consent item. As you all are probably aware, there was a huge community outreach and a lot of input for the development itself, and it seems that the park schematic got done without any notification to the greater community. With this being probably the last large multi-acre park grant in the old quad, I think it is extremely important to get community input and ideas prior to proceeding with the design. Every time that we have gone back and gotten the community input, usually the projects become better. And, a large portion of today's meeting was discussing how we get more people to Santa Clara. I mean, parks are one of them. I find myself continually taking my two small children to the Rotary Park down the street from Coleman. And it's sad that I have to leave Santa Clara to go have a good time with my kids at a park where this could be an opportunity to retain people. I think the importance of outdoor spaces has even been exaggerated, by COVID-19. And so making those kind of spaces that are inviting to the community, as well as the new occupants of the development, is really important. And we have been talking to Holland, who is going to be the builder of the first phase, as well as the park. And they have expressed their willingness to delay in order to get the community input, since the park would not be built until after the buildings. So it wouldn't affect the developer. I think the community would really like to have that input, and I think it would become a really great place for everyone. So thank you for listening. Have a good evening.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. I like how you can see my mouth going and nothing's coming out. Anyways, thank you, Adam. I know we'll ask the Parks and Recreation Director to give us a report on that. I thought it went to the Parks Commission, but I don't know about additional outreach. Rob, you're next. Go ahead. You're muted, Rob. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Happy New Year to everybody. Real quick, it's interesting. It's sort of like what Adam said. We're talking about marketing and trying to get the city on the map. And what I continually find is, in terms of design, like this park is a perfect opportunity to create something special. I did a quick review of the design, and yes, we have the boxes, we have specific things in each space, but it lacks a verticality, it lacks an interest in a creative landscape component. You can terrace seating so that you can have outdoor performances is one example. There are other things that you can do to a park to synergize and you know, Adam and I had been very involved with the Gateway Crossing project, and this was a huge negotiating chip as this big park, and yet I wasn't notified that this was going in front of Parks Commission, and that's frustrating, super frustrating. And I wish it was, and I would hope that maybe we can go and revisit this in terms of a design, because as a design professional, to me, it's two-dimensional in verticality, and it's compartmentalized. And that's more checking the boxes in design. It's modern equipment, I get it, but there's another level that things can be taken in the city, and that's going to give us the wow factor. And we don't need marketing then. People will know it and they will come, like the Rotary Park that Adam had mentioned. So I wish this would go back with some noticing and have some community input. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And we may do that. So could I don't see any other public. Can I hear from the Parks Director as to did the developer give any kind of noticing to the community? And I know the Parks Commission weighed in and they're making the recommendation now. Can you talk to us about what happened, or city manager, whoever is available to do that?
Sure, I can take the question. So the process followed similar to what we've done for other new parks that are in new neighborhoods. I do respect the Old Quad's interest. The Old Quad is beyond the distance proximity, usually used for us for community input from neighborhoods as stakeholders, even on existing park facilities, where we usually have a lot of community input for rehabilitation of our existing parks. This new park, again, is part of a new development. There is no existing neighborhood. Also, the Old Quad is in a different council district than this development will be. So respecting the community's interest in it, we do have the ability to look at some additional input on perhaps the playground and perhaps the grass area and some verticality. There are shade structures. There are some colorful elements. There's also an art sculpture, and so those things could probably get additional design input from the community. But generally speaking, the process, the public process and the park approvals, the developer would come to the Parks and Rec, to the city, turn in an application, comes through the Director of Parks and Recreation. We work closely with the developer's landscape architect and design team, making sure that the neighborhood park is going to meet the needs of the new neighborhood residents so that it doesn't burden the rest of the park system. Community parks, again, that would be different because those service the entire community. And so we follow that process. The Parks and Recreation Commission then reviews it in the context of the development agreement sections and the landscape sheets and the project conditions of approval, which when they received it and as it went through that very extensive public process before the application had been reviewed several times, the location of the park changed a couple of times, and also the Tavern on the Green got added as part of that process. So it was a little more fully baked than we would normally get a public park at that point. But there are still some, the ability to do a little bit of additional design on the lawn area, the art sculpture, and perhaps playground equipment.
Thank you, Director. And I think what the difference between this park and other parks, some of the other parks, most of the other parks we had were located in neighborhoods. And I know when you do the noticing for this park, there aren't really many residential units around it because of where it's located, but it doesn't mean that the old quad will not be using it. They will be, besides the people that the new residents that are there, they're going to be the main users of this. So I was going to ask the maker of the motion if she would defer this until there's community outreach into the old quad, since there is time to get some update and engagement about the park, because we do have time. And again, they're going to be, besides the people that live there, the main users of this park. So I think it was Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, no, I would definitely be open to amending the motion, and I appreciate the director's input regarding, changes that could be made, being open to change, and thank you to the public for coming forward and making those recommendations. So I'm happy to move to, let's see, how would you amend the motion?
Defer until there's more community outreach into the old quad.
Okay.
And I think Vice Mayor Hardy, you had the second. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I was just going to say the second would concur with that.
Thank you very much. So we have a new motion and a second on the floor. So hopefully this will pass, so that we can, get the outreach. And thank you to the public for bringing that to us. Councilmember Becker, do you have comments on that? And then followed by Councilmember Chahal. So it's on the motion to defer.
I was actually just going to ask if Councilmember Watanabe was going to be able to change her motion, so it kind of solved the problem. But do we have to motion to close the public hearing before we move forward?
This is a public hearing. It's not a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chahal, followed by Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adam and Rob, for adding that, and I appreciate your participation and giving a feedback, and especially in the case because this park will be used by public, and we really appreciate your feedback. And we have time, and I was of the opinion that we should be taking more public participation into that. And as Director Jim mentioned, we have time and we can do that. So I was going to make that alternate motion, but already on the table. So I just want to appreciate your feedback from the community point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just want to thank Adam and Rob for chiming in. I know that they worked hard to get more affordable housing units at this development, and I think that their input and their expertise will be very valuable to make this project better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Assistant City Clerk, a motion and a second to defer for more public input from the old quad on the park. Roll call vote, please.
Just entering this really quickly in here. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, our next item is item 3S, which is action on the award of purchase orders to Universal Site Services for sweeping services through June 30th, 2025. This is regarding sweeping services, I believe, of the old quad. I have abstained on this issue because my office is in the Franklin Mall. So I'm going to turn this over to Vice Mayor Hardy, if she's ready to run this particular item, and I'm going to sign off here. Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We will look at 3S. Shame on me for my notes. I'm trying to remember, was this Councilmember Becker that pulled this? Or was this Councilmember Jane?
Jane pulled it.
Jane. Okay, thank you, because I heard it come up several times. Councilmember Jane, could you help staff with your concerns?
Yes, on June 9th at a council meeting, I brought this up during public comments, was that we have a maintenance agreement. It's parking district number 122 maintenance district. And I felt that the city spends about $155,000 to maintain uh, cleanup and pruning and other things at this facility, and yet the owners of those buildings are charged only somewhere between $10,000 and $14,000, which means that there's a subsidy of a 15x subsidy to the owners. And what I wanted to know was, is the sweeping, which is another, I think it's $26,000, is that included in that maintenance? Is that an additional subsidy to these private owners of these properties? Or is that included in the 155? And I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are there other places in the city that we have similar subsidies?
That's a good question. I have a bit of an answer, but I will let the city manager. Deanna, would you like to handle that?
Sure. The Downtown Parking Maintenance District does have funds in its budget to cover the Franklin Square sweeping services, but I'm not aware of any other structure for maintenance district in the city that's like this, but I'll see if Craig has any additional comments.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. The city has the two maintenance districts, so one at the Franklin Mall, and then the other, of course, is the Convention Center Maintenance District. Unique about the Franklin Mall is that it was set up as a maintenance district as the city is a property owner there, owns the parking lots and all the walkways, and then the buildings and are privately owned, which the businesses are in. So it's a mix of private and public property. But yes, correctly stated that the cost for this sweeping is included in the maintenance budget that went along with the Franklin Mall Maintenance District.
Thank you, Craig. And if I understand right, that goes clear back to the late 1960s, where the city owns the public land and the owners only own the footprint of their building and the building. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct. That maintenance district dates back to the 60s, and there's been multiple resolutions and some changes to it over the years.
Exactly. Councilmember Jane, does that answer your questions?
Yeah, I believe this is a multi-year contract for the sweeping. My concern is if we were to change the parameters of the maintenance district, how would that affect this multi-year contract?
Yes.
That's for the yeah, go ahead, Craig, please.
Yep. Greg Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yes, if there's any changes, that's made to maintenance schedules, then we'd be able to go in and make the necessary modifications. So we would only be paying for the service in accordance with those changes.
Okay,
Thank
and
you,
then
Director.
This maintenance district agreement is just for 1 year, and when is it? I guess subject to review.
So the maintenance district is reviewed annually. So the Director of Public Works is required to put out a report that defines all the annual costs of the maintenance district, and then levies the assessment against all the business owners. So it is a procedural item that follows really the makeup of that maintenance district and the rules and how it's conducted, which were ultimately approved by City Council.
Okay, that's all I had.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification and that understanding, especially for those of us who didn't live here in the 60s. Do I have a motion from anyone then in favor or opposed to this motion to 3S for the I guess it would be for the mowing services to be so specific.
Motion to move staff recommendation.
Okay, I have I have a motion from Councilmember Watanabe. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second from Councilmember Jane. Do I have any comment from council? And I don't see any. I don't see any hands for public. Then I will call the question. If Nora, if you're ready.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Thank you. That does pass 6 with 1 abstention. Thank you so much. And I'm not certain what the protocol is online to go back and get the mayor. Normally,
I will text her and let her know we're
okay.
back. Thank you.
I don't know if we need a 5-minute. I don't think we do. We haven't been
I
in
see her
session that long.
online. I think she's unmuted.
There we go.
Text her. Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
You didn't give me enough time to eat dinner. Gee, thanks. Okay.
Sorry, I was too efficient.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
You're
All right.
welcome.
The next item we have pulled for consent is your item, Vice Mayor 3V, which is action on the task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion's recommended appointments to the task force vacancy.
Yes, my concern was because we've had this situation also with BPAC, because the members are voting for themselves, but under the what council was given, we're given the names of the people that were recommended. We were given the questions that were asked, but we were not given the applications or even knew who did apply. And that had a concern to me because we're trying to be so open and transparent. And that's why I wanted to know why that was left off. And I possibly will want to defer this until we have seen those.
I believe they sent to us.
We submitted as part of the questions and answers the 6 applications that are before the council this evening. And one of the differences with this task force is that I believe when the council took an action to establish this task force, that the action included that the task force would convene and fill the remaining seats or make their recommendation to the council. I'll depend on Nadine, who has been working with staff on this item, but the task force had the unique task of interviewing the candidates and making those recommendations. And so I believe in the public record. I've seen the reports that we did include the full list of applicants that were interviewed, and it was over several days, as well as information that was available to the task force members to review as part of the interview process. So that information is publicly available, as well as the 6 applications that the task force has put before the council for consideration of the 3 appointments, as well as the list for should a vacancy occur.
So that is on the city website.
Yes, it is in the regular Legistar process where the task force agendas are posted. I'm going to double check while I speak, although sometimes it's hard to do more than one thing at once. So yes, I'm looking at Legistar right now, and the task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion, their packets are included and are posted within the cities, amongst the city's other commissions and committees. And in the packets, there were included the names of the individuals of those that had applied, as well as the supporting documentation for which the task force considered the applicants. So that's all there, and we did provide the information.
I just wondered why that didn't come in the council packet, because I didn't know to go back to other places to find that.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning internally, and that there was some confusion in that the direction that the council had provided with respect to the task force interviewing and making an appointment for council confirmation. Um, I think that when we were putting the information together, that we interpreted that direction as if it was a process of just receiving the names and proceeding, and not necessarily having the same access of information. I think there was a perception that this task force had a little bit more role in appointing than or was unique in how it was structured. And so we had that internal conversation this morning. We've clarified that, and everything is in the packet through the questions and answer process.
That's correct. And moving forward, we will always include these applications.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm really, really happy that we had such a overwhelming response to individuals who wanted to serve on the task force. And I know that, we really wanted, when we created this, to have the council more of a hands-off role in the work of the task force, because I think what the most important part is that the task force get moving now, and that they're seen as very independent, and to really engage our community. And I'm excited that, after tonight, they'll have a full task force and they can start working with the outreach and the community engagement, especially based on, I know Council Member Chahal made some statements earlier, based on what's happening in the world, based on what's happening with the president and the federal government, and just the sentiment of everything that's going on. It's more important than ever to get this task force, fully active and moving. There's a lot for them to look at, and a lot of people in the community that really want to be able to engage with them and testify and be heard by them. So I'm excited that this is going to move ahead. So I wanted to see if there was, I'll go to the council, and then I wanted to see if we had any task force members that were attending, if they'd like to talk about what the interviews were like and experience, and where they see themselves going. But I'll first go to the council. First, we have Councilmember Beckard, followed by Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, I broke up a little bit right there where the final part where Councilmember Hardy was asking about. We're going to move forward and doing that from now on, and having those included with for the application process.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just want to double check on that. But yeah, I'm very excited to hear from this task force, and I hope they're here. But if it's the right time, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, to add to what the comments you added, like to give it more visibility into the community, would it be, I know it's not related to the agenda item directly, but would it be possible to have a monthly or quarterly report from this task force at the council, so that our community knows what's going on and they get more visibility on that? That's my request to the task force, right?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because we want to be, it is a community task force, but we want to be fully informed as to what's happening, so that we're working, right alongside them, but they're independent of us. So no, I agree with that. City Manager, do you have something to say?
Sure. I would suggest quarterly, because the task force meets monthly. And so the ability to provide a progress report would really occur on a quarterly basis, since they are meeting monthly at this time.
All right.
That's fine. That's fine. That's the reason I said logistically, whatever possible. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Becker, do you want to get at least a motion on the floor? Or no?
Yes, I'll motion.
You said you wanted to make a motion.
Yes, I'll make a motion.
And I'd like to second that.
What is the motion? You need to say what your motion is.
Yeah, the recommendation from staff.
Is that your motion, Councilmember Becker?
Yes, sorry about that. I keep breaking up.
Then I will second that.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Okay, do we have anyone from the task force that's here that would like to say
Yes,
anything?
Mayor, we actually do. We have Chair Brown and Vice Chair Datar, I believe.
Okay, be great to hear from both of them if they feel comfortable. Chair Brown?
Yes, good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for having us here tonight. Just wanted to give you a little bit of the insight of the work that the task force has been doing for the past couple of months. We had a great experience getting to meet 31 city residents, hearing their backgrounds, hearing the energy and the passion for seeing the change in the city in regards to programs, in regards to being a good neighbor. It was a long night. We had 2 nights where we were interviewing folks well into the night. And I just want to say thank you to all the applicants. We really felt the love and the energy from the community with folks wanting to be a part of this task force. We have been trying to stick to the tentative timeline that was shared at the city council meeting back in September. Now that we have the recommendation for 3 appointees to the task force and have a full task force, we will be working closely with Police Chief Nikolai and his team and looking into some policies that was outlined in the beginning of the creation of the task force. If anybody on this call, residents, public, council members, our meetings are once a month, second Monday, 7 p.m. online on Zoom. Feel free to join us. Throughout this whole process, we've been keeping everything transparent, open in our meetings. And, you know, if you want to be a part of it, we are actively seeking participation because the community will be pushing the momentum of this task force. The community will drive the task force. And we just want to make that clear that the members are only the medium for creating an environment where the residents, city staff, everyone feels comfortable with being uncomfortable in a sense and diving in with some serious issues. So I just wanted to share that with you all and thank you for having me. And then I'll pass it over to Vice Chair Datar.
Thank you. And thank you for your leadership on this issue. Vice Chair Datar, Neil?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and thank you, Chair Brown. I don't have a lot to add to what Chair Brown said. I think you hit all the major points. What I would say is that I think it's been really great having this 4-member task force to start. But now that we build it out to 7 members, hopefully with Joyce Davis, Dorothy Ma, and Mark Gilley on the team, we will be able to make further progress on issues of police use of force and community relationships. That is the subcommittee that we're hoping to put together to evaluate that issue. Currently, what we have been focusing on is building out our community partnerships, so partnering with local nonprofit organizations, in addition to considering what council referred to us, which was the issue on Columbus Day. We think when we expand it out to 7 people, we'll have more staffing to be able to fulfill the mission of the task force and to really get further into the review process, which will allow us to take the next step, engage the community, and then finally to make recommendations for the council's consideration.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Datar. And we appreciate what you've all done. I know you've put in hours and hours and hours into the task force. I'm really proud of it. And I think we're going to be referring a lot of other things. I know we referred the naming of public facilities to your task force as well. And I know as things come up, it's great to have this community resource for us to help us, engage the public and get feedback so that we can make things better. That's what we're all trying to do, is to take, some real hard looks at ourselves and how we operate and how we govern and how the city governs and the police department and just make things better. So thank you very much for your leadership, your volunteerism, and I know that we're all going to make a difference. So I'm really proud, and I'm glad, Neil, that you mentioned the 3 appointees, potential appointees. And then we also have an eligibility list with 3 other members, Anae Park, Kevin Landis, and Gustavo Rangel. So that's great, because I think that, there's enough work to go around for a lot. So thank you. And we look forward to you, checking in with the full council and the public as well. But I know that we're going to try to advertise and communicate the meeting times and the meeting availability for the public so that people can really get engaged and involved. So we'll do our best to get the communications out to the entire community about the work of the task force and to get them engaged with us. So thank you very much for putting you on the spot right now and calling you on tonight's meeting. So City Attorney Doyle, you have something to say?
Yes, two things. One is I was going to request that Councilmember Becker just restate the motion because all he said was staff recommendation, and I think it's important that the community listening and watching hear the names of the people being appointed. And one other thing I just wanted to congratulate Task Force member Datar. He just recently passed the California bar, and I just wanted to mention that, as well as our staff person, Luis Haro, who is staffing on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. He just passed the California bar, and I think that's an incredible achievement in COVID times in 2020 to have been able to do that, and I just want to congratulate both of them.
Congratulations, Neil. Yay. Woo. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. So Councilmember Becker, it's actually the recommendation of the task force. So would you like to restate your motion?
Yes, sorry about that. Let me pull it up right in front of me right here so I can read it off.
If you don't have it, I do.
There we go, right here.
Okay.
It's so funny when you're clicking all these screens, then one screen disappears and then the other screen pops up. You're like, no. Okay, sorry. All right. So action on the task force of diversity recommendation is 1, appoint Joyce Davis, Mark Gilly, and Dorothy Ma to 3 vacancies on the task force on diversity, equity, inclusion, as recommended by the inaugural task force members, and 2, approve establishment of an eligibility list with Anae Park, I hope I said it right, Kevin Landis, and Gustavo Rangel that will be active for 1 year and used in the event a task force vacancy occurs.
Okay, so motion and Vice Mayor Hardy, you had the second.
I seconded. That was fine. Yes, I just had it ready to read if he didn't.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, your hands up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just thank our task force leaders for all the work that they've done in such a short period of time. I mean, it just seems like yesterday that they came to us with this idea, and they have just progressed so much in such a short period of time, in a time when this is really going to be an important task force and commission and committee to have available to our community, as our world is changing around us all the time. And I just want to also offer my congratulations to Neil. That's so exciting. I know that's a big milestone, and to have crossed and moving forward in your legal career. And also, I just want to say Darius is about to become a daddy here pretty soon too. So there's all kinds of excitement happening in these young men's leaders' lives. So congratulations to you both, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Yes, we love babies, Darius. We really, really do. So congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to appoint the members of the task force. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park. You're muted, Councilmember.
Yes.
There we go. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you.
No, I'm
Congratulations.
connection. Yeah, it's a yes. I may have connection problems. It's very slow connection.
All right, congratulations to the new appointees to the task force and the those on the eligibility list, and we look forward to working with you and to hearing from you. So congratulations. All right, moving on now, we have a member of the public that pulled an item. Ken Kratz pulled 3F, which was item 3F, which is action on appointment of members to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Mr. Kratz, I think you're with us. Here you go.
Yes. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Ken Kratz. I am currently a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Please do not seat new members to the BPAC until you resolve the voting issue my wife, Diane Harrison, and I recently brought to your attention. The problem is the city attorney representative mentioned, quote, common law, close quote, does not allow spouses serving concurrently on a committee. The attorney was not specific as to what common law was violated. An attorney I contacted said the city attorney needs to cite the specific law that states that married couples cannot serve concurrently. I cannot find that membership restriction in city documents. The only restriction to serve on the BPAC committee is that a member must live or work in the city. The city attorney's statement was made immediately before the recent election of members to the BPAC. Upon hearing that statement, the BPAC chairperson restricted the voting rights of the married couple during the election process and completely changed the BPAC's long-time voting process. These voting changes and the attorney's statements affected the outcome of the election and thereby possibly violated our city's code of ethics. I request that you require the city attorney representative retract those statements and the BPAC be allowed to hold a new election or follow Diane Harrison's recommendations she mentioned to you earlier this evening. If the city council feels there is merit in prohibiting spouses from serving concurrently, I request that you create a written policy that applies to all city boards, commissions, and committees, so the policy is applied fairly. I also request that you require annual disclosure statements be submitted by all members and those seeking appointment to committees prior to elections, so they may be reviewed by the public. The city of Richmond, California requires financial disclosure statements be submitted not only by civil servants, but also by members of boards, commissions, and committees. As you develop a new policy, I think you will need to address additional circumstances, such as related and unrelated people living in the same household or neighborhood, as well as people working for and members of the same business or social or political organization. Please do not seat the new members to the BPAC until you resolve this election issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hardy, you're on the BPAC. Do you have anything to say on this?
Yes, yes, I do. There is a misunderstanding because
yeah, go ahead.
Because BPAC is unusual in that you vote for your own members. And usually what happens is the city council interviews and appoints. So I talked with the city attorney over this concern, and they gave me very specific and clear instructions. And I see that Brian Doyle has raised his hand. So I tried to follow those recommendations and even loosened it up as much as I possibly could based on what our assistant city attorney said. And I feel that Mr. Krantz was not happy with the outcome, and instead of just the process. That's my worry, but I would love to hear from our council, from Brian Doyle.
Okay, thank you very much. City Attorney?
Yes, I'll share my screen. This is the memo that Assistant City Attorney Kaya Arellano wrote at council's request regarding what actually happened at the meeting. Mr. Arellano clearly stated that it was not based on, let me get to the beginning of it, sorry about this. He clearly states, contrary to Mr. Kraft's assertion, his statement did not address the question of spouses serving simultaneously on a committee. So that needs to be made very clear. That was not what he was saying. He was talking about the interview process. And if we go to the end of the discussion, he did not in fact conclude that there was a common law conflict. In fact, he said there probably, strictly legally speaking, a court may not find that there's a common law conflict. What he was talking about was whether it was appropriate for Mr. Kratz to be interviewing other applicants and making a selection of whether to appoint other applicants when he himself was an applicant. So it's the whole idea of, should somebody be interviewing people who they are in competition with for a recommendation? And by the same token, he said it's not appropriate for his wife to be interviewing him, because that expresses a personal bias, which is recognized as a possible, it certainly is possibly the appearance of a conflict. So this is the advice that he gave. After he gave this advice, I looked at the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics, and I asked him to add to his memo that even though he did not so advise the BPAC, Section 1C of the Santa Clara Code of Ethics, which applies to ethics and values, which applies to task force members or the BPAC, it says, I make impartial decisions free of bribes, unlawful gifts, narrow political interests, and financial or other personal interests that may impair my independence of judgment or action. So even if strictly under state law, there was this perception that other personal interests might impair to one looking at the process, the independence of judgment regarding whether or not a spouse should make a recommendation about whether their spouse should be recommended to the council for appointment. So that's the essence of our advice, and it's still up to the council as to whether or not they want to appoint the people that the BPAC has recommended to be on the BPAC, or they can choose not to do that at this point and adopt some other process for the BPAC to make appointments. So if there's any questions,
Vice Mayor, did you have any comments on that?
Yes, I did. And this was exactly what happened. It was over the voting. I was also told by the assistant city attorney that where we had a secret vote before, we could not do that. It should be an open vote. And so I asked Mr. Krantz's wife, Diane, because I had been told
Vice Mayor, did I lose you? Vice
It
Mayor?
looks like we've lost her.
Karen, we've lost you.
Internet went out for a minute.
Okay, go ahead. Can you repeat?
Yeah, what I did, and I apologize, I have no control over the internet sometimes, most times. So what I did say is I was told that either Ken's wife, Diane, should recuse herself completely. But what I did tell her is I would approve as the chair of this to allow you to vote. We each had 2 votes because we had two positions open. I said, I would like you to still listen to the interviews and vote and still have a vote, but you cannot vote for your husband. And that's how I handled that.
Okay. So do you have a recommended motion on this item?
I would like to recommend that we do approve what the BPAC, but also I'm working with the governance committee to clarify so we don't have problems down the road.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor, can I again request the maker of the motion to read the names being appointed?
Oh, yes, of course. Let me bring those up. The vote, I don't want to misspeak them. Let me bring them up. Okay, yes. The motion is to approve the appointment of Lloyd Cha, CHA, and Aisha Varshnari, I think it's to serve each 3-year terms on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Okay, and is that all right with the second?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I know there was some concern raised on this issue, and I want to ask City Attorney, did we convey everything to the Diane and Ken about why, about the details of the memorandum we placed before the council today? Are they aware of it, or are there's room to discuss with them to clarify these things before we go further?
I don't know whether they have received a copy of this or not.
So I would recommend that because they have certain doubts, and we have prepared this memorandum and they don't even have a copy of it.
I didn't say they didn't. I said I don't know whether they do or not.
Okay.
We could ask them.
So I would like to find out if they had this copy of memorandum and they given an opportunity to discuss about this issue, what they raised and what the city council has raised, so that they have a fair idea of what's going on. Basically, is Mr. Ken there, or Miss Diane there? If they can answer that question.
I will call when the council's finished.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Park.
Yes, my concern is, do all the parties involved have the information necessary to, I guess, be satisfaction is the wrong type of thing, but to understand the actions going forward? Otherwise, would there be a problem with waiting until staff or somebody's had a chance to go over the motions with Mr. Kratz and Ms. Harrison before approving the vote? I mean, in the worst case, you could just revote, but at least wait until we've had proper time to ensure that they've been noticed.
Mayor, may I just?
Yes, go ahead, City Attorney.
So I believe my assistant city attorney who works here that this is exactly what he told them at the time of the meeting. So they were apprised at the meeting of everything that's in this memo, except for the additional, unless they received the memo, they may not be aware of the additional fact that I asked to be added to the memo, which is the reference to the city ethical standards. So I think that would be the only bit of information that they were not apprised of if they did not receive the memo. But if they received the memo, then they had that as well.
I will confirm that the assistant city attorney was very, very clear and explained this to the entire committee before the voting occurred. And I explained how I was going to handle the voting based on the legal opinion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Park, does that answer your question?
I think that does it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to the public now. Diane. Diane, you're up. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, there's so much wrong with this. First of all, my husband's last name is Kratz, not Krantz. The secret ballots can be done, and I talked to Marshall about how it could be done. I have been going to these meetings since the mid 2000s and about 2005, and we have had the same election procedure for all that time. Basically, every member gets to vote, and they get to vote for themselves, just like in national elections and city elections. You can vote for yourself, you can vote for your spouse. That's something that is in the city, is in the nation, is in everywhere. And we've also always had a secret ballot. We've also always had, or at least since shortly after I started, we've had ranked choice voting. All of that was dumped by Karen. Ken was primarily upset about the process, not the results. No, we did not get the memorandum. Another objectionable thing that Karen did was she shut down dissent. I was in the middle of a sentence and she basically told Marshall to mute us all. And frankly, I think the motive for this whole process was that we are interested in selecting our own chair. And that word got to Karen, and she doesn't want us to select our own chair because there's a good chance we might not select her. And I frankly think that that's the basic motive for this whole process, that she's trying to, and I figure I've got a target on my back at this point as well. So that's my statement, and I don't know what else to say. I'm just really upset about this.
Thank you. Ken, you're next. Ken?
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, yeah. We did not get that memo. No, we did not. I would like to discuss this with anyone that wants to listen. The attorney, the council, and the other members of the BPAC. They should have been informed of what common law was being violated. And this is the first I've heard that it's somewhat related to our ethics standards. And I need time to look at that. And I'm sad to hear that they're so uninformed of what actually happened at that meeting. I would like them to postpone voting on this tonight. I want to take a look at that memo, and I want to be able to respond to it. And I would also probably like that memo circulated to the BPAC so they can take a look at what is supposed to occur at these meetings so we can all discuss it. In fact, I'd like to have that discussion at a BPAC meeting as part of their regular agenda, and I be seated until we get this straightened out. I'm very upset about this, and especially how this process has gone on, and especially tonight with the city attorney obviously doesn't know what's going out through his office. It's very important that we have proper representation in our committees, and I think we're being singled out in this particular committee. And I think we need some citywide policies, and let's get started on this. This is sorely lacking through the whole city. As I mentioned earlier, the city of Richmond has disclosure statements. And if you want to add social relationships to it, fine, but make that a policy citywide, make it for all boards, committees, and commissions so we can look at this and hash it out instead of picking on one committee at a time. This is the wrong way to go about it. I thought we were a transparent city and we're doing things in little pieces here and there. It's not fair. So that's what I have to say, and I'm ticked.
All right, thank you. I just want to thank Vice Mayor Hardy for her representation of the City Council on the BPAC committee. I know it's very challenging. There's a lot of issues, and you've spent hours and hours and hours doing that. Vice Mayor, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to those public comments if you want to. Otherwise, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Well, I appreciate that. I will say that the entire meeting is recorded. If anyone would like to watch it, it was very long, but that was closer to the beginning. Well, about the middle. And it was about my getting advice from the city attorney's office over correct voting procedure, because people were voting for themselves, and it was a secret vote, and I was told that this was not the way to handle it, and it was explained to me over the law, and how that needed to change. And because I wanted all the BPAC members to understand that, that's why we had the presentation from the city attorney's office. And he was very, very clear and allowed people to understand what the law was. And that's how it was handled. And I tried to do that very carefully. I didn't know how the vote would turn out. I had no control over except my own vote. That was it.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Councilmember Park, followed by Councilmember Watanabe.
I guess my question is, did the presentation occur? Did we change the method of voting at the same meeting that we took the vote?
Do you need me to answer that?
Well, anyone who can answer that, I guess.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Hardy, if you're able to answer that.
Yes, it was changed and we had to explain why, because legally what had been done in the past was the city attorney's office could not support legally. And that was the concern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but there was no like adoption time or anything like that. It was just, this is the presentation, we're changing the voting method, and now we're voting.
Well, if it's not legal, then yeah.
Yeah, that was my concern, because I found out that it wasn't legal from the city attorney's office, so I had to change it before the voting could occur correctly.
Okay, city attorney, do you want to opine in on this?
Yeah, I just want to, I just want to point out that this is a very unique situation where this particular committee, which I've had a tremendous amount of trouble figuring out how council created this committee, and how they seem to have adopted their own rules for how they recommend a list of people to the council for appointment. This, again, they're not appointing people, they're recommending people to the council to appoint. And I definitely, I actually agree with Mr. Kratz that this should go probably to the governance committee to review in general, how this committee has operated in terms of making its own rules and making making recommendations for appointment. It seems uniquely strange to me that the planning commission doesn't recommend who they're going to vote for each other. And the point of changing how votes happen, I just need to remind the council that the council itself changes how they do appointments, even at the same meeting. And they've done that numerous times throughout. So it's definitely within the power of a recommending body to change how they want to vote without offending any notions of due process. But in terms of this, again, it's up to the council. You can defer. You can refer this to the governance committee. But in terms of Mr. Kratz continuing to serve, his term has indeed expired. So I don't know if that would be something that would happen if you wanted to defer this or not. I think you'd have to at least figure that one out before you moved on, if you did not want to make the new appointments today.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park, do you still have questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem deferring this until after it's had a chance to go to the governance committee, as the city attorney suggests. If anybody wants to make a change to the motion.
Okay, well, let's see what happens. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to express support for Vice Mayor Hardy, and the BPAC committee is a unique committee, and in long meetings, but I know, I mean, from listening to her, she did her due diligence to make sure that this process was done correctly. She spoke to the attorneys, the city attorneys, had them present, make a presentation. I mean, I don't think you can do any more than that. And in terms of wanting to be open and transparent. So it seems like she laid the foundation to make sure this process was done effectively. And so I'm happy to continue moving this forward. I agree with the city attorney that if we need to bring this to governance and maybe explore it further going forward, I agree with that. But in terms of approving the motion tonight, I support it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's see where that goes from there. Councilmember Chahal. Did you have a comment, Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Looking at the situation, I know I understand contention from Vice Mayor Hardy, and also looking at the Mr. Ken and Diane, like there were certain things which were changed on the spot. So, and I know Mr. Ken already sent email. I don't know. I think we did get some information, some communication from them in this regard earlier too. And I'm of the opinion that he should have been given an opportunity to discuss with the city attorney, especially the memo which was sent. So in the interest of clarifying everything with everybody and not to make it contentious, I would say, why don't we give some time to Mr. Ken and Diane to discuss with the city attorney's office and come up with an amicable solution. And I, at the same time, I did not appreciate Ms. Diane's comments that this was done because of chair election of Vice Mayor Hardy. I do not found it good to comment that. Like, I know we are dealing with the process, and I'm all for looking at the process from as an outside person, independent person, and we should give a due course of thinking about it. So I would request Vice Mayor Hardy to make a motion to defer it, and so that both the parties have enough clarification from each other. And going forward, for long-term interest of not only for BPAC, for all our commissions, it's always advisable that we have a clear-cut guidelines which we can circulate among all our commissions and committees, and we don't come into this type of situation. So that's my comment, and that's my request, that let's defer it till the time both the parties can discuss the memo as well as their own request. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I've attended many BPAC meetings, and I know that Diane and Ken are very, very dedicated bicycle advocates and members of the community. I think that it's unfair that they did not get the copy of the memo. I think by deferring this doesn't really hamper the effectiveness of the BPAC. Both of them can continue to attend the meetings and provide input. I think it's clear to me that there are governance policies are lacking, and I would like to defer this so that we can clarify some of those governance issues.
Okay, so if the council is not willing to appoint the new members, how does that work with the membership of the BPAC going forward? Because taking this to governance, just being realistic, taking it to governance, doing, the historical nature of trying to figure out why this committee functions the way it does with secret voting and other things, it's going to take a little bit of time. So, what is Vice Mayor Hardy said that the city attorney's office explained everything at the BPAC meeting. So I don't know what the expectation is that there will be any sort of different sentiments after a memo is read when it was fully discussed at the meeting. So how does it affect the BPAC going forward? Because it will probably take a few months to go through governance and get back to the council with recommended changes, being realistic. So who can answer that? I don't know if it's Vice Mayor or.
Yes, it would be. So what the BPAC has 9 members, that would take us down to 7 members.
Okay.
Because one member did not request to be reconsidered. And one, Ken's seat was up. His term is over, as the attorney said, that is up. So that would take us down to 7 members.
Okay.
And we would need, I've already sent out, we would need to then contact the people who were supposed to be appointed tonight and let them know they weren't, if that is the concern. But I will tell you, anyone can watch the video. It was all recorded, and we were really, really clear, and everyone on the committee was clear with the concerns of the legal, and then the vote went the way it would. I had no control over that other than my own personal vote.
Can I ask you, Vice Mayor, do you think that the situation will change once Ken and Diane get the memo that everyone's talking about?
No, I don't. That's what's confusing me, because it doesn't change. That's exactly what the assistant city attorney explained to the BPAC that night. That's exactly what was done.
Okay, so, all right, thank you for that clarification. City attorney?
No, I just wanted to point out one thing that I can't remember who said it, but in terms of the change of stopping the practice of having secret ballots, that's just simply application of California law. You cannot have secret ballots. I can give the code section, but that was a change that actually had to be adopted that night. So, again, I definitely believe there's a lot of merit to, no matter what the council does tonight, there's a lot of merit to reviewing how boards and commissions operate at the governance committee. And so we're more than willing to participate in that at the city attorney's office and assist with getting a little bit better governance for these committees.
Oh, I agree. And I think that's going to take a little bit of time. So that's fine. Let's try to see what happens with this motion. If not, then we'll defer it, I guess, indefinitely, and have no appointment. So we have a motion on the floor, which is the recommendation to appoint the 2 members, and it was seconded. So let's go Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
I'll abstain.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
I will also abstain.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Motion passes with 2 abstentions. I can see that, thank you very much. I can see we have 2 abstentions. And I just want to point out that it's been our practice on the city council that people vote unless they have some kind of a financial conflict of interest. that we don't abstain on difficult issues because we don't feel like voting. So I hate to see, maybe you can do that legally, but I hate to see that become a practice on our city council. I know that there's a lot of things I would not like to vote on because it's difficult, but I feel like I'm an elected representative of the people and they expect me to vote one way or another unless I have a conflict of interest. So I know this is going to be a new thing going forward by some members of the city council. I'm just saying that I really wish this wouldn't become a practice of this city council, that whatever issues come forward, that you vote, because that's what people voted for you, so that you would vote on the issues representing the people. And you may have every right to abstain for whatever reason you want. I'm just giving you my opinion that you were elected to come here to make decisions, however difficult they are. So I'm sure all these hands are going up now. I get it. But I wanted to say that I would really expect you to vote on all issues unless you have a financial conflict of interest. So, okay, here we go. Councilmember Chahal, Becker, and Park. Go ahead.
I think, Madam Mayor, you did receive the memo which I received, which I requested, probably about abstaining. It was pointed out that there is a legal provision. We have to explain the voting for why we are abstaining. So when you are coming to a point that, oh, you have to vote, I take strong objection to it. If I'm believing in something like, hey, I believing both sides of the aspects where I should be voting for, it's my personal vote and it's your personal vote. Tomorrow I'll ask, I can't ask you, why did you vote yes or no on that? Because that's your personal vote. And to challenge somebody's abstain vote, there is a provision. We have a yes, no, abstain. This is defined votes. Unless we are doing something illegal, you can still point out, yeah, this is illegal. You need to do that. And I don't agree to your comments that you have to vote. If I'm torn up on a particular issue, I will abstain, period. And I have requested, I have deliberated on the item, and I could not make up my mind whether I should vote yes or no from my head and heart and from my conscience. So I'll abstain, as simple as that. And I think that's what my other colleagues might be thinking of who abstain, but that's my fundamental right and fundamental democratic process. If there is no abstain vote in the council, yes, of course, then I'll vote yes or no. Either, again, let's change the governance committee and say there's no abstain vote in the governance, in the council. I'll adhere to your practice. I'll say yes or no. But if there is a provision, legal provision, you can abstain. I don't appreciate you challenging that vote on this aspect. Those are my comments. Thank you.
First of all, I didn't challenge it. I said that you may have the legal right to do it. I think it's wrong. And I have a right to my opinion.
And
that I think it's wrong. I think people should vote and not make it a practice of doing that, because you were all involved in the deliberations and saying you're going to do this or you're going to do that, and then at the end of the day you abstain. I just think it's wrong. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. All right, Councilmember Beck.
Madam Mayor, let me respond to that. I have been on council for 2 years. Go count how many abstain vote I made. Okay.
I don't think any.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't make it up. If you're saying as if we have a practice, I have made it a practice of making this way.
I said I hope it doesn't become a practice. That's what I said.
And I'm saying even I did not, and it still anybody can make an abstain vote. That's my point.
Councilmember Becker, followed by Park.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just for a little bit of clarification here. I didn't want to see any of these members be delayed on getting appointed, mainly because I know how it feels when I was trying to get appointed to the Planning Commission. We had Councilmember Caserta resign, and it punted the ball down the road, and it becomes very long term, and some people just don't want to, be on there. So I felt we needed to get those people on there. But can we go and do some governance just to clarify, to clean up what Ken and Diane are talking about? Because I really want them to feel that they're not being left out, but we want to do some follow through and continuing through on that. Will we be able to do that so then we satisfy their needs?
Yes, Councilmember Becker, I believe, I'm trying to test my own memory, but I believe that the BPAC was already referred to governance because of the unusual nature of the committee. And I think it was referred by Vice Mayor Hardy because of the unusual nature of the committee and the fact that the origins of how it started and how it operates are a little bit vague or a lot vague. And I think it was already referred, so I think it's an item. So yes, to answer your question, absolutely, we'll bring it up in governance.
I just don't want them to feel like they're being forgotten, that I don't want to hold these people up, because I know what it feels like to be held up when you really want to get a role like that. And I really want to give them that chance. But at the same time, I do want to, I didn't want to abstain or anything. I don't want to go through that path. I wanted to make sure that people had a opportunity, especially Ken and Diane, to discuss these issues. And I'm always open door to speak those issues too with Diane and Ken.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Park.
So I do agree with Councilmember Chahal, which is we did receive a memo about abstentions, and I do believe it was in our legal right, and I believe it was the correct process to abstain where we feel we had to abstain. I do think that it is a little inappropriate and somewhat grandstanding to, as mayor, insert your opinions after a vote that would even look like they would disparage the people who made a vote that you did not agree with. I think that was not a very good look, at least from. I have full confidence in Vice Mayor Hardy. I have full confidence in the BPAC and our committees and our commissions. I also have full confidence in Mr. Kratz and Ms. Harrison. But I did not see the motion that I would prefer to see, which was just a delay to go over the process. Whether the votes changed or not, that was not my concern. But at the same time, I could not see myself saying no, and the BPAC itself, board. So that's the whole purpose for this. It's not any weak will or weak mind that caused this, but this is how I felt. And I really think that rather than complain about the way that people voted or predict or try to predict the future of how people vote, in other cases, that we understand, accept the votes and move on. It looks like the motion passed. And I don't understand why you have such misgivings when you voted for the pass and it did pass. Thank you.
It's not, I just want to say I have a right to my opinion, just like I listen all night long to all your opinions on everything. I have the same right. So I wanted to make that clear. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I want to support your comments because you made very valid points. We are all elected here to represent our constituents and now our districts, and our constituents are expecting us to take, whether they like it or not. We talk to our residents, we talk to our constituents, we know what they want, and we vote based on those decisions, what we hear from the public. So, if you're not going to take a position on something, that sends a message to your constituents. I would also like to add in that there was a very important vote that an elected didn't take a position on in the last couple of months, and they abstained from the vote, and it hurt them. It probably hurt their election as a result because they didn't take a position. So your people want to hear from you. They want to know where you stand. So I totally get where you're coming from, Mayor. And it's, as you said, we're elected to take positions, whether the people are going to like it or not. It is our responsibility. It's our fiduciary duty to take a position. Thank you.
Thank you. But they have a legal right not to. And I think that's their point, and I get it. I just don't agree with it. Councilmember Park, do you have another comment, or did you not put your hand down?
No, and I do. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but when you say that, well, you listen to our opinions, and that's why you should be able to give your opinion. I understand that too. But also, as the person that is chairing the meeting, you can insert, and you do insert your opinions in between every single, well, in between uh, uh, people who are raising their hand to make a point, respond to things that other people have said that you don't have to raise your hand to respond to. And I think that that's the other issue, which is if we are allowed our vote, you can complain about it, you can talk about it, you can talk about it outside the meeting, but to complain about it during, after a vote, that doesn't seem like it's a good thing to do. If you want to have a discussion about this, that's a good time to do it. An admonishment, and I think an undeserved admonishment.
All right. Thank you very much.
Examples of people abstaining and hurting them in their political careers, but to deny our right to vote in the manner that we feel is appropriate.
All right, Councilmember Kahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also say that, like, because it was an inappropriate timing. This was not on agenda. Like your opinion, you are well within your opinion if we are talking about an agenda item. But this opinion was not on agenda today. So, and that's why I didn't like it. And I think this was inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry you all feel that way. It's the way I feel, and I don't want to see this happen in the future. And I know it will, because you have every right to do it. So we're not going to just belabor the point. You get where I'm coming from. So next, we're going to move on to the regular agenda. We're finished with the consent calendar. We have item number 4, action on fiscal year 2019-20 budget year-end report and approve the related budget amendments. City Manager.
Trying to get myself off of mute. So we have a presentation today, and Ken is going to lead the presentation. Ken?
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and appreciate the opportunity to present to you regarding the closeout of fiscal year 2019-2020, and Happy New Year, everybody. So the item before you is a technical one. It includes about 90 pages of budget amendments, and so I'll talk through this presentation, some of the items in it. By way of agenda, a short agenda here, a review of our year-end results, including some of the impacts from COVID-19, a summary of recommended adjustments, and our next steps from where we go from here. From an overview perspective, fiscal year 2019-20 ended with strong performance prior to COVID-19, and the impact from the pandemic, at least from a budgetary economic perspective, impacted the last 4 months of 2019-20, and as you know, continues into this fiscal year. The primary impacts from the pandemic have been to our hotel taxes, our transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and some of the fees that support our programs, primarily in the parks department. And then I just want to note that the financial impact on the city is more significant than what was assumed in this year's budget. So later on in the presentation, I'll talk about the timeline, and we'll need to bring forward some rebalancing actions for the current fiscal year. The report, as I began this presentation, I just want to point out that it's the work of many hours of our budget division, and wanted to acknowledge their hard work. Almost 90 pages of transactions to close out the prior fiscal year. 3 years ago, this report was about 5 pages. So in an effort to increase transparency, it includes all the performance of our city budgeted funds, as well as the transactions to roll over the budget from one year to the next. The report includes a summary of our general fund and other funds as well, including reconciling items in the general fund. And then the attachment A, or number 1, includes an itemization of 1920 budget amendments to reflect ratifications for those limited expenditure overages, as are detailed in that attachment. And then a very detailed itemization of 2021 budgets, including reconciliation of all our capital projects and a carryover of some of those dollars. A reconciliation of our donations and grants through June 30th of the fiscal year, and then the fund balances associated with every budgeted fund. From a general fund perspective, revenues ended the year below the budget by approximately $10.9 million. I'll highlight those revenue impacts in my next slide. Expenditures were below budget by $14.8 million. Very quickly, as the pandemic occurred, we did institute cost saving measures, including a hiring freeze, travel and training freeze, and some restrictions on vehicle and technology expenditure. So those efforts served prudent from a fiscal perspective, and so some of those savings helped to offset those revenue reductions. In the building reserve and advanced planning reserve, continued strong development activity in those areas. And so there's an adjustment of approximately $5 million to those reserves, as those fees that are collected are restricted for those activities. A return of capital project savings to the extent that there are projects in the general fund that were completed and closed out. There's a return of those funds to the capital project reserve, bringing that to about $5.4 million. A net impact to the budget stabilization reserve of $3.6 million. That's significantly less than what we had forecasted in April. So because of many of those controls that were put in place, we were able to offset a good portion of the estimated impact from COVID. And then typically at this point in time, we recommend surplus funds for the pension trust and to replenish the capital projects reserve. That's because we did not end with surplus funds. That's not included in the report today. To walk you through the budget timeline, we adopted the 1920 budget as a balanced budget, as we're required to do by law, very quickly in April. About 3 or 4 weeks into the pandemic, we forecasted a $10 million shortfall, with the thought that the pandemic shutdown would last several months, and we would return to normal business practices. And as we all know, that's lasted much longer. So I'll talk about some of those impacts in a couple of slides. And then we actually ended the year about $3.6 million impact to the budget stabilization reserve, a net of all the actions recommended in the report. And just for a reference, the color coding there shows that we balanced the difference there, the $6.4 million, with one-time solutions that'll carry over into the next fiscal year until we solve that shortfall. From a revenue perspective, I mentioned revenues were below budget by $10.9 million, lower revenue performance from sales tax and TOT tax. On the bright side, on the positive side, we did have stronger performance for property tax, our licenses and permits related to the building program, revenues from other agencies, and then the interest earnings prior to COVID-19. And then that last bullet, as the council had approved previously through a budget amendment, lower stadium rent from the prior year. In terms of key revenue performance, I want to highlight the rows in red, the sales tax. and transient occupancy tax, and do a comparison here from a trend analysis. 18-19, that first column there represents the last full year pre-COVID that the city had. Strong performance, property tax 58.4, sales tax that was slightly higher than that, TOT at 22.5, and then our contribution in lieu from SVP topping out the top 4 revenue performers for the general fund. 1920, with the 4 months of COVID, our sales tax dropped to $55.3 million, and our hotel tax dropped to $16 million. That third column there shows the July 1 budget for this year. And with our prolonged pandemic, our projections show that sales tax will continue to reflect the decline from reduced restaurant activity, car dealership, and retail, impacting sales tax. And then from a TOT perspective, 3.6 million is our latest projection. Through November, we were down almost 90%, so very, very steep drop off from TOTs. As we look ahead, we'll be updating our 10-year forecasts for some of these numbers. Sometimes I'm asked in terms of internet sales tax, if that's, because people are at home and they're shopping, if that's able to offset the decline in sales tax. And I just wanted to put some of the numbers there that internet sales tax is a small portion of our overall sales tax. And for the third quarter, we had receipts of $3 million. That's up 13.5% from the prior year. This was reduced because of the way internet sales tax are distributed through the county based on retail sales. And so because of an agreement San Jose had, the county was actually up 25%, and all the other jurisdictions other than San Jose was up only a percentage of that. On the expense side, overall, in the general fund, we had almost $15 million in savings due to the hiring slowdown that we implemented. Salaries and benefits generated about $4.3 million in savings. Supplies, services, and materials generated about $6.2 million in savings, and then capital outlay 4.4 million, the bulk of which is related to a housing project that would be carried over to the next fiscal year. I wanted to provide a summary of select reserves, and the numbers provided here are based on the June 30th, 1920 balance. And so the BSR, with the actions in the report, were able to offset the $3.6 million impact to the BSR with some benefit assessment district funding that the council had approved in October to move to the general fund. So on a net perspective, the BSR is through this report actually increases by 0.2 million. I mentioned the increase to the capital projects reserve there based on the closeout of CIP projects, the contributions to the building reserve. The pension trust, the contribution there is primarily reflective of investment and interest earnings, as well as contributions from non-general fund sources. And then so in total, just the select reserves here, still healthy balances, around $312 million in total. So the recommendation before you includes adjustments to the 1920 budget based on appropriations that exceeded the budget, a handful or a number of 2021 budget adjustments to close out city projects, a true up of revenues and appropriations to reflect activity levels, and then throughout all the city funds, because the budget is developed in May and it's based on estimates, when we close out the year, we true up those fund balances based on actual activity. In the general fund, those adjustments include fund balance reconciliations, reserve reconciliations for building, some of the carryovers related to the housing loan I mentioned, true ups for all our CIP projects in our special revenue funds, carryover of of expenses. We have specific funds for donations and grants that we true up based on year-end activity and carry those funds forward. And so to sum up, our recommendation here tonight is to note and file the fiscal year 1920 budget year-end report, approve the 1920 budget amendments to address budget ratifications, approve the fiscal year 2021 budget amendments that are included in the packet. And I also wanted to highlight from here, the action tonight is to close out 1920. We still have a lot of work ahead of us as far as the budget and COVID-19 impacts. I will be presenting to the City Council in early February as part of the Council Priority Setting Retreat, an update to our 10-year general fund forecast. After that, we'll get some feedback from the Council. We'll bring forward actions to rebalance the current fiscal year 2021 later in February, and that'll help us inform the development of the 2-year budget in May, the fiscal year 21, 22, and 22, 23 for council deliberation. So from here to May, a lot of work from the budget division, along with all our departments to help address the issues from COVID-19. That concludes my report, and happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, for that excellent report. I'm going to start with our council questions, and first we have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, Ken, thank you for all of the details and the excellent report. It seems the impression that I took away was that we did take a hit from sales tax and TOT, but we actually reduced our expenses substantially. And it looks like we didn't draw from our budget stabilization reserve as much as we had originally expected. So my question there is, are we now down to 20%? Or are we at 15%? Where are we at? And if we decided we wanted to draw down more of our stabilization reserve, what can we do in terms of trying to retain staff, because it's so important to keep staff from leaving the city, and also to help our small businesses and things like that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. And let me first start off in response to your characterization of or categorization of how we're able to end the year in the red but not touch the budget stabilization reserve. You're right, because of impacts to sales tax and TOT, very quickly the controls that we put in place on the expense side was very, very instrumental to helping us end the year about $3.6 million in the red. You know, in our department, we try to get creative. We turn every stone literally in terms of finding money. And so we brought forward an action to the City Council in October for assessment district dollars that were on the books since the 1960s through the 1980s. And so this action before you today recognizes that effort and offsets in totality the impact from COVID-19, including the savings measures that you had mentioned. With regards to looking ahead, currently the reserves, at least the July 1 budget for 2021, the council approved a reduction to the budget stabilization reserve from 25% to 20%. So that's where it currently sits. Based on how long this pandemic has occurred, in September, we did a look at the forecast, and we're looking at it again this month. The numbers this year are worse, and so we will bring forward a recommended package of proposals to the board for consideration later in February as part of my forecast update. You know, our goal here is really two-pronged, is to use the reserves where we have them and deal with some of the structural deficit caused by COVID-19 through some of the ongoing measures. And in comment to your question about saving jobs and saving employees because of the investment to bring them on, you know, the goal of one of the goals of balancing the budget is to prevent layoffs to the extent possible. And so that's one of the key things we keep in mind as we go through the proposals. We'll have to look at what that looks like in terms of where the positions and or proposals end up to rebalance the budget, and then looking ahead and what that means from a jobs perspective. But our value and our goal here when we're going through this exercise is to prevent layoffs to the extent possible.
I want to add to get to your question, Councilmember Jane, is we will be recommending that we bring down the budget stabilization reserve another 5% as part of the next council actions that the council considers for the current fiscal year. We will also be presenting, and we're working on it as we speak, a multi-year budget strategy to address the ongoing deficits, recognizing that the economy is going to eventually recover with the vaccine, as well as the challenges that we face with once we let our in-house talent go, it's very hard to get the staff back. And so your sentiments are well reflected in our multi-year strategy that we will be presenting for the budget priority setting session. The budget for the budget at the priority setting session, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, I do want to say that I want to thank Deanna Santana, our wonderful city manager, and Ken. Your leadership, your foresight has made such a difference. Our city's in such a better position. Now, that didn't stop me from, I don't drink, so I had to eat a lot of ice cream to get through this, I will admit it. And I know next year's, this coming up budget's going to be even more heartburn, but I appreciate what you have done and the forethought and going under every stone. Remember that 3 million they found for us? That was amazing. So I recognize what a difference. And so I'm willing to make a motion to note and file the budget report for 1920, to approve the 1920 budget amendments to address the necessary budget ramifications, and to approve the 2021 budget amendments set forth in Amendment 2.
Second.
Attachment 2, sorry.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a Vice Mayor Hardy and a second by Councilmember Watanabe. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next, we have Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, just to clarify, if you can repeat it about the, are we doing any more small business relief in this budget?
This is the closeout for last fiscal year. And so the council's action today is just to close the fiscal year 2019 through 2020 for last June. And so we will be able to have that conversation at the priority setting session. But at this point, any dollars for businesses would have to come from the budget stabilization fund, from which we are already proposing to draw down for. We have been getting information out about the recent $500 million, I believe, that the state is making available for small business relief, as well as other information and resources. But that a drawdown, if the council wants to have that conversation, could take place in the priority setting session.
Okay, good. And I'll save some of my other questions for that priority setting session. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Ken and City Manager. I know this could have been worse, but and the planning at the right time brought us to only deficit of 3.6 million. That's commendable, and how we did that. But I just want to point out some of the highlights, basically, or I would put my comments. I know I have been asking this question several times, and you already responded to that about the internet tax, sales tax. So I also heard that overall growth was 25%, but we only got 13.5%. So is there a formula they are using which we can challenge? Like, how does that go? Like, why are we getting only raise of 13.5% out of the total 25% raise which county got? So that's my first question, basically. If
Thank you for the question, Councilman Chahal. And so if I could go into a little bit of detail of how internet sales is dispersed, it's collected through the state, and then the county distributes it based on retail sales tax. So to the extent your percentage of retail sales tax in the county is indicative of what you're going to get from an internet sales tax perspective. And so in San Jose, there was an agreement that that city had with a very large online retailer that would um, deposit those sales tax from internet sales, because that firm is located in San Jose. That's allowable. And so the base for San Jose grew in terms of retail sales tax, and so that distribution gets skewed based on that base. And so because internet sales tax was up 25% from a year-to-year perspective or comparison, our city only has a 13.5% because the base for San Jose as a percentage of our county grew through that deal.
okay, so is there a way we can? I know there's a skewed calculation and our perspective. Basically, I'm trying to represent city of Santa Clara. I should get the same share of 25%. So is there a methodology or a way we can challenge that so that whosoever CDTFA or San Jose County Tax Department can review this thing, or what would be the process, if you know?
From my knowledge, it's very difficult to challenge. I know that early on from internet sales tax, there were deals made, at least for those that had presence in different states, from some of the very large online retailers. And so I know it's a practice that has been allowed to the extent that those retailers have presence either within the state or within the jurisdiction. I would have to get back to you in terms of our ability to challenge that. I think it would be limited, but I don't know 100% offhand. So I'd have to get back to you in terms of our ability to lobby that. I do want to also mention that we do have a consultant from a sales tax perspective that that lobbies and pursues both state and federal. They both follow the bills that come through, and on behalf of Santa Clara, they do lobby it. But I'd have to kind of talk to our consultant just to see from a perspective right now what we could do. But I think it might be limited.
No, thank you for that. And sales tax being one of the top revenue source for us, I would see we should pursue something and lobby for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate it. Now, coming back to some of the numbers I noted, basically. So long-term concerns are what I've noted when we are noting and filing this thing. So I noted that retirement liability, so we have reserves of $28 million versus unfunded liability of 554. So that is pretty like substantial liability as per the reserves we have right now. So that's one concern I have. But at the same time, I don't want to be that why should I have more concern versus others? So do you know by any chance what where the other cities lie? Like we have 5.4% of our total unfunded liability as reserves. Do you know what our neighboring cities like Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Milpitas, Palo Alto, where they lie on this one, basically?
As far as pension trust reserves, I assume that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Different cities have different are at different places with that. Some cities have had it longer than others, and so I know 3 years ago when I was in Sunnyvale, I helped establish the trust. So they're just starting out saving from a trust perspective. So we've had it much longer than they have. Other cities, to the extent they have more conservative fiscal policies in terms of contributing to that reserve. Like Palo Alto, I think, has built a very sizable balance. And then other smaller cities around us, I think, are just starting the conversation. I followed our California finance officers kind of blog here, and there are still many cities that are just starting to address the issue of having a separate reserve for the pension liability. So they're in various states. I'd say our city has had the reserve for probably on more established than many of the other neighboring cities around us.
Oh, okay. Okay. I would like to see the numbers and how we can well manage that unfunded liability, because that's a more than $500 million liability. So going long term, I would like to see what best we can do on that front, basically. And I know council member Anthony asked about the small business assistance program. So I know we also have a emergency rental assistance program. Do you know all the funds we allocated to rental assistance have been distributed by our outside consultant, or what is left on those? Or you can get back to me later on, but I just wanted to see how much has been disbursed out of it, basically.
I don't have that specific information. I'll have to get back to you on the rental assistance balance.
Okay. Okay. On a good note, I'm expecting that soon we should be getting some stimulus money to balance our 2020-2021 budget, and so that we can have our budget stabilization back to probably $80 million, hopefully, from 58. So that I'm expecting that. Okay. With that, and thank you again for your report.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, for this report, and Deanna and the staff for all your hard work in putting this together. I just have a couple of just questions, because I did support the motion, but I just wanted to know, as we move forward, do we anticipate that there will be more one-time solutions that will help us with the budget as we move forward?
Great question, Councilman Member Watanabe. We're looking for everything possible to help us with the budget. We're monitoring from the federal level through our lobbyists the stimulus monies. As I half joked about turning every stone, we're looking, at everything we can do to kind of find one-time dollars to mitigate some of that impact. So that's part of our strategy, and looking ahead, we'll scrub our capital projects in terms of dollars and see where we can find one-time dollars to help support balancing the budget looking ahead.
Great. And I was really happy to see that the strong property tax revenue. I know that definitely helped a lot. And I know it was a concern, as like going back 6-9 months ago when COVID first was impacting the communities in the county. So really happy to see that was very helpful. I have a question. The pension trust, it's about $23 million. I couldn't remember the total.
On the slide, yes, on the slide, it's roughly $29 million. So
okay.
On slide 10.
Great. Well, the question I have is just basically, is that the pension trust fund that was started in 2016? Was it around 2016? I can't recall.
It was, and the first deposit, I believe, was in 2017.
Exactly. It was $5 million. Yes, because I remember we approved that.
You have a good memory.
Good. Well, better. And so I'm really happy to see that in that short period of time that, we've been able to put that amount of money into the pension trust fund, and hopefully it'll keep building. But that's quite an accomplishment in a short period of time. So thank you for that clarification. So just finally, I just want to thank, Ken, Deanna, the staff again, I mean, this presentation just shows, I mean, how our city has been fiscally responsible during these unprecedented times, and that really we should be proud of our city staff and accomplishments in these truly unprecedented times. So thank you so much for this report, and look forward just to continuing to just continue in the same direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I also want to echo that I want to thank the staff and Ken and Deanna and everyone involved. There were some tough decisions that had to be made and some tough cuts to make, but it looks like we're hopefully going to come out of this well because we prepared for this, and we prepared with the budget stabilization reserve and everything else, and really good strategic planning. So I know that we are going to we're far better off than many of our neighbors, and hopefully we'll be able to weather the storm here. But I think this really highlights the importance of our revenue sources in the city. Some that are so important, like Councilmember Watanabe mentioned, property tax. Property tax is important to us. Sales tax obviously is important. We've taken a hit on that. And the transient occupancy tax that we talked about earlier tonight, we are down 84% in our transient occupancy tax. So it's so important going from 22 million down to 3 million. It's so important to get these revenue sources back up as soon as possible. So I just want to thank the staff. Thanks, Ken, for this excellent report. Thank you, City Manager, and everyone else, all the department heads, for tightening the belt and making sure that not only that we don't lay people off, which I think is what people were talking about this evening, but that we don't reduce the services to our community. And that's, I think, the most important thing for me is that, and it should be for our council, that we don't reduce the services that our community expects from their city. That's so important. So I see that we have, do we have any public members? That I don't see any hands, but Assistant City Clerk, are there any public members that want to make any statements? If
I
not,
don't see any, Mayor.
okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Motion by Vice Mayor Hardy, second by Councilmember Watanabe, to approve all the actions in the staff recommendation, including the note and file 1920 budget year-end report. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker. Sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, staff, for that report. All right, next we have action on the consideration of the nomination of the Pomeroy Green townhouses at the northeast corner of Pomeroy Avenue and Benton Street to the National Register of Historic Places. I don't know who's going to make this presentation. City Manager?
Yeah, we're going to have Andrew make the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, with the presentation for this item. What we have here is an opportunity for the City Council to weigh in on the proposed nomination of the Pomeroy Green townhouses for the National Register of Historic Places. So this is actually not a city process. This is we had a community member, Mr. Ken Kratz, who submitted the application for the National Register. And it's a process administered by the State Historical Resources Commission. And as part of their process, they give local jurisdictions an opportunity to provide input. So with that, I'll walk through what the proposal is and give a little bit more background. Next slide, please. So the site, the Pomeroy Green townhouses, is located in the city of Santa Clara at the northeast corner of Pomeroy Avenue and Benton Street. You can see the outline of the property here on the aerial photo. Next slide, please. And the development was made by Joseph Eichler. Townhouse project, as noted in the information provided by Mr. Kratz. It's fairly unique to have an Eichler development that was townhomes. He's known well for the single family homes that were developed in this area. And so this is somewhat unique to be a townhouse type development. It's composed of 17 buildings, 78 two-story townhouses are distributed throughout those 17 buildings, and there's a clubhouse structure, and it was completed in 1963. The next slide, please. So the process, as mentioned, was begun when the site was nominated to the National Register of Historic Places by Mr. Kratz. And then the State Historical Resources Commission is the one that actually conducts the review of that application. And as part of their review, they refer it to the local jurisdiction. There's an opportunity for appropriate agency, in this case, the Historical Landmarks Commission, as well as the City Council, to submit a report to the state, either in support or opposition to the nomination. And the Historical and Landmarks Commission conducted the hearing on October 1st and considered the proposal and made a recommendation to support the nomination. Next slide, please. These are the criteria that are listed for the National Register. As you can see, the criteria include that the property is associated with events that have made a significant contribution to history. It's associated with lives of persons significant in our past. It can embody distinctive characteristics of type, period, method of construction, architecture, and so forth. Or the last one is related to sort of the prehistory, archaeological finds, and so forth. Next slide. So in the application that was submitted by Mr. Kratz, he specifically referred to two criterion. One is that it would fall as a cluster development, and the second is in the areas of architecture and landscape architecture. Next, please. So the National Register says that for it to qualify, the property should possess a significant concentration, linkage, or continuity of sites, building structures, or objects unite historically or aesthetically by plan or physical development. And this is for it being a district. And that it must be a definable geographic area that can be distinguished from surrounding properties by changes such as density, scale, type, age, style of sites, buildings, structures, and objects, or by document differences in patterns of historical development or association. So those are the criteria that the council could consider as well. Next slide, please. At the Historical and Landmarks Commission hearing, there were 10 public comment letters that were submitted in advance in support of the nomination. 5 community members spoke at the hearing in support. And the Historical Landmarks Commission reviewed the application materials that were provided by Mr. Kratz, and they recommended approval of Pomeroy Green to the National Register of Historic Places to the City Council. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the commission relied upon the application materials submitted by Mr. Kratz. They did not have a separate report prepared by a qualified historical expert. As part of that process, that is something that's referenced in the state's procedures. However, it was not done. During the hearing, the issue was also raised about the possibility of having the property listed entering into a Mills Act contract. The Mills Act contract reduces property tax obligations in exchange for a commitment to make improvements to the property to preserve its historical character. So there was a question asked if the city would do that. That would really require a separate process where there would have to be an application to the city to enter into a Mills Act contract. And it would also require that the city conduct its own separate process to consider listing the property on the city's historical resources inventory. So just want to clarify too, that if it is listed on the national, if the outcome of this is that it is listed as a national historic resource, it does not automatically result in it being listed locally. Next slide, please. So just some considerations as well. If it is approved to be on the National Register Historic Sites as a district, that would not change the general plan or the zoning of the property or adjacent properties in the city. It would have some impacts, though, in that future modifications of the property would be required to conform to the Secretary of Interior standards for modifications to historic structures. So if it is listed, if owner of one of the units comes in to make some changes that would affect the exterior, that would, the city would use those criteria to review it. And also relevant future development projects on nearby properties would be required to consider potential effects on the historic significance of Pomeroy Green as a historic district. Next slide, please. Some additional considerations, just a note that different criterion procedures are used by the state, the nation, and locally in terms of listing historic structures. Each body is able to adopt its own criteria. And we're really just looking at the national listing criteria here. As mentioned earlier, listing of one level does not automatically result in listing at other levels. The subject site is not currently listed on the city's historic resource inventory, and that would require a separate application process. And the city's historic preservation ordinance does not apply to the property unless it is added to the city's historic resource inventory. Next slide, please. Some additional consideration for the council, and just to note that this type of development is considered mid-century modern, sort of based on the era in which it was developed and the identifiable architectural style that it has. The city has not in the past, by precedent, considered mid-century modern structures to be historic for the city's own historical resources inventory. So we've not previously listed this type of structure. We do not have the benefit of a report prepared by a qualified historian, which is something that we would normally have if the city were to conduct its own review and consideration of potentially listing the property. If there was in the future a Mills Act application, we would have to go through a separate analysis as well of the fiscal implications of that. And so while the HLC did not prepare a report, as referenced in the SHRC process, it was still is our opinion that we can forward a recommendation to the state. The city will go ahead and forward the HLC recommendation. And in addition, we can forward the city council's recommendation, whatever that may be. Next slide, please. So there are really two alternatives that we are identifying for the city council to consider. Basically, one is to support the nomination and recommend approval of it, and the other is to not support it, recommend denial of the nomination. And so with that concludes the staff presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I think we do have questions. We're going to start with Councilmember Jane.
This seems like it might be a situation where Mr. Kratz has a presentation. I know previously we've had applicants give 10-minute presentations. I don't know, does he have one? But I do have questions.
If you have questions for the staff, now's the time to ask the questions.
Okay, the first is, I know we got a number of letters of support. Did we get any letters of opposition, or did anyone show up at the meetings to oppose this? And then, we're kind of looking at this situation of providing a Mills Act for the whole 78 unit complex. And I know we generally do like 10 Mills Acts per year. Would that go over 7 years, or would that be just one Mills Act to cover all 78, and then do each individual unit have to come up with their own 10-year maintenance plan? And then my third question is, these look like they're soft stories in design. Are they earthquake resistant? I know Mr. Kratz had actually come to the CAC talking about soft story developments. Do you feel that they are susceptible to significant earthquake damage? Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, would you be prepared to answer those?
Sure, yes. So as noted, we did receive comment letters. The city did receive comment letters in support of the proposal. I'm not aware of any letters received or public speakers who have spoken against the proposal. Regarding the Mills Act questions, I think, that I just want to emphasize that that's kind of outside the scope of what was here, and it was included in the presentation just to report out on the discussion that was had at the HLC. And so it would really be necessary to explore that issue of how we would approach it in terms of ownership and so forth. If there was an application, we would then look into that, and it could get a little complicated, as you can imagine. But I don't know the answer at this point, but it's not really part of the current proposal. So we would follow up if there was such an application. We would certainly be prepared to answer that. And then the last question about soft story structures. I mean, as Mayor saying, these are wood frame. Normally, when we talk about that, it has to do with the sort of the open garage, which you do see in the illustration. There's not been any kind of structural evaluation done, and I wouldn't really be in a position to comment on that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I'm probably the most aware of this because I served on the HLC, and it was my position. I pushed very hard to the council at that time to up the Mills Act from the limit of 5 per year up to 10. But I also had the same concern of a shared situation. How would something be handled separately? But what I want to know from staff, why was the city historian or historic expert not consulted? I'm a little surprised about that. And if this was granted, this is out of our hands, it goes to the national. Would the owners then be subject to the state historic building code? Because this, I happen to know you have to be 50 years old for this to be even considered. So this is barely within the purview of that. Most of the historic situations are 75 years or more, but it's just, you have to be 50 years. And the reality is we have a lot of tract housing in Santa Clara that would hit that criteria. I understand it's over the architecture, and that is different in the fact that it's townhouses, but the biggest question is the city historian or some historic expert. Do we know why that was not done? Maybe I'll have to ask the applicant. And would they then be subject to the state historic building code?
All right, so yeah, the city's normal process, if someone is requesting to have a property designated, is the proposer, the applicant would be the one that would engage the historical expert to prepare a report. So that, the city doesn't generally prepare those reports on its own. Yeah, that is a fair question to the applicant. In terms of the building code, I mentioned quickly perhaps that the design issues are subject to the state, the Secretary of the Interior standards, which talk to how to do additions or modifications of historic buildings so as not to change harm the historic character. And then there are allowances in the building code for designated historic structures to allow modifications in a way that maybe if there was a strict application of the current code would significantly alter the historic character, right? There's some sort of flexibility provided there. So that's more is seen as a benefit to the property that they can take advantage of. And so some of that could come into effect, if someone was trying to make changes. But first they would have, anything that affects the exterior would have to be reviewed against the Secretary of Interior standards to make sure that they're in keeping with the historic character. And just to expand on that a little bit too, what those say is that, in the case you are doing an addition, there's other challenges here where an addition is unlikely, but additions are meant not to mimic, but to be distinct from the historic structure, generally, but compatible. So that's kind of the approach that's outlined in those standards.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I grew up knowing these places. I used to always go to the parks nearby there. I actually had a roommate that lived in one, not a roommate, classmate that actually lived in one of these places. And, I think they're kind of like a little treasure. I think they're a little, not as what you think on the outside, but once you get in, there's a lot of space and it's pretty spacious. I hear a lot of the concerns that Councilmember Hardy had. But I do feel that, we're in that era right now where a lot of what we built probably, 20 years ago, 50 years ago is now going to be significantly historical. I see that in a lot of our buildings here recently. I see that, we're a new generation that's going to start seeing different things historically. And I see this as a very historical significance. I once again, I think it's it's as I'm trying to look at the note here, which said, 1963. I mean, that to me, and also it's the Joseph Eichler's. I think that's more of a historical significance. That's why, if it's appropriate, before we go talk to the public, I would like to make a motion when appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the report. And I have some question, like, as you mentioned that the State Historic Resource Commission does require a qualified historic expert report. Is that right?
I think that there's room for the city to provide our recommendations. They just say a report. The normal process would be to have it prepared by someone who is a historian, but in this case we can forward, which is essentially a recommendation to the state. That's the alternative that we provided to the councils, that we go ahead and make a recommendation without sort of attaching a separate report to it.
Oh, okay. So that's not a condition on the applicant, basically. The applicant doesn't have to provide basically that a qualified historic expert report. Is that correct?
It's not a requirement of the, I don't believe it's a requirement of the state's process. And, in this case, it's just a referral from the state asking us if we want to provide input. So, and they use the word report, but we can go ahead and provide our input.
Yeah, only reason I'm asking, if the state requires that from the applicant, then it would have been beneficial for us as a council to dwell on it and know, oh, okay, what does the expert say on this topic? That's the only reason I'm asking, if they really wanted to. Okay. My next question is, I know you mentioned it does not apply to the zoning code. That doesn't change, and our general plan zoning, nothing changes. But at the same time, the state historical code start applying once it gets into that registry, right? So how will that impact this neighborhood as well as the close by neighborhood? Let's say I have a house right to next, single family house right to next to this, and if it gets to historic, would I be deterred? We will, as per the code, will I not be able to make a second story house? So what are the consequences to the neighborhood if this gets into the national registry, basically?
So for a nearby or adjacent property that goes through some kind of discretionary permit with the city. So yeah, if you own an adjacent single family house and you were proposing to add a second story, which under the city's ordinance requires a single-family house review, a design review through a planning permit process, then as part of that review process, the city would do an environmental analysis, including the potential for environmental impacts on that historic resource as a result of the house addition. So there would be an analysis done. It's not to say that you could or couldn't add a second story. That would be something, it would just be evaluated if the proposal, and this would be a situation where a historical expert may be required then as part of the process to submit a report and tell us as part of your application to add the second story whether or not that's likely to have an impact on the historic resource. And then, if there was an approval granted with the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA review process, that's the main point of potential litigation. So, if someone disagreed with the outcome of the process, there's an opportunity for a lawsuit around that potentially. So there's a little bit of, there's a little bit of added risk there, potential process as well, additional process to go through as a result of the listing.
Okay. So that raises my next question. So did we identify the properties which would be impacted if this come into national registry? And my next question would be, did we do outreach with them? What is their opinion? Like, what do they think? What would they be okay with the restriction being imposed them, or maybe they don't even know that? But did we do any outreach? This will be impacting your property rights going forward if this gets on the national registry.
Notices were sent to neighboring properties within 300 feet, which does most likely capture anything that would be impacted in the way we just discussed. So there was a notice provided to those property owners that there was a proposal to list this property.
Yeah, so one thing is just providing the notice, because most people would not think that, hey, if this happens, these are the consequences. Like, I'm asking proactively, did we try to do outreach and tell them, hey, if this happens, these will be your zoning. This is how your zoning will be applied to you.
We had some constraints here in that the state gives us a fairly short window of time in which to respond to their referral. And additionally, we're just really conducting a city process, not an applicant that might, if we had an applicant working with us, they might have conducted a community meeting and so forth. But in this case, we didn't really have the time and resources to do that. So we relied upon the notices being sent out as means of notifying the public and the property owners.
So that one of my concerns, like I don't know whether we were able to educate or whether we were able to involve our residents. So that's one of my concerns. Okay. And my next question, I know that maybe to the applicant, the board, this property is being run by an elected board. So were they taken into confidence on behalf of all the residents, hey, we are trying to do this thing, or this is just I know there were some emails in support of it, but was there any discussion about involving the elected board who manages the property in this context? As far as your knowledge, I can ask the applicant later on.
Yeah. So yeah, I would not know, other than that we did send notices to the the property owners of record and within the development as well. But any conversations that were had with the board, I would defer to the applicant.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, and I do not see the HLC minutes on our report. Do you think what they just recommended in a short mail, or there was a discussion at HLC? What transpired basically?
Yeah. I mean, there was a discussion that's really summarized in our report, just that they took the testimony and they expressed support for the nomination. And then there was also the discussions about the Mills Act and the separate process that would have to go through the city to do that.
Okay. And my next question is, if it goes to the National Registry, so all the houses will come under historical houses and they will not be able to make any changes as per the state or as per the city also, right? That will.
So if this townhouse development is listed, then the townhouses are designated as a historic district. And so any proposed changes to the townhouses would be reviewed for consistency with the guidelines. It's not to say you can't make changes, but as part of the city's review process, we would be required to look at that. And then really for the adjacent parcels, they're not listed, properties are not listed, but just because they're adjacent to a historic resource, the city's review process has to include an evaluation to see if changes, new development there would impact the historic resource.
Right. And my other question will be a corollary to this thing. Like we know different tracts of houses, like El Camino tract of houses in Santa Clara, which are even older than this one. Let's say tomorrow a neighborhood comes with that tract. Hey, we want to designate our houses as a national registry. Would they fall under that? I know you are not a historical expert, but I will try to ask that question anyway.
Yeah, so there could be an application process for anyone. I mean, the age is a criteria, but it's not the only criteria by any means. And certainly looking at the the architectural character, as mentioned, sometimes structures are listed purely because something happened there, right? The classic, George Washington slept here kind of listing, but if it's very distinctive in style of it's reminiscent of the architectural style of a particular period or something like that, those are the kinds of evaluations you'll see from a qualified historian. Is they'll sort of do a point scoring system where they'll say it has this type of features, and based on that, it scores this many points in terms of how representative it is of a particular architectural style. So I would say that's really the most common thing that's looked at for listings is really the architectural quality, character of the structure, not necessarily age is less important.
Okay, thank you. I would look forward to applicants' presentation and may have follow-up questions. Thank you, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you have comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of provide a little bit more information for Councilmember Chahal. I don't know if, and perhaps Mr. Kratz can tell us when he speaks, but I believe this is an element of the litigation between Mr. Kratz's challenge to an adjacent property's. The council approved I can't remember how many unit. I think it was a 4-unit development, kind of near this, on the grounds that there was it could affect the I don't know, the historical nature of this. I don't remember the exact elements of the lawsuit, and I believe that the CEQA finding by the city was found sufficient, but that is being appealed. And so I do believe there are elements of this process that may affect the outcome of that controversy between the two property owners. But again, I don't have that information right now today, but we can bring that back to the council if they're interested in that information.
Thank you, City Attorney. And that was my question. Like we are just talking, you mentioned just one property, and I'm more concerned about the other adjacent properties which might be impacted with the similar ruling, basically. That's the reason I was asking that question. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to council members who haven't spoken yet. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Andrew, for the report. And City Attorney, yeah, you just address something that I was wondering about as well. Let me ask you, the CEQA, you said that the CEQA is being appealed. Who is the CEQA being appealed by? Can you?
I think Mr. Kratz is appealing it, but he could tell us more about it. I don't want to put him on the spot though, talking about litigation either.
Yeah.
But I just wanted the council to just be aware that there is a CEQA appeal involving this property and adjacent property. Just to have full knowledge of some of the things going on around here.
Okay, and then I just have one more question. Did the applicant apply for historical approval about 2 years ago? I remember when this came before the council in the past, and I recall that there was a question about historical approval, and so what was there a follow through on that?
My recollection is that Mr. Kratz was planning on making this application, but again, maybe Mr. Kratz can explain, because I think he probably has the most knowledge of historically what happened here.
If I may too, when the 4-unit project that city attorney referenced was before the city council, there was extensive discussion about the historic value or character of the Pomeroy Green townhouses that were.
Right.
And so I think that's most like what you're remembering. There was not a separate application process with the city for Pomeroy Green. It was really just in the context of the council's consideration of the adjacent development project.
Okay, gotcha. I remembered that there was some discussion there. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, it seems to me that getting the historic designation will put fairly big restrictions on how people can change the look of the properties. And I just want to know, what's legal here. I know when we do permit parking or when we do traffic calming speed bumps, we have to get 100% buy-in by the residents. Is that required in this case to move forward with this? What if one owner in the property, I know it's covered by an HOA, but if one owner doesn't want to do this because they want to change something on their townhouse?
It's my understanding that the state process does not require that type of buy-in. An individual can nominate a property for designation as a historic resource and doesn't require that all the owners agree, which is different than the city's practice for our own listing process.
That's what I'm trying to understand, the city's process. How does that?
Yeah, so if there was an application for the city, we would certainly, to list this as a city resource, we would certainly consider that. But in this case, we just have a referral from the state in which they say that, really two bodies, the city council and our designated commission, in this case, the HRC, can provide a report. We can submit a report that takes a position on the application, but it's really a state process. And so we're here for the council to have opportunity to provide their input to the state that we will then communicate back to the state.
Okay, that's clear as mud, but I sort of get it.
Okay, I have some questions and I want to follow up with just the last comment from Councilmember Jane. So if I'm hearing you correctly, then anyone could go to anyone's property and ask them and ask the state to declare it a historical property or district without the property owner's permission. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Crabtree?
That, yeah, that's my understanding. It doesn't strictly require a property owner buy-in. That if, we're really talking about listing a property as a federal or state historic resource, in this case, a national historic resource. So, if through that process, they think it's warranted that the property has historic significance on a national basis, I don't think that they require property owners to all agree.
Okay, so, but what you're asking us this evening is to make a recommendation to forward this development to the state with our blessing, I guess, or,
Well, staff didn't make a recommendation as to what position the council should take, but we just wanted to provide
the action, right, is to
so you could recommend it for or against.
Okay, so when you talk about how the designation would affect future improvements to the property, is that just outside improvements or inside improvements in the units? Or is it both?
It would really just be exterior.
Exterior improvements. Because as you probably know, this is the development is owned by a co-op, and the owners of those properties are part of the co-op. It's so difficult now, sometimes impossible to even get financing if you want to sell any of those units. So how is this going to, just this sort of designation, how is it going to make it even more difficult for any of these owners to, transfer or sell any of their units or trade them or whatever they want to do, knowing that there's this additional condition on them of the historical designation? Because you're right, it makes you follow the historic building code, which is, it can be quite restrictive if you want to make some improvements. And, those units are older. They're older and they're, in some cases in need of improvements. So will that discourage, I would think it would discourage improvements to the property and the co-op if they're become even more restrictive. But I think at a very minimum, that if the council were going to send this forward with any kind of recommendation or referral or blessing, at the very, very minimum, there should be a report from a qualified historian that this is indeed, a historic area. I can't even imagine that we're even considering this without some kind of an official report from a historian. And secondly, I think that we need to outreach to the homeowners association and let them tell the city what is their position as property owners. How do they feel about this? Without us, it's not just, we're making a big decision here, and we're sending this forward with, I just keep saying our blessing, with our approval, when we don't have a historical report from a qualified historian. We do have an unofficial city historian. We don't have a report, and I don't have any idea about how the property owners feel about this. And I actually don't believe at this point, and we'll hear from the applicant, but I don't know if they understand what the real significance of a historical district will mean for them as property owners, or even Councilmember Chahal brought this up, as adjacent property owners. I know 300 feet isn't very far, but what the actual significance of declaring, an area, a historical area. I don't think we've done, any outreach on that. So just saying, okay, we just want to, make some recommendations to the state. I think our recommendations are important if we're really standing behind it. And I can't stand behind this without a historical report, information from the property owners, outreach to the adjacent area, because it's going to affect so many people. And I can tell you they don't know about it. So I think we have to be, more proactive in our outreach if indeed we want to do this. But I think at the very least, we have to hear from the owners. So I know we're going to talk to the applicant and he or she can tell us, what they've done, but absent any of that other information, I'm going to have an extremely hard time supporting this. So let's go now to the applicant, and that is Mr. Kratz. Mr. Kratz, you've heard all our comments.
Yes.
Go ahead. Hopefully you'll be able to answer.
Yes, I did hear your comments, and thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for reviewing this. And you brought up a lot of good questions, and we're going to be here a while because I have answers for almost everything you brought up tonight. So I'm going to read my prepared statement, which will answer some of the things you brought up. And then I've got a list of the things that you brought up tonight that I can address individually. So bear with me. I think this would be the best way to save time. So I'm going to go ahead with the prepared statement first. So again, thank you again, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Ken Kratz, and I'm a resident and shareholder at the Pomeroy Green Cooperative 78-unit housing complex located at the northeast corner of Pomeroy Avenue and Benton Street. I am also the preparer of the 68-page nomination to register Pomeroy Green on the National Register of Historic Places. Please recommend the State Historical Resources Commission at their meeting of January 29th approve and submit the nomination to the keeper of the National Register. This is a wonderful opportunity to recognize an important multifamily housing complex of mid-century modern design developed by a locally prominent developer, merchant builder Joseph Eichler, and his locally prominent architects, architect Claude Oakland, and landscape architects and site planning consultants, Saki Walker and Associates. This application has been reviewed by a state historian at the State of California's Office of Historic Preservation for submission to the State Historical Resources Commission. The Pomeroy Green Board of Directors, as well as the city's Historical and Landmarks Commission, approved the application recently. I have provided periodic updates to all the shareholders in this complex over the last, I think it's been almost 2 or 3 years now. So they're quite aware of what I am doing. I've actually had help from some shareholders in the complex in preparing the application. Pomeroy Green has already become a tourist attraction and is internationally known. The complex was visited by 20 architects from Holland and has been featured in many contemporaneous and present-day periodicals and books on architecture and community planning and development. Registration on the National Register of Historic Places will further enhance tourism and interest in architecture in the city by bringing this lesser-known Eichler multifamily housing project to the attention of not only architects, landscape architects, and site planners, but also students, historians, Santa Clara residents, and the general public. The information in the registration application can guide Pomeroy Green in their efforts to preserve the architectural qualities of the complex. I would like to correct one technical item in the planning staff's report to you. That's the written report that you received earlier. If Pomeroy Green is registered at the national level, it will automatically be registered on the California Register of Historical Resources, according to a letter I received from the California Office of Historic Preservation. Thank you for considering the nomination to register Pomeroy Green on the National Register of Historic Places. Your support will help Pomeroy Green become a part of our state's and nation's architectural heritage, and I'll be happy to answer other questions. I'm proud of my work. The application and registration process has been quite an intellectual journey for me. It's been over 3 years' work on it and 1,000 hours. Now I'll try to address some of the questions that came up by tonight. The registration will not occur over the objections of the owners, which are shareholders here at Pomeroy Green. It requires a 50% vote of the shareholders here to approve the registration, or else we will not be registered. I have an AB in environmental design with a major in architecture from UC Berkeley. And I also, while employed at the city of Santa Clara as a public works inspector, inspected 2 historical properties with the contract set as an inspector for the city. Let's see. This is basically an application to be recognized at the national and state level. I'll jump right into why I didn't go through the city process. Okay, I did not go through the city historic resource inventory and historic process because there is an $8,000 fee that the city charges while the state has no application fee. A second reason, according to an architect who specializes in historic properties that I contacted and is quite familiar with this project, says that evidently this fee or mention, I'm sorry, that this fee that the city charges is unusual in the state of California. And the third reason I didn't submit it to the city is that there's no guarantee the application will be accepted. And the fourth reason is the planning department, who as a certified local government under the state regulations has not performed timely surveys of potentially historic properties for a long while. And so they did not know about the Pomeroy Green complex during the recent development of proposal in our neighborhood, and did not support the recommendations of the city's historical landmarks commission in regard to the potential historic nature of Pomeroy Green. This made me more reluctant to submit the historical application through that city department. My concerns have been confirmed with the staff report that was prepared for this evening, that that mid-century modern architecture has not been considered in the city. And I infer from that that they have reservations about approving this type of complex for inclusion on the historic resource inventory. Okay, now I'll address some of the other questions you came up with. Let's see. The future modifications or improvements to the property or maintenance. That was an issue you brought up. That's true. The Secretary of Interior standards are a great guideline, but it is not, my understanding is that it is not absolutely necessary to follow those to perfection. So Mr. Crabtree has made you, implies that they have to follow them rigorously. They do not. The state would be the one. The state of California Office of Historic Preservation would be the ones to determine if any modifications, maintenance items, or improvements, what standards that they have to meet. So it does not, any projects that are proposed do not have to be perfect. But again, it's in the jurisdiction of the state. And I don't have the exact words in front of me, but they said it's basically, they take a look at it. So in regard to the soft story, we do have, it's not totally a wood frame structure. There are concrete block, reinforced concrete block walls that are a major component of the construction. And they're tied together with beams primarily, and there's metallic embeds that connect the beams to the concrete walls. So I'm not a structural engineer, but yes, that would be something that would be interesting to find out about. There isn't much of a overhang over the carport. Anyway, let's see. The city planning department and the city in general is not aware of the large multifamily complex in Los Angeles that I was guided to by the Office of Historic Preservation. That project is built in I think it's 40s, 30s to 40s. It's called Village Green in Los Angeles. And it has one, and I'll repeat, one application for the Mills Act for that entire complex. I have spoken extensively with the fellow that resided there that prepared the Mills Act application and was heavily involved with all the historic documentation of that complex. So the other thing, 50 years is the threshold to be considered historic. 75, 100 years, that's not in the standards. It's 50 years or greater. Let's see. In terms of the time that you've had to review this, initially you had this proposed agenda item was proposed for October. So you've had almost all October, November, and December to work on this and do more outreach. The outreach that you've provided is very similar to what I've seen for other projects in our neighborhood. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything else here. Yeah, the criteria for evaluation, yeah, it's events is the cluster housing. That's unusual, and the architectural and landscape architecture. The reason this thing took so long, originally I read the instructions for this application and they claimed it would take 100 hours. And that was another reason I thought I could just do it and have time to approach my board to get funding to go through the city process. I was so tied up in the application. Again, it took me 1,000 hours. And the reason it took so long, over 3 or 4 years, is the complex is so historic. It is historic, not in one area of significance, but in 3. And that kept coming up as I went through the several revisions that went through the Office of Historic Preservation. There was at least 4 revisions, and the state historian was very kind in pointing out where I needed to develop the application further. So the fact that it's significant in community planning and development, architecture and landscape architecture, those all had separate instructions that I had to read. There's dozens of instructions and requirements, drawings, photographs, mapping. It just went on and on. So to do a thorough job, I went ahead and got all 3 years of significance. So you should be proud in this city that you have something this historic in our city. It's going to be a great addition. And I think I've answered everything you have. If you have any other question, I'd be happy to answer them. I'm not sure I got everybody's question down, but they're very good questions. And I have several sheets have been provided to all the shareholders from the Office of Historic Preservation, explaining this entire process and all the pluses and minuses of being designated historic. And I'm a little surprised. I don't know if the city was copied on this. I think they were not, because of the types of questions and concerns that the planning department brought up tonight. I'm a little surprised, but I'm not shocked, because this is a very difficult process with a lot of requirements and a lot of nuances to it. And I've done the best I can. And if there's some requirements down the road that I need to do, I'll approach the board here and we'll straighten those out. But I know I'm on the right track to get something done that's going to help the city. So anyway, that's all I have. And again, I'm happy to try to answer anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. I think we might have a couple questions, but I just wanted to clarify one thing, because I wasn't really clear in what you said. Besides the fact that you need at least 50% of the owners to approve of this before you submit your application, do you have at least 40 owners that have agreed to the application?
Okay. Yeah, let me go into that process a little more. You have to get the application out first, because it has to be reviewed by the historian. They have to say, okay, yeah, it looks like it. Okay, now that I've done all this work, now residents here, the general public, anyone can anyone can approve of or disapprove of the application. So that will occur at this point. It's great opportunity to explain that to the general public that may be listening tonight, that they can send their approval or disapproval to the state at this time, and they will file it and bring it up to the commission, the State Historic Resources Commission. And so there's an opportunity to comment on it at that point. And then there's also another time that you can comment on it when it went after the State Historic Resources Commission makes a decision. You still can complain or support the nomination as it winds its way to the keeper, which takes a few more months. And then once it's at the keeper, at the day of the keeper's meeting, you can also complain at that time. Of course, yeah.
Mr. Kratz, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you for that information for people that may want to put that in, but I thought you said that you have to have 50% of the owners agree before you put your application in. So I'm just talking about
no.
Period.
No.
That's all I'm talking about is the owners.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, no, that's not correct. And that's what I tried to just clarify for you. And I'll do it again. The application is done first. And then this is the time everyone has a chance. If 50% of the shareholders at Pomeroy Green, 50% plus one, I guess, if that many shareholders send in a disapproval to the State Historic Resources Commission, then the property will not be registered. But here's something you may not know, and I can clear it up. The property can still be considered, what's the term? Eligible. It's eligible for registration. And that provides quite a bit of protection too, particularly for some surrounding developments and things like that. I'd have to look at that a little more closely. But yes, in terms of your voting, they have been told in this letter, which you do not have in front of you, evidently, I'm a little surprised, is that it states that it will not, the registration will not happen without the approval. Basically, it says you must disapprove it 50% or 50% plus one have to vote against it. Otherwise, it'll be registered. So
okay.
It's kind of.
Let me just clarify because so they don't, so the state doesn't look for approval to show evidence that the owners approve of 50%, at least 40 units, right? But if they disapprove, there has to be at least 40 units that disapprove. So it's up to the units that disapprove to notify the state. Is that what you're saying? That they don't ask for evidence up front for approval?
Right. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe I confused you. That's correct. What you just stated. There has to be a disapproval of 50% plus one. Yeah, that is correct.
And so you don't have to provide any evidence that you've individually notified each property owner, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Let me try to assuage your fears. Unfortunately, I'm surprised you don't have this letter. You ought to ask Crabtree. I'm surprised he doesn't have this letter. I have like a 4-page letter from the state that explains all this. Basically, I'm sorry. They have been notified. Everybody in the complex got this letter. And I verified that. I verified that with a few shareholders. Yeah.
All the property owners
from
the state.
Yeah, that's correct. We got letters from this, not just one. We got two, and it's very thorough. One of them explains all the pluses and minuses of, advantages and disadvantages of being registered. And the other one was an announcement of the meeting that will take place at the State Historical Resources Commission. So we got two letters. One explains the process and all the details. The other one's just an announcement about the meeting.
Do they ask, can I ask you, Mr. Kratz, do they ask the property owner to weigh in whether or not they approve or disapprove of the application?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, let me double check. It's been a while since I've read this.
Okay. To save time, I'm going to go down the list for my council members. So while you're looking for.
Here it is. Here, no, I got it. I just found it. I'll even read it to you. I'll read it, right? This is from the Department, it's the Office of Historic Preservation.
Just the part where.
Just right here, under federal law, a privately owned property may not be listed in the National Register over the objection of its owner, or in the case of a property with multiple owners, over the objection of a majority of the owners. A district may not be listed in the National Register over the objection of a majority of owners of private property within the proposed district. Each owner or partial owner of private property has one vote regardless of what part of the property that person owns. Within a district, each owner has one vote regardless of how many buildings, parcels he or she owns. Okay, and then it goes on. If a private property owner or a majority of private property owners should object, the property or district will not be listed. In such cases, the State Historic Preservation Officer will not submit the nomination to the keeper of the National Register for listing in the National Register, and may submit the nomination for a determination of eligibility for the National Register. Okay. If the property, there's lots of good stuff here. A lot of things are answered right here on this one page. If you want, I'll continue.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this bears reading because it's got every detail you've all brought up. Okay, if the property or district is determined eligible for listing, although not formally listed, it will be given the same protection as a listed property in the federal environmental review process. A property determined eligible for listing is not eligible for federal tax benefits until the objections are withdrawn and the property is actually listed. And then it goes into the regulations. Let's see, the laws and regulations regarding this process are covered in the National Historic Preservation Act amendments of 1980 and in 36 CFR Code of Federal Regulations, Part 60. Okay, now here's how support and how to object. I'm going to read it both right off the sheet. Supporting a National Register nomination. Private owners who seek National Register listing for their properties are not required to submit statements of concurrence. However, letters of support from owners or any others are welcome and become a permanent part of the nomination file. Next paragraph, objecting to a National Register nomination. If you object to the listing of your property, you will need to submit a notarized statement certifying that you are the sole or partial owner of the property as appropriate and that you object to the listings. Owners who wish to object are encouraged to submit statements of objection prior to the meeting of the State Historical Resources Commission, at which the nomination is being considered. However, statements of objection may be submitted and will be counted up until the actual date of listing. Listing usually takes place 45 days after the nomination is mailed to the keeper of the National Register following the State Historical Resources Commission meeting. And then they give you the place to send letters of support or objection.
Thank you. Thank you. I have just one more question, then a question for Mr. Crabtree. Since this is a co-op, has the co-op voted to support this? Have they voted yet?
Okay, I'm going to say it again. Voting is not required at Palmer Green.
No, I'm asking,
the shareholders.
not asking required or not, have they actually taken a vote as a co-op on this issue?
I will tell you that I'm not sure I want to answer that because that's more of a issue with us. That's our private right on our side.
Well, I
If
just
I
want
start
to know
disclosing,
if they're in support of this. That's all. You're asking us to do something, then we should know if the owners are.
oh, okay, I'm going to tell you again that the Pomeroy Green Board of Directors has approved the application, and they are the representatives of the shareholders here. And I also told you that I've spent over 3 years keeping all the shareholders appraised of what I'm doing
All
with
right.
the application.
Thank you, Mr. Kratz. Mr. Crabtree, so if this designation were to move ahead, in terms of the adjacent properties to this Pomeroy Green, what is the radius of the affected properties is if they want to make any improvements to their houses or multi-family units? Is it 300 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet? What is the radius? Who would be affected by this?
There is not a number established. I mean, this is really like a threshold of significance under CEQA question, and we don't have an adopted threshold that speaks to that. So it's really a determination that would have to be made on a project by project basis. As someone within proximity of the site comes in to do a development that's subject to a planning permit, as we do the environmental review for that project, we would have to make an analysis as to whether or not it had the potential to impact it. And there's not a specific distance that we would have. Our city ordinance has a number.
What is our city ordinance number?
Let me check on that.
I know there's a number, so I just can't remember what it is. Just to get the impact.
Just give me a minute, maybe. We'll
Okay.
get back to that.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Becker, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy and Mr. Crabtree, if you can get back on that. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, Ken, can you tell me what the name of that LA complex was that you said that you were referencing in your report?
Village Green.
Village Green in LA?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct. It's Village Green. It's in Los Angeles. I can tell you a little bit. It's got over 700 units in it. And it took them quite a while to get all their historic applications in. And they did it through their representative board, just like I'm doing on this complex. And like I said, I've been in contact with Mr. Kennelin in Village Green. Evidently, he's moved on since it's been so long, but he was quite involved with the historic application process and Mills Act process for Village Green, which is by the way, it's another modern complex by a famous planner and architect, Mr. Stein, who actually, if you read my historic application, I tie his historic precedents with Pomeroy Green. So we are almost kind of like sister complexes. They're very similar. They're multifamily, two-story cluster. It's so close, very close in terms of design and site planning and the treatment of the site. So happy to answer anything else about Village Green. I do know quite a bit.
Thank you, Ken. So to clarify through staff or city manager, or actually Andrew would probably be the best one, I guess, to answer this. So let's say that we do recommend that the council approve Pomeroy Green to the National Register of Historic Places. But there's the concerns that Mayor Gilmore has. There's the concerns I know that my other council colleagues have. Are we able to make conditions in this? So saying that this is all depending on the report from a historian, if there was a 50% disapproval. I mean, it's kind of like we're giving our blessing, but we want to see the process go through. but we kind of want to get also that information, because it's almost like we don't want to have to come back in another 2 months to go through this whole process. Maybe we can give the staff the power to, we'll recommend it, but based on these conditions. Are we able to do that?
This is Andrew Crabtree. Yeah, yes, I would say that, we are able to include in our report back to the state, conditions or additional comments that the council wants to include in that.
Okay, so like I could say basically to satisfy what Mayor Gilmore was speaking of I want a report from a historian then, a valid historian. So can we, I would want to see that. I would like to see, let's recommend the approval, but based on a report from the historian, a 50, if there is we should probably contact all the residents again to see if there would be a 50% +1 disapproval, and also get more public input, I guess, in that process. Are you able to do that with the recommendation from council? So then it doesn't have to come back to us. And if they basically follow through, you could just go and check mark the boxes. Because I know we used to do kind of stuff like that on planning commission. So then it didn't have to come back.
So, whatever the action the council takes, including whatever direction is included, that will transcribe and pass on to the state.
Okay, well, whenever after we hear from more of the public and also from other council members, Mayor Gilmore, I'd like to make a motion also with some recommendations.
That's fine. I would just want to say I would tend to agree with that, because I think Councilmember Becker, your suggestion would satisfy, I know, at least a lot of my concerns. I just want to make sure that the report from the historian comes at a cost, that the applicant would pay the cost, not the city, for that as well. So that would be fine. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Mayor, may I answer your prior question about the distance?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. So in our city's historic preservation ordinance, we have a requirement that if there is work within 200 feet of a listed property, then that work is to be referred to the Historical and Landmarks Commission. So that 200-foot is kind of the standard that we've established in that ordinance. And I do remember that was debated quite a bit at the council when the ordinance was developed.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember what it was. So thank you for that. Vice Mayor Hardy. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Becker, are you finished for now?
I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. Or did you want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion once we hear from the rest of the public, because I know there's another person, I think, Gabby's waiting forever, as well as Councilmember Hardy.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered, but Ken, I do know that you're very good and very thorough about stuff. I know I personally would feel much better if you were coming to us with a signed petition from at least half of the residents. This is one thing I find worrisome. Also, are you in a legal battle with someone? Are we inserting ourselves in a legal battle? That worried me. I do want to see I like the idea of a historian, historic expert of some sort reviewing this before I feel real comfortable. And what is the difference from Pomeroy Green to the west side of Pomeroy, which is also north of Benton, which are also Eichlers? I want to know the difference and why yours should be considered historic and that is not.
Ken, did you want to answer the last question?
Sure. Yeah. Yes, I would like to answer those. As best, let's see. I got two of them. There may be a third one. Let's answer the first one. Pomeroy West. Tonight we're talking about Pomeroy Green, where I live. Pomeroy West is I think it's 138 units, and it's directly across the street. It's directly across Pomeroy, and that's also an Eichler, and it's very similar to Pomeroy Green, and it's about the same age. And I've provided my complete application materials to them, and they're quite interested in it. And I believe they're still they're working on an application as well. I'm not sure how far they are at this point. yeah, it's significant in the same way. And yeah, I look forward to them applying because that helps the whole neighborhood. Now, in terms of a lawsuit, I'm not sure. Could you clarify what you're talking about there?
Someone alluded to there was some sort of a legal battle. There is a single family house right there on Pomeroy. I'm guessing that's what they were alluding to. And my concern was the council inserting itself into some kind of a legal battle.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you what I can tell you that is public knowledge. The Pomeroy Eichler Neighborhood Preservation Society has brought suit against the city of Santa Clara and the developer of the 1075 Pomeroy Avenue property, which is surrounded by Pomeroy Green on 3 sides. And Pomeroy West is directly across the street. And you can go online. All the records about the progress of the suit is all available online at the Superior Court. And basically it is a CEQA challenge. I guess I can use that word. I'm not a lawyer. And that's about all I can say. The lawsuit is ongoing. And you can look up the details there. That's about probably all I can say. If there's any other questions, I'll try.
Yes, the other two is why do I not have a signed, if I had a signed petition from more than 50% of the homeowners there, I would feel a lot better. And the question also about a historian, an expert, because I listened very carefully, you had your report reviewed, but you have not had a site report from an expert.
Right. You'll have to direct that question to the State Office of Historic Preservation and ask the historian that. They have accepted my application and they will be submitting it to the State Historical Resources Commission. So it's passed the first hurdle. It meets all the requirements of the guidelines and the instructions for these types of applications. And like I said, it took 3 or 4 years and a lot of rewriting. So my understanding is it's crossed the first hurdle and that it is going to be considered. So if there's other concerns, I suppose the State Historical Resources Commission can bring them up at that time. I can't really speak to other applications throughout the history of this program, so I won't make any comments, but certainly that is a good question. Let's see, you also asked about the signed petition. Karen, all this takes time. Councilmember Hardy, you wouldn't believe how much time I've spent talking to people, getting their ideas, and getting some help from some of the shareholders. We're working class folks over here. That's going to be some more work, and I will pursue it if you think it's that important. I thought that with my periodic notifications to all the shareholders and all the letters from the state would be enough, so I wouldn't have to bother them with the complex with the expense and the trouble of getting these things to everybody and having them vote on it. It's just another hurdle. I think there's enough opportunities to support or object to this nomination, and they are spelled out in this letter. And I haven't received any objections from anybody. I take that back. There was one person that was concerned. That's fine, but I'm not seeing an overwhelming, pushback on this. And if there was, it would have occurred by this point. I mean, it's been years. And this isn't a 2-week project. This is 1,000 hours and years and periodic updates and letters from the state. So you're not seeing that. you know, and I'm a little surprised Crabtree, the planning department and Crabtree are not aware of some of the documentations that we've received from the state.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
it's quite
Kraft.
extensive, and I've read one too. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any further questions?
My point is, you're talking about 80 people. I've gathered signatures for many things that doesn't take that long. You put so many hours. I'm so confused. A basic petition that people could sign, that we could see that there were a lot of neighbors, a lot of homeowners there that are in favor of this. This is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Excuse me, Ken, I'm going to go back to the public now. Is that okay? Gabby Landaveri. Gabby, I'm sorry, you've waited a long time. So, and you're muted. Gabby? You can unmute Gabby.
No, sorry, I don't have anything. Was my hand raised by accident?
Yeah, hand was raised.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gabby. I'm going to then go to the City Attorney Brian Doyle, followed by Watanabe, Chahal, and Becker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, the more I hear, the more concerned I am about whether this application has been done correctly. I did take a look at the application, and knowing that this is a co-op, I'm not sure that the application was filled out correctly, nor am I sure that the application represents that this is a co-op, and that my understanding of a co-op is that it's a not-for-profit corporation that owns the entire property, including all of the houses, and what you get back is a share that gives you a lease in your home. So without seeing the constituent documents of the property, it's very hard to tell whether the proper thing for the council to see would be a petition or an actual resolution of the co-op board approving Mr. Kratz to file this application. And I haven't seen that in the packet. I don't know if that exists, but at a minimum, I just feel very uncomfortable with the council proceeding based upon the knowledge of what it has in terms of how the application was filled out and the concerns about the council has in terms of the impact this might have on the owners of the other units in the development. So, which is not to say that Mr. Kratz has done something wrong. It's just simply, I just don't feel that you have a reliable amount of information to really make a decision about what the impact of your decision would have on the other homeowners. And I just wanted to offer that level of uncertainty. So one of the questions I had was, someone mentioned that there is some kind of state determination scheduled for later this month. So I guess my question would be, is it possible to move that, to request the state to move that date out and get more information before the council should make a decision about this? I just, at least if you're interested in my opinion about this, I just feel like you just don't have enough information to really make a decision one way or the other.
Thank you, City Attorney. Yeah, it's a very unusual ownership setup, and I know that because of my profession and how difficult it is to get any type of financing or anything because of the setup of the co-op. Councilmember Watanabe, and then Chahal, and then Becker.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I don't know who can answer this question for me, but has any, I mean, as a result of this litigation, has any development started with that property that's there on the corner of Benton and Pomeroy, where I think it was 4 units were planned to be developed? Has anything started, or is it halted as a result of litigation?
This is Andrew Crabtree. The application is basically on hold.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. No, I mean, I'm just trying to do some quick online research here, and I'm finding an article, and this is what gives me concern. Is it's an article, and I guess it's the CA Modernist by Dave Weinstein, and Our title of the article is Historic Strategy Fails at Pomeroy Green, and it's going back to 2018, July of 2018. And it's the last sentence that gives me pause. And it says, here's hoping the residents of both Pomeroy Green and Pomeroy West persist with efforts to achieve our historical recognition for their homes. It is time more such Eichler neighborhoods put in the time to win such status before, not after, unwanted neighborhood changes occur. And I am really concerned that this is being done as a way to stop the development of that corner lot that was purchased, and the reasoning that Mr. Kratz is using in terms of getting a 50 plus 1% of the owners to sign on to this applying for this historic recognition. I mean, it's been over 2 years. It's going on 3 years now, or close to 3 years anyway. And I mean, that seems like, as Vice Mayor Hardy said, it's a significant amount of time. Whereas, if you needed to get 40 signatures, that there has been enough time to achieve that goal. So I really have concerns about this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So as a residents representative, I think some of the concerns my colleagues are raising are very genuine, and I have the same concerns. Like, I'm not an expert on historical expert. Basically, I'm not. Although I was part and parcel of historical ordinance committee, which came up with the city historical ordinance, but I'm not an expert on that. So, and as we represent the residents and we do not have any feedback from these residents, and Mr. Ken Kratz mentioned that this process is taking 3 years, and Vice Mayor Hardy was dot on that, oh, it doesn't take long, and I expected that we should have that. And not being an expert historian and lacking the report of an qualified historian report on this thing, and not seeing majority of the homeowners blessing this thing, it's hard for me to bless this approval, to be very frank. But if Council Member Anthony Backer mentioned that he will put enough conditions into that, I can look into that, whether that will suffice the demand of my residents accordingly, if I can agree to those conditions. But as of now, without these missing documents, which we technically should be having by now, I feel very uncomfortable going forward with the city blessing this thing.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I do agree with a lot of those concerns as well. And Councilmember Watanabe, it's so funny. As soon as you were talking about it, I was actually reading it, and I was like, I thought I just read the word California modernist. And I went back to the top of it, and I saw it was Dave Weinstein, which you mentioned. And yeah, that does bring some concern to me reading this article right here. But that's why I think, I think we should have some conditions going along with this. And I hope my council members will go along with me. And I am also open to amendments as well. So I am making a motion to recommend that the council recommend approval of Palmer Green to the National Register of Historical Places as a historic district to the State Historical Resources Commission. That's a mouthful. With these conditions. First one is a signed petition by the neighbors. A simple majority will suffice. Report from an actual historian, preferably locally. Let's see. I think the neighboring homes that should be notified, especially those single family homes that are 200 feet, because they may have some issue with that. And I think they should be included in this conversation. Also, I think there was a notice about the site report, but I think that goes back to historian. I also want to see a co-op board resolution as well. And then finally, I think maybe the city attorney can do an audit of the application that Ken submitted to see if there isn't any errors. But like I said, I am also open for amendments to this motion as well.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
may I ask the maker of the motion to repeat those conditions once again, please?
Okay, Anthony, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So I recommend that the council recommend approval of Palmway Green to National Register of Historical Places as a historic district to the State Historical Resources Commission with these following conditions. Signed petition by the neighbors with a simple majority suffice. An actual report from a historian, preferably local. A neighboring homes to be notified, especially because the homes on the other side, they are private properties. Single family homes, they are affected within 200 feet. They should be notified and included in the conversation. Also, I believe a co-op board resolution should be also included, as well as a city attorney doing an audit on the application that Ken Kratz had submitted. Also, I am also open to amendments from my fellow council members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, please, Mayor, on the motion. The use of the word neighbors, do you mean shareholders, co-op shareholders? I wasn't sure who
property.
You said a petition signed by neighbors. Do you mean the people within the development, or do you mean a wider group?
A wider group, because I know there's some homes on the other side. I think it's I want to say it's Humboldt, I think it is. I think there might be some back properties along that side right there. But I think that people that are in this general area that are 200, because I heard the remarks from, I think it was Mayor Gilmore, you mentioned it, about 200 feet. I think everyone that
people within 200 feet. Okay.
Yes.
No, I think you're talking about two different things. One is, I think Councilmember Becker, you talked about notifying the residents in the area, right, of 200 feet, right? But was it the petition of a majority of the property owners? Is that what you're talking about inside the development?
Yeah, so that's two separate things. Yeah, so the petition of the majority of the residents in that actual development of the Palmway Green.
That's what I want to clarify.
And then the neighboring 200 feet radius. So those people can be, and I know there's a school next to it too, which is Palmway.
And yeah, so the use of the word audit, that of what I don't do audits, but I can review the application and just give comments on it.
A review would suffice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, Councilmember Park, followed by Jane.
So I actually like the conditions that Councilmember Becker has put on this. At the same time, mathematically, I think they only need half, 50%, not a majority, if it takes a simple majority to disagree. But at the same time, rather than stop at the mathematically required number, I would like to get as many agreements as possible. I would like to know that everyone was contacted, everyone was asked, and everyone did know what the community thought. I have walked this community many times. I know the community is fairly close. They have a very, very good system of getting information out, which is why I'd be surprised if no one, if someone did not know of the efforts that Mr. Kratz was doing to try to, create a historically significant area for the city. But I think that barring anything else, this is a motion that I think I can go forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just had sort of a friendly amendment. I know Mr. Kratz had read how somebody would go and complain or disapprove of this process. And I would say that when the neighbors are contacted, that they be given that information, whom to contact and how to voice your approval or disapproval.
I will accept that friendly amendment if Councilmember Watanabe also accepts it as a second.
So explain what that is, the friendly amendment.
Mr. Kratz had read off some instructions for how somebody would voice a complaint. And, you know, I think he said that more than 50% of people have to disapprove to reject this. So I just wanted to make sure that the people knew the process for how they would go about and lodge complaints or lodge support.
Okay, so it has to be explained, the process.
Yeah, to the share, right? To the shareholders, we're talking about the shareholders.
Yeah.
Shareholders and neighbors within 200 feet.
Okay, everyone then.
Okay, good. Okay, nope, that's acceptable. I think that's, yes, a good amendment.
Very good. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, I have just two concerns. First off, I'd like to hear from council. If there is a pending lawsuit over this, are we putting ourselves in jeopardy by inserting ourselves into this? And I have no problems with the conditions, but my concern is, Councilmember Becker, we're now putting this on the staff to do this, where I really, to do some of this. I really think that this should have been done with a petition and the report from the expert. I think this should have been done ahead of time before this came to us. And that is my worry and concern. So I have two concerns. First, from a legal point of view with a legal battle, and the applicant has heard what we want to have. I was ready to do kind of a punt and let them hear what we wanted and have them come back with it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. And I'll ask the maker of the motion. It's my understanding that all of these conditions are conditions for the applicant, not for the city.
It's conditions for the applicant. Basically, it's, you know, you have to reach these many things to get this to be done. And I think also within that review, what I was talking about of the application, the city attorney, maybe at that same time, city attorney could see about any possible legal issues that we might be putting ourselves in jeopardy with at the same time to satisfy your concerns, Vice Mayor.
So you're saying all of that has to happen before our letter of acceptance would go through?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And it's on the applicant?
On the
on the applicant.
Make sure that's clear as part of the motion.
Yes, it will be on the applicant because, you know, if you follow through, you know, you're going to get what you want. So I'd like to see that follow through.
Thank
May
you.
may I read the motion back to the maker of the motion?
Please.
At least he doesn't have to reread it again.
Okay, what I have captured is recommend approval of Pomeroy Green to the National Register of Historic Places as a historic district to the State Historical Resources Commission with the following conditions to the applicant. Signed a petition by the residents within Pomeroy Green with a simple majority, an actual historian review, notify the neighbors affected within 200 feet, provide process instructions of how to submit a complaint to the shareholders and neighbors within 200 feet, a co-op board resolution, city attorney to do a review of the application submitted by Ken Kratz.
Is that okay? Maker of the motion.
Sorry, I was on mute. As well as in that review of the application, if the city attorney can review to make sure that we're not in any legal jeopardy doing this.
So let me just kind of give you the background where we're at. So basically what happened was there was an adjacent property. Property owner applied for a permit from the city to basically tear down a single family home and build a
Notify the neighbors.
Yeah. So what happened was after, in conjunction with that, approval of building, I think it's 4 units, adjacent to this Eichler townhome development. Mr. Kratz opposed the issuance of that permit, and he opposed the CEQA, and then he sued the CEQA, which means that he basically sued. He filed a petition for a writ against the city, and the property owner has been basically doing most of the work on that. The property owner prevailed at trial court and defeated Mr. Kratz's lawsuit. But it's my understanding that Mr. Kratz has now filed an appeal of that to the 6th District Court of Appeal. So we were planning on bringing this into closed session to update the council on this. It's just that you have been very busy in closed session lately. So we were hoping to find an appropriate time to come in and explain this. So I would want to be able to at least brief the council on the status of that CEQA appeal before I would make a determination what the effect of this would be. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that on my own. I would want council's sentiments about it in closed session. So I think from a time, I don't know what that does to the applicant from a timing standpoint, but I just wouldn't feel comfortable making that determination on my own.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Chahal, and then we're going to take a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is, once this goes through, does the applicant come back to us after fulfilling all these conditions, and then the council then approves for the final letter?
Mayor, this is Andrew Crabtree. If I may comment, we were granted an extension and by the state to have the consideration tonight, and told that we really couldn't have any additional extensions. So my understanding at this point is that we would forward to the state the direction that the council is providing, which is to support the application provided that the applicant fulfills the 6 conditions that were listed. And so we would, at this point, we would be drafting that letter, forwarding it to the state representative, and then it would really be up to the state what they do next.
So my question is, when we put a condition of an historical expert report, we don't know the status as of today, like whether it's historical, what the report would be, and still we are saying we are approving this thing subject to historical report. We didn't define whether the historical report what should the historical report say, basically. So we just saying, oh, we approve it for this purpose to the state with the historical report. So that's my question. Like, if the report is not there, what's the status of our approval? 0? And that's the reason I'm saying, like, we don't want to give a blank check. Basically, we need to see these conditions fulfilled, and then we can ask the staff to write a letter. That's my contention. Even if it doesn't want to come to council, these conditions should be fulfilled, and the historical experts should be fulfilling that is an historical property, and then we direct the staff, then you can send a letter, not before that.
Would you like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that says once this is all completed, it's brought back to council for direction?
Councilmember Becker, would you accept my friendly amendment to make a process a bit cleaner?
Sure, I'll accept that. Hope you got that, Nora.
Councilmember Watanabe as a second.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think that's a good amendment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that amendment's been accepted. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Here we go. Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote. And I hope you got that last amendment.
May have to re-listen to this. Okay, just a moment here.
Did we close public hearing?
It's not a public hearing, but yeah. No.
Okay, here we go. Councilmember Watanabe,
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. I can't even talk. Thank you so much. And for the council, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, comfort break for our staff and everybody down there.
Because it was the longest motion probably in history for the city.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
We do need a break.
Okay, 5-minute break, everyone.
Sounds
Thank
good.
When everyone's ready again.
We're ready on
Will
our
do.
side.
Is everybody back, council?
Let's see. Let me just run through real quick. Councilmember Becker, we're ready.
All right, thank you. We're back now. So we're in the home stretch. Our next item is action on resolution amending rate schedules for electric service for all classes of customers effective February 1st, 2021. City manager?
Mayor,
Hi,
this is
we have a presentation from Manuel. He's
Oh,
going to
thank-
walk us through this report.
Thank you, Deanna. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer, and I am going to share my screen with you to start my presentation. So can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. And I know it's late, and I'll try to go through this information as efficiently as possible for you, at 10 o'clock at night. So thank you for introducing the item, and we are looking at amending the rate schedules for electric services for Silicon Valley Power. Just quickly on our agenda, we're going to talk just very briefly about the outreach and notices, really focus on the proposed rate increase, what are some of the cost drivers and kind of why we're doing this, and then just talk a little bit about how we compare with the other utilities, specifically PG&E. So from a public outreach perspective, I'm not going to go through all these items for you. Just want to let you know that we have been pretty comprehensive, including posting to all our social media and notifying schools, state agencies, talking to our large customers. And because this item was deferred from December, we went ahead and did the whole social media outreach again to make sure people were aware of it. So what are the reasons for the increase? And I always like to remind everybody that Silicon Valley Power is not for profit. So whenever we do an increase, really what we're focusing on is making sure that we have enough funds to continue the maintenance and operations of the utility. Some of the key components of that relate to the increase are so you'll hear me talk about this many times as I do presentations for you, is the transmission access charges, or TAC, that apply to all electric energy that SPP receives via the PG&E transmission system. So a lot of our energy, of course, comes from outside, comes on transmissions lines, and there's a TAC that's attached to that. And that TAC continues to increase. It's historically has every year there's been an increase. And now with the wildfire safety requirements and the insurance costs associated with that, we expect that trend will continue. In addition to that, as you know, we have renewable energy requirements, we have high reliability that we're trying to maintain, and we have safety requirements that have also been legislated, and we've got to make sure we can keep up with that. Of course, the upgrades and maintenance of the aging infrastructure is really key for me. And that's a commitment we made for you. Actually took action on a number of contracts. Made a commitment a couple of years ago that we were going to increase our proactive maintenance to continue our high service reliability. And you have taken a lot of actions, including today, to make sure we continue to do that. There's been lower interest rates that's affected our cash reserves. And something that's a little separate, but a good reminder, we're still dealing with the Grizzly being out of power since the fire. We're dealing with that through the bankruptcy issues with PG&E. And at some point, we'll provide you a new update on that. It's been a very slow moving process, as you can imagine. So the specific needs, as I mentioned, I always like to put it first, is maintenance and operation. In addition to that, of course, our biggest component is purchasing and producing the power. We have in-house generation, a generation we own, generation through JPAs, and also we buy power from others, such as with power purchase agreements. We would like to be very proactive, and we've been really enhancing that on our generation, like follow power plans to simplify. And then well, you'll hear me here at T&D, transmission distribution, all the time. And really what that means is our poles and wires. We want to continue to exceed the state renewable energy requirements. You know, there's up and downs on that depending on where our hydro facilities are at and where the hydro's at generally as part of our PPAs. But we have been very good about exceeding those renewable requirements, which sometimes do come at a cost. And you just recently approved a fairly large contract, sometime last year, to do more proactive tree maintenance. We've been very focused looking where all the hotspots are in the city, where we have tree issues, and we're proactively trimming that. So these are the kind of elements that allow us to continue to kind of produce power, be reliable, and also do that proactive maintenance. But for that, we have to make sure we have the funds to do all that work. Now, if the increase were to be delayed, what we're looking at is about a $1.1 million less per month in retail revenue. And it's not just retail to the utility, but also there's a public benefit charge that comes along with that, where we do a lot of our rebates and other elements. And also there's a contribution to the general fund. I think Ken talked to you about a little bit about the SVP contribution to the general fund. That translates to about $57,000 per month. If we did not have the increase, we have to see where we get those kind of reductions, because the increase is baked into our budget. So we could look at maybe reducing proactive maintenance of both our T&D and transmission systems. We could also look at our tree maintenance. Do we really want to be as proactive as we're being with our new contracts? Our generation assets could be a possibility, but actually we just recently added to be more proactive on that. As you know, we ran into some issues with DVR last month. We're running into some issues with Genera, and there's a huge cost in not being proactive in those facilities, where you end up paying more in the long term. We could look at maybe purchasing less renewable power just to make sure we meet the minimum requirements instead of trying to go above the state requirements. And also we could look at reducing our reserves. That would be a significant hit, because that could affect our bond ratings, and that would create additional financing costs. So there's elements. This is not a comprehensive list, but it gives you a general idea of kind of where the money goes to. So what is the proposed rate increase? Starting off with a little bit historical. So we had a 3% rate increase in 2017, no rate increase in 2018, 2% in 19, and 3% in 20. What we're proposing today is a 3% effective February 2021. To give you a perspective, that's still depending, and I'll get into more detail, that's still 29 to 51% lower than PG&E after our rate increase. It will still be 29 to 51% lower. Actually a little higher than that now because PG&E raised their rates again. 51% is for the residential rate, and then there's a range for all the other rates. The average residential electric bill will increase by approximately $1.60 per month, and total it would yield about over $13 million a year in additional revenue. So these are the rate comparisons, starting off with residential on top. I'm not going to go through every column. You want to just focus on the far right column that talks about how much lower we're at there in PG&E. From a residential perspective at 51%, and when you look at our commercial, industrial, and large industrial, it ranges being 29% lower to 41% lower. So it's a very significant difference between our costs related to what PG&E charges our neighbors. From a monthly bill comparison, we're showing you what the change would be for a low user. It would be about $1.10 a month more than what they're paying today. For the average user, that would be about $1.60 more that they're paying today. And for a high user, that would be about $3.80 more than they're paying today. And once again, that's for the residential customer. The commercial and industrial customers, so of course a little more complicated, but you have the numbers there as well. I'm not going to go through those in the interest of time. So we understand, even though, SVP costs are very competitive compared to all our neighbors, and one of the reasons they are is because we take every opportunity to offset this cost and keep the low rates. Things like selling credits and allowances that are not currently needed. That's something we are very aggressive about every year. We just did a negotiation on the natural gas transportation costs that got us really good numbers, and we spoke to council, in late 2020 about going through that process. And then also we refinanced bonds that also went through council last year that saved us about $20 million to the rest of the life of the bonds. But even though those increases are at 3%, are good compared to like our neighbors with PG&E, especially during this time. So we know that it can be difficult. So we have an existing rate assistance program. Over 2,700 people take advantage of that program. So we're very proud of it. In addition to that, we acted very quickly and we did a new rate assistance program for those financially affected by COVID. And over 270 people, customers, not people, customers, have signed up for that. If you remember, we also did a one-time credit when COVID started that went to every customer as well, every residential customer. And then for businesses, we created an energy efficiency grant program up to $10,000 for small businesses impacted by COVID, where they do not have to, it's a free grant, $10,000. There's no contribution from their end. In addition to that, we have a whole myriad of various energy efficient rebates, and we try to share those with the residents as aggressively as we can, so know they're available. So I think, we do a really good job at keeping the cost low. If you can tell by the average increase for a residential customer is, between about 160. But especially under the current circumstances, we have our existing programs and we develop additional programs for people who are being more affected by COVID. In addition to that, and I know that's probably the higher interest for you, we're also doing a cleanup item on our CB6, CB7 rate schedules. And really what we're doing is just modifying what the on-peak and off-peak usage periods are. The intent of this is to encourage people to use less power during the peak, so that they would pay less money. And because of the schedules we use, it didn't work out that way. So we're cleaning this up to align it in a way that it will function the way it was intended to. Just to note, because, to make sure you're aware of this, these are fully voluntary. We only have 2 customers under this current schedules, and they're both aware of this change. So with that, staff recommendations to adopt the resolution, amending rate schedules for all classes of customers with 3% increase effective February 1st, 2021, and amending the time of use rate under rate schedule CB6 and CB7 to align peak and off-peak prices with modified peak and off-peak hours. And that concludes staff presentation. And of course, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Director Pineda. That was an excellent report. And I'm looking to see if there's any council questions on this. I'm seeing Councilmember Becker.
Just wanted to commend you on the helping with the COVID-19 relief and helping people that are, not as fortunate as many others of us are, and helping them with their power bills, because honestly, people are still feeling it. And with the raise, I understand why we're raising the rates. That's, it's understood, but I just, I'm glad you guys are keeping that in there, because that is very important for our residents, especially the ones that are struggling. So thank you again for keeping that going.
And thank you, Councilmember Becker. And I'd like to just commend staff that they were able to move so quickly and get these programs in place. So I appreciate that, and I'll let you know let them know you had those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I did have a question about how you came about the 3% across the board. When I looked at the numbers and also in the legislative text in the presentation in our packets, the residential percentage compared to PG&E is the highest, meaning it's 10% higher than the next group and about 20% higher than the other groups. Why did we choose the residential? Why did we choose to go across the board with the same percentage instead of trying to balance out the differences, the percentages across the different usage groups? I mean, my concern is by focusing on residential, you hit a lot of people who are retired or on fixed incomes. And my concern there is, I know that a lot of COVID programs avoided people who are retired or on people who are retired or on Social Security, because they were still getting paid their Social Security and therefore were ineligible to be given additional funds because they didn't lose their jobs. And I feel that the cost of living increases are not at 3%. I think they're at 2.6%. And so the question is, why did we choose to go evenly across the board, hit the residents with 3%, when they are already paying 10% more in their group than other groups, and that residential group includes seniors and people who are retired and on fixed incomes?
So I'm happy to answer that question, but first I want to make sure I understand the part about the percentages on the table. So what the tables are saying is that in comparison to PG&E, our residential rates are 51% lower. And then for the small commercial, it's 29%, large commercial 41%, small industrial 33%, and so it's the highest
I got
number.
That incorrect then. Yeah,
yes,
I think I got that wrong. I thought that was 51% of the rates, but
no,
it's
no,
50% lower. Okay.
Yes. So the residential rates are, by comparison, between 9 and 21% lower than the other rates. So they're the lowest ones in comparison.
Okay, but then my question about why did we pick the 3% for residents when I think the cost of living, cost of living changes depending on how you're getting your money, of course. The increases change depending on how you're getting your money, of course, but I don't know that there would be a cost of living adjustment that goes to 3% for seniors.
No,
or people.
It's not a percentage.
I'm sorry. Well, so I thought I heard something in the background. I apologize, but to respond to that question, so
yeah,
when we look at that, when we look at the increase, we're not basing it on the cost of living increase associated with it. What we look at is what is the cost to operate and maintain the utility, and includes all those elements that I presented to you regarding taking care of the poles, taking care of the wires, both the transmission and distribution system. It includes buying power, includes maintaining all our generating facilities. So it's not attached to what the cost of living increase is, but it's attached to what it costs to maintain the facility. And we budget for all those costs, including what needs to be in our reserves and including what the capital projects need to be. And then we come up with a rate increase that allow us to continue to maintain and operate the utility. So it's not connected to a cost of living increase.
And I understand that. I guess my question is, why aren't we considering that? Meaning, the number one concern I have anytime we have a rate increase is people with fixed incomes. And if we knew the rate at which their fixed incomes were increasing because of inflation adjustments and cost of living adjustments, why wouldn't we try to make our increases, match that?
So the rates are required to be used for the actual maintenance and operations of the facilities. So everybody pays their fair share associated for that system. So we cannot have one entity subsidize another entity. That would be a whole separate discussion and analysis. And I think if the council is interested in having that discussion, because there's a lot of details that go beyond that, we probably want to have a separate discussions, have some briefings so we can get into that level of detail.
Sure.
But the
I
intent
was
is,
going to suggest that we do an information memo on what are the policies and the laws regarding how we establish fees. I think that background would be helpful just to have as a reference document.
but yes, so it would. I totally agree. Thank you, Deanna, because we are required to follow all the legal requirements and making sure that looking at that what we're charging allows you to maintain and operate.
Right, for a publicly owned utility. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Manuel, for the presentation. So, I know that many people were definitely impacted in a positive way with all of the programs that Silicon Valley Power put out after COVID, was impacting our communities, residential as well as business-wise. And I think when the city sent out an information sheet as to all of the programs available, Silicon Valley Power stood out there, first and foremost in terms of wanting to help the residents and as well as businesses. Are those programs going to still continue to be available?
Yes, they are. And in fact, I think an email went out letting the council know that we were extending the COVID-19 program as well. So those were actually extended, because obviously the issues continue. So we have extended and are continuing those programs.
Wonderful. Well, like I said, thank you for the presentation, and I would like to go ahead and move for approval make a motion to adopt a resolution amending the rate schedules for electric services for all classes of customers effective February 1st, 2021, and amending time of use rate under CB6 and CB7 rate schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yep, I was going to second it too. That's fine.
Councilmember Becker. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Sorry, I was going to second it.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I just wanted to follow up. We have that COVID-19 electric relief program that where if you apply, you can get up to a 25% discount on your municipal utilities. That is available. Also, the money that we have been raising through the Help Your Neighbor program is also helping with emergency assistance with utility bill payments for residents who are experiencing financial hardship. So, and having difficulty paying their bills. So we do have programs available for those residents who are having difficulties paying their bills. So I just wanted to make sure we talked about that too as well. And I think Councilmember Watanabe brought that up. So we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other comments. So Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Mr. Manuel, thank you for the report, and I'll vote yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Pineda, for the report and for staying up this late. We do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to go to reports of members and special committees. Council members have reports. Councilmember Jane.
Is this the place where I can make a statement about
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Turmoil? Okay. I was sworn in as a Santa Clara City Council member on December 8th. I took the following oath. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I reaffirm that oath today and want to highlight the last word, domestic. The events of last week at the US Capitol were extremely disturbing to me, as for many others. There were insurrectionists and seditionists who stormed the US Capitol building, waving the flag of the Confederacy, a symbol of secession and representing an ideology that almost tore the United States apart. I strongly believe the Confederate flag is also a well-recognized symbol of hate that fortunately in July 2020 was finally banned from all US military bases worldwide. It boggles my mind that these so-called patriots were looking to handcuff and execute members of Congress. Some of these people were ex-military or police officers still serving, or even elected officials that took very similar oaths to the one I took last month. Doubly appalling was that some Capitol police officers took selfies with these rioters. I'm reminded of the following often recited passage, which is available on the Library of Congress website. The day after James McHenry and the other delegates signed the Constitution and officially adjourned, he recorded the following exchange with Ben Franklin. The lady asked Ben Franklin, "Well, doctor, what we got? A republic or a monarchy?" "A republic," replied the doctor, "if you can keep it. I believe it is my duty to do everything in my power to keep this republic." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jane. I concur with your comments as well. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other council member?
I would just like to say amen.
Yeah, amen. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember Becker.
I agree with Councilmember Jane. It's pretty sad that what's been happening. At the end of the day, I think we're all family, we're all neighbors, and we need to watch each other's back, but we need to also fight against hate. And I agree with Councilmember Jane. We do have a duty to uphold the Constitution and defend this republic and defend our people.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Park.
Yes, and I would like to point out something that Councilmember Chahal raised earlier in this meeting, which was the things that happened in Washington, D.C. Are remote, but the effects and the things that are happening in the country also hit Santa Clara, meaning we've had reports of residents, noting racist and, dogmatic behavior and symbols right here in our city. And I think that we would do really well to remind everyone that we're a community, and the best glue for the community is watching out for each other and making sure that these threats to our freedom and equality don't make inroads in our neighborhoods. And I would like to thank all the people, all the residents who made note of these things and are trying to fight for the right thing, for bringing these things to our attention. And I feel that maybe we could also show a little bit of unity from a city perspective to say that freedom and equality are the values of Santa Clara, and the things that we see coming into our city are not the values that we support. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just emphasize that with the action that the City Council took in creating the task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which we filled the task force this evening so that they're fully functional, ready to go, and ready to engage with our community, to bring us together to talk about these horrific things that have happened, in Washington that have made their way, into our community as well. So I think that I'm very proud of what we've done, and we've created an actual vehicle. So we don't have to just talk about it. We can actually meet, discuss, include, and do something about it. So I encourage everyone to get involved in our in our task force, especially if you see, some things in the community that aren't right, bring it to the task force attention. The task force will bring it to our attention and make recommendations to us. The task force will be a safe place for people to express, their ideas, their thoughts, their recommendations for how we can be, a more connected community. So I'm proud of what Santa Clara has done. And we're not just talking about it, we're actually going to do something about it. So thank you. All right, I'm going to go to adjournment. Councilmember Park and Chahal, your hands are still up. Do you have other things you'd like to say?
I can say just a little bit. I don't know about, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, Park's down. Chahal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I already spoke on this thing, and these are pretty hard feelings about what happened. Like we cannot let our democracy down, and each one of us has the same rights, equal rights, and we can only protect our rights if we take care of such issues and make sure these don't happen again. And to my fellow residents over here, basically, if you see something, please bring it to the notice of our council, PD, or our task force. And if we have to keep the pressure on these elements, basically. And there's one way we can talk about it and put the pressure on these antisocial elements, basically. So that's my comment, and I hope this thing never happens in the history of United States ever again, and we enjoy our freedom and democracy the way we have been enjoying it for so many years in the past, being the longest serving democracy in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to City Manager. Do you have any additional reports?
I have no additional reports out. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So that leads us to our adjournment. So if you can bear with me, I have a couple of adjournments this evening. Okay, the first, for those of you who have been around a while, you'll remember this gentleman fondly. I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Paul Dante Becker, a former city photographer. Paul Becker was born on May 16, 1947 in Mississippi. Paul spent his youth in Argentina, Guatemala, and El Salvador, experiences that instilled love of family, lifelong loyal friendships, and spirit of adventure. After a junior year at Willow Glen High School in San Jose, Paul graduated from Academia Arguello in Cordoba, Argentina, and then attended Marietta College in Ohio. Paul's years at Marietta not only afforded him with the opportunity to develop his passion for photography, but also to meet the love of his life, Eileen Newman. After marriage and graduation, they moved near Paul's family in San Luis Obispo and then later Santa Barbara, where Paul completed a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Brooks Institute of Photography. An opportunity to be Marriott's Great America photographer drew Paul to San Jose in 1978, where he captured countless smiles and memorable moments at the park. Following Great America, Paul continued as a professional photographer of weddings, commercial products, portraits, real estate, special events, and also taught photography at Evergreen Valley College. Paul was particularly proud of his longstanding relationship with the city of Santa Clara. He documented city events, including the holiday decorations contest, the photos for city's annual calendar, the city's Employee Service Award luncheon, sister city events, the Santa Clara Arts and Wine Festival, and July 4th All-City Picnic, just to name a few. Paul formed many meaningful relationships with employees throughout different city departments in his role as photographer. He would always take the time to stop and get to know staff by sharing his travel stories. He fostered relationships wherever he photographed ceremonies and events. Paul passed away peacefully on December 14, 2020, surrounded by his family. He will be lovingly remembered by his wife of 50 years, Eileen, daughter Kathy Becker, son John Becker, sisters Monica Becker, Paul, and Leslie Crocker with Tim, nieces, cousins, and many family members and dear friends. Paul was predeceased in passing by his parents, Paul and Vivian Becker, in-laws Jack and Loretta Newman, and sister-in-law Loretta Betty Dornish. He was really a phenomenal, very, very nice man too. So he will be sorely missed. I would also like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Anne Mary Biagini, mother of Planning Commissioner Nancy Biagini. Anne Mary Biagini was born on August 26, 1931, to immigrant parents Honoria and Batista Grimaldi in San Jose, California. She was baptized and attended elementary school at St. Leo's the Great Parish. She completed her education at Notre Dame High School. At the age of 17, Anne met Imo Biagini as the two prepared to celebrate their cousin's wedding. They fell in love and would later marry at Holy Family Church in October 1950. Shortly thereafter, they settled for the rest of their lives in Santa Clara. In the early years of the marriage, Anne spent long hours working with her husband Imo at their grocery store, the Sunnyway Supermarket in Santa Clara. During their 56 years of marriage, they were blessed with 6 children, but few things in life made her smile more than her 7 grandchildren. Anne lived her life like the inveterate Italian woman she was, laughing, crying, and loving with reckless abandon. She always stressed the importance of education and her progeny, and they knew to bring home good grades or else. In the spirit of helping those in need, Anne volunteered with the American Cancer Society, shuttling parents to their chemo appointments. Intellectually curious, she absorbed history and culture through travel, food, art, and personal connections with family and friends across the globe. Anne loved hosting her foreign exchange students from Italy and Japan, remaining a second mom to them all for the rest of her life. She traveled the world with Imo, staying with family in Italy and visiting Europe, the Middle East, Asia, South America, and even Antarctica. A dedicated quilter, Anne was also known for her collection of fabrics. She knew the story of every swatch, pattern, block, and regional style, and studied the stories of the strong women behind this art form. Her grandkids knew to wear shoes in her sewing room. Anne Mary Biagini passed away peacefully on January 7th, 2021, after a 7-year battle with Alzheimer's. She was predeceased by her parents, her husband of 56 years, Imo Biagini, and her brother, John Grimaldi. She is survived by her sister, Dorothy George, and her 6 children, Tom, Nancy, Paul, Teresa, Mark, and Margaret. She is also survived by her 7 grandchildren, Frank Morgan, Nina and Julia Biagini, Jacob and Chiara Biagini, and Madeline and Charlotte Matthews. In light of current events, a celebration of life will occur at a later date. In lieu of flowers, the family requests memorial donations to the Alzheimer's Organization or to the Imo and Anne Biagini Scholarship Fund at Downtown College Prep. Sweet dreams, Mama and Nona. And then lastly, I know the city manager mentioned this earlier, but I'd like to ask for a moment to reflect on the life of William Rickabaugh, former Santa Clara police officer killed in the line of duty on January 11th, 1966. Yesterday was the 54th anniversary of the death of Santa Clara police officer William Rickabaugh. Officer Rickabaugh had observed 2 boys trespassing and riding a motorcycle on what is now the San Tomas Expressway near Monroe Street and Los Padres Boulevard. Officer Rickabaugh rode his motorcycle up a dirt ramp and collided with a metal cable that had been stretched between 2 posts at a construction zone for San Tomas Freeway. The cable impacted his chest. A citizen began CPR on Officer Rickabaugh, who was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. Officer Rickabaugh was a U.S. Navy veteran and is buried in the Golden Gate National Cemetery. He was 28 years old and left behind a wife and 2 children. Let's take a moment to reflect on this loss before moving on to adjourning tonight's meeting. Could I please have a motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And motion and a second. Assistant City Manager. City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.